Chapter 12. Angara twisting and flipping a knife between her fingers as she sat at one of the many tables of the galley in restrained fury, not paying attention to what went on around her. All day she's dealt with crew members approaching to confirm what they heard about her duel with Azula to be true, and a few taunting her for losing a fight with a primitive teenager, those she dealt with by delivering bloody noses or black eyes. Yes, score. Seb cheered as he watched a game on one of the many hollow screens. The shout snapped Angara out of her stupor, who promptly stabbed the table on pure instinct. Chani sitting next to her jumped at the knife. Angara. I don't think the table is trying to hurt you. Angara scowled and snarled at the girl as she pulled the blade free, splintering the wood of the table. Gara Kashka Azula Torari. Gax whispered to his sister. I get that she's mad at her, but can't she find a healthier way of dealing with it that doesn't involve sharp objects? That's just how she processes stuff, breaks things until she's calm. Sev said, never taking his eyes off the screen. I do not do that. Angara said while absent-mindedly stabbing the table again. Okay, maybe I do that a little, but can you blame me? What that little brat did to me is spreading all around the station like wildfire. She's tanking my rep. Sev finally managed to peel his eyes away from the screen. Geez, you're still on that? Relax, Angara. It's happy hour and your attitude right now is sapping away all my happy. I agree. Chani said, all of this negativity you're bottling up is making your inner thumb radiate so much red, which isn't good for your skin at all. Angara narrowed her eyes at Chani. You saying I have bad skin? Chani didn't answer immediately. Well, Gax. Your sister's trash talking my skin. You just gonna let that slide? Gax gave her a plain look and calmly said, Gish, which translated to yes, and was one of the very few words from him she understood. I just think that maybe you should find a positive outlet for your anger. Chani said diplomatically. A somewhat inebriated alien stepped up with slurred speech and breath reeking of alcohol. Hey Angara. I heard you got your ass kicked by some kid. I thought you were supposed to be tough or something. Angara grabbed him by the bangs of his long hair and effortlessly slammed his face against the table and watched as he crumbled to the floor. That tough enough for you? Angara scowled at her and spoke rudely as a few other members of the crew collected the injured drunk. What are you, my therapist? If I want your sappy advice, I'll ask for it, Chani. As always, any attempt Chani made towards being friendly to Angara ended with hostility. She doesn't even know why she bothers. Chani always finds joy in spending time with her brother and Sev. However, she would often find Angara not too far behind and would invite herself into their company, which Chani found to be less than pleasant, as the Kukuvon bounty hunter was always rude, often spoke about doing violent things to people she disliked, and made no attempt towards empathy to anyone, especially Chani. Gax tossed some nuts from a bowl at her and shouted with annoyance at her. All right. Fine, sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. Gax would often intervene if Angara's words became too harsh, as one of the few things that made Gax angry was Chani being picked on. Angara went back to flipping her knife and drank from her glass, looking at it with dissatisfaction, deciding she needed something stronger. You'll also like. She turned to one of the galley's waiter bots, floating flat cylinder-shaped machines that used their flat bodies as trays to deliver orders. Waiter bot. Get me a jar of Meebeck. The robot floated away in acknowledgement. Breaking out the heavy stuff already? Sev said while watching his game. I feel like burning my throat today. She sheathed the knife and got up, going to the bathroom. Don't drink my stuff if it gets here before I do. Nobody wants to drink your battery acid. Sev assured while still watching his game, then cringed in disappointment. Come on. That had to be a foul ball. After turning in Azula's pistol, the captain dragged her to the galley. It was a large and spacious cavern at the heart of the main asteroid that had once been a mining chamber back when the station was a mining outpost, but renovated into a recreational mess hall. Lights were bolted to the ceiling and walls, occupied circular tables were scattered all throughout the floor with waiter bots floating between them. And the bar was built into the farthest wall near the kitchen, with an open space near one corner dedicated to recreational activities. Screens displaying various moving images dotted the area. The air was filled with hearty laughter and chatter as people enjoyed their food and drinks with music playing from speakers all around. Azula has been to this place a few times, but only for meals and especially not to socialize with these peasants. Myrelle quite literally dragged Azula to the bar where Commander Solden sat. His squid-like form peeked out of an opening at the top of his suit's tank, allowing him to feed. Captain. His suit greeted before his three eyes focused on Azula, still in a firm headlock. What's this all about? Oh, this? I'm just making sure my little baby girl eats her food so she grows up all big and strong. Myrelle said in a babying voice and pinched her cheek. Azula violently ripped herself out of the captain's grasp. Okay, I get it. No more mother jokes. Myrelle only chuckled as Azula did her best to fix her now disheveled appearance before giving context for the station commander. She was being a smart mouth, so I had to embarrass her a little. That was more than a little. Azula pouted while fixing her top knot. And now you know your captain can play this game too. Now sit down and get some chow in you. Azula turned to find a different table. Not gonna sit with us, princess? Commander Solden asked. If I'm not mistaken, I am a private. To sit with higher-ranking officers would be insulting to my superiors. I will find somewhere more fitting of my station, she said, giving a slight bow of the head before attempting to leave. This was true in the Fire Nation, however, she was mainly using this as an excuse to get away from the captain. Nonsense. Myrelle pulled her into the seat. I want to speak with my sharpshooter in training, see how well you're doing. Azula narrowed her eyes at the captain. Is that an order? I can make it one. Azula rolled her eyes and reluctantly stayed. The machine that housed Commander Solden's squid-like body laughed. At least she respects rank. So, how have you been? Everyone treating you well? No unexpected surprises with your bending? I'm fine, and no, my bending is the same as it ever was, relatively speaking. Once I have a routine settled, I'll be able to adapt adequately. Good, good. The captain said nonchalantly as the bartender approached with a drink for Solden. The bartender was a tall, thin woman with gray skin covered in blue stripes, had 4 arms and tendrils growing out of head tied up in a ponytail. What can I get you, Captain? She asked in a hoarse voice. Bottle of squig for me, and a glass of fruit juice for her, and whatever she wants to eat. Myrelle said, patting Azula's shoulder. She didn't like that the captain was ordering her drink for her. Just give me that mushroom rice I've been having since I got here. You mean Voke? The bartender asked. Yes, that. Voke was a type of fungi that resembled rice and was the closest thing to food she was used to, even though it had a rubbery texture she hated. Coming right up. The bartender pulled up a cube-shaped bottle and a glass for the captain, then left. You invite me to the bar, yet you don't let me order my own drink. Azula commented. Minors like you can't drink alcohol until you're 20. At least while I'm running this station. She began pouring herself a glass, plus, a drunk firebender sounds like a safety hazard. Azula blew air out her nose from that comment. I've had alcohol before, Captain. So you were allowed to drink on your planet? She drank from her glass. Not necessarily. Every now and then I would sneak a bottle of rice wine out of my father's private collection. Did he ever catch you? Almost. Thankfully, my brother was there for me to shift the blame on. She chuckled at the memory as the bartender gave her her drink. Father was so furious. I'm sure your brother didn't find it so funny. Oh no, I'm sure he still holds that against me. Amongst other things. Like what? Myrelle asked curiously. Azula felt this was an opportune time to give the captain thoughts on her brother and maybe gloat a bit. Well, for starters, he's always been jealous of me because I was better than him at just about everything: firebending, calligraphy, history. You name it, and I could do it better than he ever could. She drank her strange fruit juice. He was weak and a failure at everything. Honestly, I could go all day listing all of his inadequacies, but that would get old real quickly. The bartender brought her food and she continued. My father saw that better than anyone else, and it embarrassed him to no end to know he was next in line for the throne, at least until he was banished. This caught Myrelle's attention. What did he get banished for? Azula shook her head at the memory of it. He made an embarrassment of himself and our family before important members of our military, and as a recompense he was to take part in an Agni Kai against our father. Agni Kai? An honor duel. Oh, okay. So your culture respects honorable combat, just like the Kukuvan. Azula didn't appreciate the comparison of her culture's honorable combat to the savage street fight that was her duel with Angara. Anyway, he refused to fight our father and spat in the face of our traditions, so father taught him a lesson and banished him until he could restore his honor, and even then he couldn't do it on his own and needed my help. She still left out the existence of the Avatar, then scoffed as more memories came to her. So you helped your brother? That was sweet of you. Even if you two didn't get along very well. I did it out of necessity. I needed a little help in defeating an enemy that stood in the way of my conquest of Ba Sing Se, and he happened to be there. Myrelle creased her brow. Wait, I thought you said you took Ba Sing Se all by yourself. Azula forgot she excluded her companions and mentally scolded herself for not remembering. All right, fine, you caught me. I had help taking the city. Now that sounds more believable than what you told me. The captain teased. They don't deserve the glory. Azula said, spite present in her tone. They betrayed me, all of them. I went through the trouble of helping him restore his honor, and how does he repay me? He runs off the day our country is invaded to join the enemy, helps to dethrone our father, and lock me away. The worst part of it is that there was hope for Zuko now. He could have actually been something, but no. Our uncle poisoned his mind and encouraged his confusion. I think I blame him more than anyone else. There's something else you and Angara have in common. Uncles you hate. At least you're free now, so there's that. I suppose. Being here is definitely much better than being on the run. Azula began eating her strange food, hating the texture. I do enjoy this air conditioning you have here. I'd normally have my servants fan me when the heat becomes too dreadful, yet out here in the stars even the peasants live with the luxuries of nobility. She looked out into the galley, watching all of the crew enjoying themselves, all dirty peasants unbefitting of her presence, yet living with just as much if not more comfort than she ever had due to scientific innovation. Even if they are undignified. She commented after seeing two aliens fall over drunk from some sort of drinking game. Honestly, why do you come here and fraternize with those below you when you can just take your meals in your quarters undisturbed? Myrelle turned to look on into the galley with her. What and miss out on seeing who losses the drink off. What's the use of having a bar on the station if I can't come down here after hours, down some drinks and watch the game with the people keeping us going? You're a superior. You should be setting an example for your underlings to follow. Pretending to be their friends will only encourage improper behavior and disregard of rank. Azula said with an upturned nose as she took another bite. And if you lord over them like a dictator, you foster resentment instead of camaraderie. Make no mistake, Azula, I treat everyone here like a friend and equal, but at the end of the day, everyone here knows that my word is law and everybody has a job that I expect them to accomplish. Azula shook her head at that notion. Responses like that makes her think that Myrelle and her uncle would probably get along nicely, and it made her sick to her stomach. Even the Death's Head members? Myrelle's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension. I'll be a little harder on the Death's Head members, just until they prove themselves worthwhile. Duratax may have paid them well, but I don't think camaraderie was promoted very well under him. Speaking of this Duratax, what does he even look like? I've been told he and his son are a big deal, yet I don't even know what they look like. Myrelle reached for her communicator. They've got a bounty on their head somewhere in the galaxy. Let me find them. Her communicator projected a holographic image of various bounties and cycled through them until she found what she was looking for. Before her she saw the transparent image of Duratax, her face wrinkling in disgust at his long wrinkled face, his 4 eyes, chin tentacles, and leathery green skin. He's hideous. I don't think I've ever seen a creature so profoundly ugly before in my life. Azula said in revulsion before noticing another member of the same race sitting 2 stools away scowling at her. Instead of apologizing for her words, she looked him in all 4 of his eyes and stated, I meant what I said. The alien took his drink and left grumbling to himself. Myrelle couldn't contain her laughter and called out to him, forgive her, Davos, she's just ignorant. She laughed a little bit more. That was terrible, I should not be laughing at that. She swiped to the next image. This one is Cortex. Azula looked at the image, seeing the same kind of creature, only bigger, more muscular with yellowish-brown skin. One of his outer eyes was scarred and blind, along with one of his chin tendrils being cleaved in half. Where Duratax had a calm, calculated scowl in his mugshot, Cortex had a wild look of untamed aggression with a furious snarl set in his features. So this is the man who's going to be gunning for me. I doubt he knows you're the one who delivered the killing blow, unless you've been bragging about it to people outside the storm. Myrelle said, putting the device away. It may have came up while I was at the Kukuvon camp. She admitted and received a flat, judgmental look from the captain. You are definitely not going to be walking around unsupervised outside the station now. Myrelle took another drink. So does that mean I won't be doing any jobs anytime soon? I'm anxious to put my firebending to good use. Myrelle decided to tell her of the deal she struck with Angara. No point in keeping it a secret. This is what you wanted, right? To have our best as your mentor? Partially, yes, it would be great to learn from the best, but unfortunately the best is that woman. Azula said flatly. I wasn't too convinced it was a good idea either. Myrelle admitted, finishing her glass. So what is this job that she and I must prove ourselves with? Don't know yet. I haven't had a chance to look for one I think would be suited for your skill level. Well, I hope you don't pick one that's too easy. There's no use if there's no challenge. An easy job will be serviceable. The challenge is you and Angara playing nice long enough to properly work together. Think you can do that? As much as I hate to admit it, she is a formidable warrior, and our run-in with the Laugh Cats showed that we can work together, so yes, I believe I can hold back on my very true observations of her. At least until after the job is done. Myrelle gave her a satisfied smile. Good. Just as they concluded their conversations, Sev could be heard shouting cheers as he watched a game on one of the many holographic screens. I think you've suffered enough from your mother's company, little pup. Go hang out with your friends. Azula scowled at both the nickname and the mother comment, rolling her eyes as she left the captain's company. They aren't my friends. We're just colleges. Sev was completely entranced with the game. He watched as the 2 amphibious siblings chat with each other. This fabricator is really saving us so much money on materials. Chani said, we could put all the units we save into a budget for that secondary science lab Lectro has been talking about. Ma chingra kaishni? Gax questioned before sipping his drink. No, that's on the Sakor. He's been wanting a more permanent lab on the station so he doesn't always have to be bound to the ship. Chani explained. Markara Kareen? No, he would still have the lab on the ship, but he would also have the lab in the station. Desh Kaminari. Yes, I know, that's the main reason why the captain keeps rejecting it, because then he'd have 2 labs to himself. I think we should make it a communal lab, that way it wouldn't just be him using it. Hijina Ichmanika. He's not the only scientist. Dr. Bevel could use it too. Doesn't she have an infirmary? Both on the ship and on the station? Sev asked, still paying more attention to the game. Chani pouted, I'm just trying to find out a way in which this can work out for everyone and you guys aren't helping. Well, sometimes you can't help everyone. He continued watching his sports until it cut to commercial and he gave her his full attention, so how's having the firespitter as a roommate? Chani's bubbly demeanor became less enthusiastic. Oh, you know. She's great. Just great. You don't sound too enthusiastic. She's still adapting to this new lifestyle, so it's bound to be a difficult transition. Gax narrowed his large eyes at her. Taraga Giamaknika. What? No. I'm not making excuses for her. Don't be silly. She waved off, although she can be a little. She paused, trying to find the right word to describe her. Intense. Sev furrowed his metal brow. Intense how? I don't really know how to describe it. I just feel that when I'm around her, her inner thumb gives off this oppressive wave of negative miasma. Sev and Gax looked at each other in confusion. Chani. We love ya, but we don't understand any of that hippie talk. I'm just saying that being around her feels like being around a sleeping Theron. She took a drink from her glass of water. She's not all bad though. She cleans up after herself and likes to keep things orderly. That's good at least. Nobody likes a messy roommate. Seb said before turning his attention back to the holovid when the game came back on. Although when she cleans she often rearranges my stuff, without asking. Yeah, that's neat. Seb said, his full attention on the game before shooting up from his seat and cheering, Yeahhh. Azula bobbed and weaved her way out of the crowd to their table, taking a seat, and greeted them, evening everyone. Chani didn't see her appear and jumped from fright. Oh, Azula! Hello! How long have you been here? Chani asked, hoping she didn't hear anything. I just sat down. Why? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. She tried her best to act as though she wasn't just talking about her. What brings you here? You don't usually come here at this time. Azula rolled her eyes. The captain dragged me here against my will, literally, and since I'm here I might as well have dinner. Should have came yesterday. It was karaoke night. Sev still didn't look away. She noticed how Sev paid more attention to the screen than her words. What are you watching? Grav Ball. He said quickly, as if the name alone explained everything. My team, the Zavaran Aces, are tied with the Palanon Strikers. I've got 500 riding on this game and I plan on getting me some new toys for the workshop. His face lit up as an alien on the screen wearing a green and yellow uniform floated through a glass tunnel towards a goal while holding a bright red ball. From what Azula could tell, this game took place in zero gravity, and the goal was to get the ball through what looked like a finish line. Seb stood up from his seat, cheering the player on in euphoric glee as the player was seconds away from entering the goal, until another player wearing a blue and orange uniform soared into him at great speed, shoulder bashing him in the stomach. Taking the ball and using his body as a springboard to enter the goal himself. Seb's delighted expression dropped immediately and his cheers of joy turned to screams of sorrow as Gax jumped in the back cheering for the opposite team. I suppose that means you lost, Azula said as she watched a dejected Seb return to his seat. Yup. He grabbed a bottle of squig and poured himself a tall glass before downing it. Why did I even bet on the aces? They suck. They haven't had a good win in a while. Didn't you say it was because you liked rooting for the underdog? Chani said. Seb fished out several units from his pocket that Gax gladly snatched away. The underdog sucks. He turned to Azula. Oh hey fire spitter. When did you get here? Did you seriously not notice I was here? I heard a snippy attitude and immediately thought you were Angara. Azula scoffed. That woman is here? I don't have enough energy to deal with her. Well, I've got just enough to deal with you, pup. Angara's voice came from behind her with her hands slamming on the table and leaning into Azula's personal space. What the hell is your deal spreading rumors about our duel? Azula only gave her a pleasant smile to hide her annoyance. I was only answering questions being asked of me. And I was telling the truth. More like stretching it. I've got people giggling behind my back because I lost to some kid. And you didn't even mention the fight on the train. To be fair, nobody asked me about our first duel, so I didn't feel the need to bring it up. Angara growled as she balled her fist. Why you little? Seb coughed loudly to grab her attention. Behave yourself, Angara. The captain's here. He pointed behind her where Myrelle still sat at the bar watching her like a hawk, then waved at them. Angara reined in her temper. This ain't over, pup. She gave Azula some space and took a seat across from her next to Sev. Better be nice to me, Angara, unless you want that leash to get tighter. Azula said, then taking a spoonful of her food, her eyes giving off a subtle glare letting Angara know she still had dangerous info. Wow. Chani said in a mousy voice, both of your inner thumbs are radiating waves of deep crimson. They both shot her a glare, letting her know they didn't like being analyzed. So, Angara began, taking a more relaxed posture, the captain is making me your mentor for bounty hunting. You got your wish in the end after all. It was what she had wanted, however, now that she knew Angara's secret, it was mainly to watch over her. Regardless, in the end she'll still be trained by the best, however she could still tease her just a little longer. Yes, but now I find myself asking, do I really want this? She said with a velvety smooth voice. Angara's tattooed brow scrunched. What do you mean? I wanted the best, and you lost to a simple teenager in honorable combat. She washed her food down with her drink. That doesn't sound like the best, if you ask me. Angara grinded her teeth. I won the first fight, while I was handicapped by fatigue and gravity. Not a fair fight. So maybe I should wait until this Soren fellow returns. But then again, I heard he may be gone for months, so I suppose I'll settle for second best. Angara only glared at her as a service robot came by and delivered her drink. Go ahead and make your jokes now, because when I've got you all to myself, I'm gonna make your life a living hell. And I'll get through it with no problem. I can handle anything you throw at me. Angara scowled. She hated that self-righteous confidence of hers, but then looked over at the jar that was brought to her and decided to see if she really could handle anything. She took a glance at the bar, seeing the captain preoccupied with a conversation with Commander Suldan. Well, pup, if you're so confident, then why don't you take a swig of this? She slid the drink over to her. The princess caught it and studied the jar filled with a crystal-clear liquid that looked like water. She couldn't read the sharp-edged angular symbols that covered the label. Oh no, Sev said with clear worry, that's not. Yes it is. A devilish smile grew on Angara's face. Mebeck. Or known by its galaxy-wide name, Kukyuvan Moonshine. Azula put the jar down. Is that supposed to impress me? Don't do it, fire spitter. That stuff can melt the paint off a starship in 2 seconds. Its only legal use is to sterilize wounds on cattle. Sev warned. Gax only giggled with a manic grin, eager to see what will happen next. You're over-exaggerating. It can't be that bad. She curiously unscrewed the cap and sniffed the beverage, only to recoil at the sickening and almost clinical scent of alcohol that burned her nostrils. Dear Agni. That is rancid. People actually drink this poison? Yeah, squig ain't nothing compared to this. Angara took the jar and poured herself a small glass. Cheers. She downed the shot in one go, her face twisting as if in pain before becoming serene as she let out a satisfied sigh. Really burns on the way down. That's why it's called liquid fire in some places. I figured the fire princess would want a drink befitting that name. She then poured another glass and pushed it to her. Go ahead and take a shot. The burning smell of this concoction still lingered in her nose, made her want to gag at the very thought of consuming it, so she pushed the glass away. Yeah, no. I'd rather not. What, is the great Princess Azula scared of a little sip? Angara taunted. No, I'm afraid I'll die of alcohol poisoning. Not asking you to guzzle down the whole bottle. A sip from a bottle of poison is still poison. Stop calling it poison. I mean, it practically is. Sev said. Shut it, Sev. I have nothing to gain by doing this and nothing to prove. So why even bother? I guess Daddy raised himself a coward then. Angara took the glass. This struck a nerve in Azula. Excuse me? Angara drank the glass. You heard me. Daddy. Raised. A coward. Both princesses' eyes locked once more, giving intense glares towards one another. Azula could handle any words thrown at her by Angara, but to listen to her insult her father, the true Fire Lord, the Phoenix King, the man who gave her everything she desired and made her the proud warrior she is today, was going well past what she was willing to tolerate. The negative energies the two princesses emitted were becoming too overbearing for Chani to handle, so she decided to intervene. How about, instead of throwing biting words at each other, we take a deep breath and calm our spirits so that we can dash? Pour me a glass. Azula demanded, and Angara's grin grew wider. Or we can just ignore me, Chani said in a dejected manner, while Sev face-palmed and Gax laughed maniacally as the glass was poured. She observed the quarter-filled glass. You're not going easy on me, I hope? Pour some more. Any more than that is gonna put you on all fours, dry heaving. Angara warned. I said I could handle anything you threw, right? So pour some more. Angara happily did so, filling her glass halfway, far beyond the recommended amount for new drinkers. Gax giggled some more, clearly delighted with what was happening, while his sister looked on in worry before getting up and running to the bar. I'm going to get a pitcher of water. Sev sat there with his arms crossed, looking at Azula with pity in his eyes for what is to come. May the Maker have mercy on your liver. Azula brought the half-filled glass to her. The smell burned her nostrils once more. This was a terrible idea, by far her worst, but this was to defend the honor of her father. She would not let anyone belittle him. After psyching herself up, she brought the glass to her lips and began tilting her head back, but before even a drop could make its way into her system, she heard a familiar eccentric voice pull her attention away. Azula! Hey! She turned to the source to find Lectro waiting through the crowd until he got to their table. I didn't think I'd see you here today. You're not here to collect any of your special samples now, are you? She asked, still in disgust from earlier. Oh, that? No, forget about that. Good, now if you don't mind, I'm in the middle of dash. He cut her off, holding a hand to her face. Before you say anything else, let me ask you this. How do you feel about a field trip? Azula ignored the fact he rudely interrupted her and raised a brow, putting the glass down. To where? No place special. Just some planets orbiting around different types of suns. Suns that could have an effect on your bending. He emphasized her bending, hooking her interests even further. This also pulled Angara's interest, as she didn't like the idea of her being alone with Lectro, along with also being curious. That sounds like fun. Sev said, when we going? Lectro wasn't planning on having others tag along, however, it would help to have some extra muscle around if they run into trouble. We'll leave as soon as possible once I give the captain my report and I find a ship. Angara saw this as an opportunity to learn more about Azula's abilities and decided that she wanted to jump in. We'll take my ship. Azula scowled at her. She already spent more time than she cared for at Angara's encampment, and it ended with her being arrested. She did not want another adventure with the Kukyuvan princess. Lectro gave her a sheepish look. Actually, given the whole rumors and your attitudes towards each other, I think it would be best if you didn't tag along. Aren't you also still in recovery from the burns the fire spitter gave you? Sev reached around and poked her still healing burn that caused her to jump in pain, then sent a punch to his chest. Kakari Shagatra. Yeah, and Gax hasn't even started fixing your armor. I don't need my armor all of the time. I can fight just fine without it. The point of this trip is not to fight but to learn. Lectro stated, it is purely for scientific research. I'm flattered you want to tag along, after all I'm such an interesting person, but I must admit this obsession you have with me is a little creepy. Azula's words twisted the figurative knife further into Angara, who decided to just end this conversation here. Hey Doc. The captain's at the bar. Go bug her. Oh, thanks. She told me to give her my report by morning, but I managed to finish it in under an hour, he said, proudly displaying it on his data pad. I think what she meant by that was to give it to her tomorrow, not as soon as possible. Sev said, knowing of Lectro's habit of missing social cues. But I wrote it all out so nicely and detailed, then sprinted all the way over here to catch her. Which, all that running has really made me parched. He took Azula's glass of me back. Let me borrow some water. Wait! Lectro, that's not dash. Almost everyone at the table got up to try and stop him, but it was too late. Lectro had already downed the half-filled cup of liquor. Almost immediately Lectro began coughing and dry heaving as he sucked in air quickly like a fish on dry land, bracing himself against the table until his voice came out in a raspy whisper. That was not water. Oh God, what did I just drink? Battery acid? You just drank half a cup of me back, my egg-headed friend. Sev answered. The Kukyuvan liquor? Lectro leaned over, resting his hands on his knees. That was foul. I can't feel my face. Chani returned with a pitcher of water in her webbed hands. I'm back. Please tell me you didn't drink that yet. Azula never took her eyes off of Lectro's suffering form. I didn't, but he did. Lectro then went on his hands and knees. Dear Lord, my throat is on fire. Chani quickly poured a glass for him that he grabbed and chugged greedily while on his knees. Thank you, Chani. You're so nice, he said before lying down on the stone floor. Angara looked over the table at him with some guilt in her eyes. You all right, Lectro? No. I'm just gonna lay here for a little bit, wait for my system to flush out the poison. With that said, Lectro stayed on the floor wallowing in alcoholic anguish, with everyone returning to their seats save for Chani, who knelt by his side pouring him another glass. Seeing him lying in a fetal position after downing that glass was possibly the funniest thing Azula had seen in a while, but did everything she could to suppress a laugh. Laughing at his misfortune could possibly make her look bad in the eyes of everyone at the table, which wouldn't bode well for her plan, at least until she locked eyes with Angara, who seemed to be doing the same. Both young women tried to hold it in, but the moment they noticed it in each other, they bursted like a cracked dam, and their loud cackling at Lectra's expense came flooding out. It was infectious as Sev and Gax joined in. All were laughing except Chani, who only looked at them all in judgment. "You guys are so mean." Azula couldn't remember the last time she had a good laugh like that. One that wasn't false or meant to mock others, but was truly genuine, and people around her laughed with her because they too took joy in this moment, and not because they felt they had to. "Well," Azula began, not really knowing how to continue the conversation, "I guess I dodged a really big fireball there." "Yeah," Angara responded, wiping away a tear. "Want another glass, pup?" She took another look at the sad state of the scientist. "I think I'm good." "Why don't you enjoy it?" Angara gave her a dubious look before sipping the jar. "Guess you are a coward." "I'll take the title for today." "That's probably best," Sev said. "How about we leave the drinking games for another day? Come on, let's see how you react to VR." "I'm only here for dinner. I'm going back to my bunk after this." She waved him off. "Come on, Firespitter." He lifted her up by the back of her collar. "Hey! What are you doing?" she protested while kicking her legs. "We're mercenaries, we can die at any moment. Live a little." He dragged her with him and Gax as they went for the recreational area while she protested. Even though they shared a laugh, Angara still couldn't help but speculate Azula was untrustworthy, and after another heavy sip of the burning liquid, she followed, leaving Chani to take care of Lectro. Azula was dragged against her will to forcefully have fun, where Sev showed her the VR equipment, which took the form of a visor resting over her eyes that displayed whatever she saw on a holoscreen, and a pair of gloves. "I feel ridiculous," she said as she sat on a couch, unable to see anything. "Good, because you look ridiculous," Sev said as he turned on the equipment. "Why must I be blindfolded again?" "It's not a blindfold, it's a VR visor." "Yet I can't see anything." "If you'll be patient, I'll turn it on." She huffed. "Fine, but explain to me what this VR is?" With a devious grin he said, "You'll see." Then he turned on the device. Before Azula's eyes was nothing but pitch blackness until the screen on the visor came to life, displaying a colorful menu in a virtual empty white room. The sudden appearance of it startled her into pulling it off. "What is this?" she said in surprise. Sev and Gax laughed at her reaction. "That, my friend, is virtual reality, VR for short. We use it to play simulations and entertainment. If you want to visit a specific location, we just put it in the machine and it creates a virtual environment of said place for you to walk around. Keep in mind, though, everything you see and experience isn't real." "So it's an illusion?" she asked, studying the screen. "An interactive one. Put it back on and let's play some games." Sev grabbed a controller as she did so. "Let's start with something easy." "What about House of Slaughter?" Angara suggested from behind them. Her first VR experience isn't going to be House of Slaughter. That'll give her PTSD. "Should I ask what that is?" Azula said, crossing her arms as she moved her head to look around the virtual room. "Horror game with a lot of violence," he answered while going through a list of games, stopping at one. "How about this one? Star Velocity." "And that is?" "Racing game." He selected it and Azula's screen flashed. Suddenly she was sitting in the cockpit of an unfamiliar vehicle wearing a sporty red uniform while surrounded by machinery. She moved her hands, seeing that her digital ones moved identically to every movement her real ones made with the gloves, allowing her sense of touch to feel every surface her fingertips came across. She looked around the cockpit, seeing she was under a bright blue sky and at the starting line of a racetrack. To her sides, she saw strange cartoony caricatures of people riding in shiny hovering vehicles. Ready to race, fire spitter? No, I have no idea what I'm doing. Sev told her what to do by watching the main screen on the wall, instructing her on the controls and what they did, and then letting her race. It was disorienting at first, with everything beyond the screen looking so lifelike and moving far faster than she could keep up with. Brake! Hit your brake! Sev said, watching Azula's haphazard driving. Which one is the brake? She shouted, holding her hands out to work the controls. Moksha! Moksha! Gax shouted from her left. I can't make sense of your babbling. She shouted back as her vehicle crashed while making a turn as flashing red words covered the screen, making her pull the visor off. Welp, game over. Better luck next time, Sev said, patting her head. Azula rubbed her eyes while trying to process this game. Everything was so fast and there were so many controls. It's not as complicated as a real hover racer. You just suck at racing games. Angara said, I, on the other hand, have the high score in this game. Azula gave her an annoyed expression, then remembered the strong drink that currently sat in her hand, and an idea came to Azula on how to make sure Angara doesn't accompany her on their trip. Really, Angara? Then perhaps you can prove that by showing off your skill. That's too easy, pup. I've played that game 1,000 times already. Angara boasted proudly. You're right, it is too easy, so why don't we make it a little more interesting? You down some of that rancid beverage and see how well you drive under the influence, and if you can't, well, you can always take another drink as a penalty and try again. She extended the visor to her, unless Father raised a coward? Angara's eye twitched and without hesitation swiped the visor from her hands, then took a large gulp of Mebeck. Scoot over. Azula smirked as Angara took the bait, just like Zuko. Angara took the controls and began playing the racing game. She did much better than Azula, but the alcohol was clearly having an effect on her driving as her vehicle veered off track often and struck other vehicles until she crashed it into a wall just before the finish line. Oops, you failed. I guess that means another drink, Azula said, handing her the glass. Angara growled, taking the glass and drinking, started over. She kept going on and on with the Mebeck, making each attempt fail even worse than the last. Azula, Sev and Gax laughed at Angara's failed racing with other members of the crew gathering to watch. Myrelle watched the gathering from her place at the bar. Cetro came by, taking a seat at a stool near her. What's going on over there? He asked, gesturing to the small crowd that formed. Our new recruit making friends, she answered. How is she doing in engineering? Better than I thought she'd be. Hardware-wise, she's memorizing everything pretty well, software though she's struggling. You should get someone to teach her how to use the OmniNet. I ain't wasting time teaching her general info. Understood, I'll figure something out. Nothing suspicious about her? If by suspicious you mean complaining about doing, quote-unquote, peasant work and lifting with her back instead of her legs, then I'd say she's the most suspicious broad I've ever seen. The bartender brought his usual drink. Don't know why you bother making me watch her. If you ask me, you should be keeping tabs on our new Death's Head employees. I'm keeping an eye on them as well. At least the ones that chose to stay. Well, the ones that did stay are just as bad as all the other idiots you've got working under me. You know, maybe if you were nicer to them and tried positive reinforcement, they'd probably do a better job. For example, getting people's names right. Cetro grumbled, I'll learn their names when they do something worthwhile. Lectro appeared by the captain's side in a drunken stupor. Hey, Captain. I've got my report F for you. Myrelle gave him a strange look. Are you drunk? A little. I thought a glass of Mebeck was water. he explained with a sluggish mumble as he braced himself against the bar and handed her his data pad. "That's on you, buddy," Setro commented as he enjoyed his drink. "You know I said you could give this to me in the morning, right?" Myrelle said, looking over the pad. I know, but I wanted to get this done as soon as, He slurred, trying to find the right word. "Possible?" Myrelle finished for him. "Yeah, that. I want to start studying her bending as soon as possible." She looked through the report, looking over the route he was planning to take. "This is a lengthy journey. Electro, Cadenza, Gafko, Ginza, Maripol, Tsulen. Have you found someone to fly you?" "Not yet." He sat down on a stool and rested his spinning head on the bar. "Angara offered to fly, but I don't think that's a good idea. And with how heavy she's drinking, I think it'll be a miracle if she manages to wake up past daytime hours." Setro commented, watching Angara taking another long drink of Mebek and demanding to play again. He turned back to Lectro. "You said Ginza was on your route?" "Yeah. I'll take you then." Lectro lifted his head slightly. "Really?" "Yeah, we'll take my cargo hauler. I need to make a supply run to Ginza anyway." "Great. We have a ride." Myrelle finished looking it over and handed his tablet back to him. "All right, approved. Just be sure you're well stocked and armed. Ships have been going missing in some of the systems you plan on visiting." "Meh, just a bunch of pirates. Nothing we can't handle," Setro said, taking another drink. "Still, be careful out there." Myrelle turned to Lectro. "And you, get sobered up before you fall and hurt yourself." Riri started, again, Sev," Angara said, slurring her words and struggling to sit up straight while bringing a half-filled jar to her mouth. Sev grabbed the jar and wrestled it out of her hands. "I think you should call it a night, Angara." "Shut up." I can, keep going, you loser." She swung at him, only for her fist to gently bounce off his shoulder. "Nope. You're done." He lifted her up and began to make his way to the exit. "I'll take her back to her ship. She's gonna have one hell of a hangover when she wakes up. I'll see you guys tomorrow." "Put me down." Or. "I'll break your, what was I gonna say?" The most feared bounty hunter in the storm said pathetically, incapable of focusing. Azula waved at them both, putting on the best serene smile she could muster. "Good night, Angara. I can't wait to see you in the morning." She really couldn't. Now, with all of the excitement gone, she felt it was time to turn in for the day and prepare herself for Lectro's field trip. The next morning, Angara awoke to a loud alarm emanating from above her head. The sound was painful to her, as if it was louder than it should be and sitting right next to her ears. She scrambles to turn that horrific noise off by hammering a fist down on it several times until it stopped. She didn't want to get up. She felt sick to her stomach, her mouth felt dry and sticky, her head was spinning, she felt as though she was going to throw up whatever she had for dinner, and the very idea of having breakfast made her even more nauseous. She remembered Lectro's planned trip with her and the others, and forced herself out of bed, almost tumbling over from the vertigo. Thankfully, she was still dressed. She pulled herself up and flipped the switch for the lights, and the immediate assault on her now very sensitive eyes made her regret doing that. She quickly scrambled to grab her belongings and raced to the hangar. Azula packed another set of clothes into her bag as she made preparations for the trip. She had very little else to bring other than that, so she waited until the last moment to do so as Chani sat in the center of the room doing her morning ritual of meditative stretches before work. "You must be excited to go out and explore the galaxy," Chani said as she sat crisscrossed, stretching her arms out into the air. "Somewhat. I am curious how other worlds will look compared to Earth and Kazima," she debated, packing a second set of boots. "The galaxy is full of unique and beautiful worlds. Who knows, maybe you'll find one you love so much that you'll settle down on. Azula side-eyed her. Tired of me already? And here I thought you were so welcoming. She teased, knowing Chani would feel guilty about her comment. What? No. That's not what I meant. Honest. She was just as easy to fool as Ty Lee, so much so that Azula wondered just how much she could get away with. She paid her pleas for forgiveness with no attention. Instead, she looked to her exquisite collection of jewelry. As much as she hates Chani's choice of room decor, she will admit that her taste in silver bracelets and necklaces was impeccable. Say, Chani. She stopped her apologies as she picked up a silver chain bracelet studded with polished ruby and pink quartz charms. You have such a nice display of jewelry. I was wondering if I could borrow one. I much prefer gold, but this silver would look very nice on me. A princess such as myself should look her best, you know, but all I have is my hairpiece. Chani's expression shifted to one of apprehension. I don't know about that. Azula gave her a feigned look of hurt. Really? I thought you and I were getting along so well. In my culture, friends would bond by sharing our possessions with one another. This was nothing but a lie, as Azula would rather burn her belongings than share them with anyone. But I suppose I am in a different place and cultural norms aren't universal. Chani scrambled to her feet, trying to console her. I'm sorry, I had no idea. Go ahead and take that one. Azula smirked. She was entirely too easy to fool. Azula then remembered the ugly wooden charm the mystic gave her. Now would be a good time to dispose of such a tacky bracelet. Thank you, Chani. In exchange, let me give you something. It's not as fabulous as this bracelet, but I hope the sentiment will be enough. Chani's eyes widened in delight, excited at the exchange. Azula fished for the serpent charm in her jumpsuit pocket and dropped it in her webbed hands. Chani studied the wooden pendant from the cut of its edges to the swirling etchings along the length of the serpent's body. This is the mark of the serpent, a deeply spiritual charm meant to protect and impart wisdom. Where did you get this? Azula put the fabulous silver bracelet on and admired it. Oh, that? The mystic of the Kukuvan camp gave it to me. Chani's eyes widened. The mystic gave you this? You know him? I've met him a few times. He comes to Horizon City every now and then to sell things like this. He's a deeply spiritual person, someone I admire. Oh, to be able to commune with the outer world as he does. She stopped admiring the bracelet and looked back to Azula. I couldn't accept this. If he made it for you free of charge, then it was meant for you and you alone. It may even be blessed with the voices of protective spirits. It's just a simple wooden pendant. I doubt it's anything more than that. I believe it may be more than that. Chani took Azula's hand and put the humble wooden bracelet alongside the more glamorous silver one. The mark of the serpent has a dual meaning. Some of its darker aspects symbolize deceit, death, destruction, and poison. Azula rolled her eyes. Just about all of that is how most people would describe her. But its lighter aspects symbolize protection, rebirth, change, and healing. If he gave it to you, then maybe it was for a reason. Azula scoffed and pulled her hands away from hers. That sounds like nothing but a bunch of nonsense. I may believe in spirits like you and this mystic, however, I don't believe they give a damn about protecting or healing us. She packed the extra pair of boots anyway. I should get going before lecturer decides to pop up, announced. He seems to have a habit of doing that. She exited the room without a second thought and left Chani to herself. Azula arrived at one of the smaller hangars where Cetra's ship lay in wait. It was a long rust bucket of a vessel made up of bulky brown plating for cigar-shaped engines at its rear and a turret at its top and bottom. It was a simple long-range cargo hauler meant for making quick supply runs. Of all the ships she has seen on this station, this was by far the least impressive. Azula! Hey! You finally made it, Lectro said from across the hangar while speaking with Myrelle. Azula wasted no time and sarcastically said, "Wouldn't miss this trip for the world." "Well, you seem enthused," Myrelle said. "Believe it or not, I actually am. I've been stuck inside this place for far too long, and I'd like to feel direct sunlight on the opposite side of a window." "Agreed, it'd be good to get you on a planet every now and then. Remember, Cetro and Lectro are in charge of this trip, so behave yourself." "Aren't I always on my best behavior?" Azula said back with a smirk. Myrelle already started to mentally prepare for whatever headache might occur. "Is this our ride?" "Yup." "What do you think?" Lectro said. "It looks like a hunk of junk." The sound of the ship's owner clearing his throat caught both of their attention from behind. "She may be old and ugly, but she'll get you where you need to go." Cetro pushed past them, grumbling to himself as he went up the ship's ramp, almost running into Sev, who had to crouch in order to get through the doorway. Cetro scoffed, seeing the giant. "Great, you're here too. Where's the psychopath that's usually on your shoulder?" "Gax ain't coming. He's busy fixing up Angara's armor." "Good. One less idiot I've got to worry about stripping my ship for parts." Cetro pushed past him into the vessel. "Hurry up and get those supplies on board, Skiv." "It's pronounced Skeeve." He grumbled to himself as he carried a supply box past Azula and Lectro. Azula tossed her bag on top of the crate. "Take that to my quarters." "Would you, Skiv?" He ground his teeth as he continued, "Skeeve. Skeeve, damn it." He was just glad that the head engineer was going to be gone for a while, along with his days off starting today, which means he'll have plenty of time to gather more information. The deadline for his client was 4 days away. He needed to hurry and get the code for the mines, and still had to find a way to get the fabricator out of the facility when Cortex attacks. "Are you kidding me?" Cetro shouted from within the ship. Azula groaned. "What is he yelling about now?" "Hard to say. It'd be weird if he didn't yell." Myrelle followed up. Cetro exited the ship in an agitated state. "Just got a call from Bevel. Apparently the extra set of hands I got to go with us just broke them while working in engineering." "You can't find anyone else?" Myrelle asked. Cetro scratched his chin as he thought of who else. "Everyone else I'd like to use are busy with more important tasks." He looked around until his 4 eyes landed on Skeeve, who exited the ship. "Everything is on board. Can I start my days off now?" Skeeve asked. Cetro snapped his fingers. "Skiv, grab your stuff, I need you on board." "Wait, what?" "You heard me. Get going." This was bad. From what he heard, this trip would take days that he could use for his plan, and the deadline was to close. Wait. I've got some stuff that I need to take care of." Myrelle patted his shoulder. "Sorry, Skeeve, but if he needs you, he needs you. Captain's orders." But I... "Hurry up and grab your crap, Skiv. We leave in a few," Cetro shouted, making his way back into the ship. He gave a dejected look as his freedom was stripped before him. Maybe he could beg the client for an extension. Sev patted the blue rodent on his back. "Sorry, bud. Maybe next time." "Hold it." Angara's voice came from behind. They all turned and were met with an Angara, the feared bounty hunter Redcap, now looking like a shell of her feared persona with disheveled clothes, her long scarlet hair now a frizzled mess and swaying side to side, clearly not over the hangover. Azula put hand over her mouth to suppress a laugh. She couldn't help but find her pathetic display of strength delighting. "I'm ready." Myrelle face palmed and sighed. "Oh, Angara, what are you doing?" I'm coming on the trip." "That's what?" She stood up straight, pretending to be all right. "You sure?" Lectro asked skeptically. "You don't look too good." "Well, Doc, you should get your eyes checked, because I feel great." "Better than great, I feel awesome," she said while swaying and almost falling over. "Really?" Myrelle asked flatly. "Yeah, really. You're not suffering from a hangover right now?" "Nope." She slapped a hand over her mouth to prevent upchuck the contents of her stomach. Myrelle suddenly clapped her hands loudly next to her head. The sudden noise hitting her sensitive ears made her cringe and grab them in pain. "Yeah, no, you're staying here." "But Captain." "No buts. You'll only get in the way." Angara growled and sent a glare to the still laughing Azula. "You planned this, didn't you?" Azula wore a smile to try and hide her amusement. "I don't know what you're talking about, Angara." The cracks in her voice only confirmed her suspicion. You. She could no longer hold it in and ran behind a shuttle to vomit, only causing Azula to break down laughing. "Well, that's ungraceful," Sev commented. Cetro saw the display and sighed heavily. "Somebody clean that up." B3 approached from the ship. "All necessary preparations have been made. We are ready to depart." Myrelle messaged her forehead in second-hand embarrassment. "You all get on board. I'll take care of her." "Aye, Captain," Lectro said before turning to the ship with a chipper attitude. "All right, people, let's get this show on the road." Myrelle turned to Azula. "Remember, Azula, stay out of trouble out there. I'll be contacted when you arrive at every destination and informed of everything. Stay with the group and let them do all the talking if you come into contact with other people, and keep your audio translator on you. I won't be able to bail you out of any dilemma you find yourself in. With Angara not around, I think I will be just fine," Azula said, still enjoying the sight of Angara in agony. "That might be true. I should get her to Bevel." Myrelle said her goodbye and began pulling Angara away to the medical bay. Azula turned to the robot. "All right, trash can, lead me to my quarters. My designation is B3. And I am sorry to inform you, but there are no private quarters on this vessel. All crew members will sleep in the bunks of the shared habitation deck." "Wait. So you're telling me the only girl in the group has to share my sleeping space with 4 men? That is unacceptable. I need my privacy. There is a bath stall on board that you may use for private purposes." She face-bombed at the thought of sharing a space with everyone else, with her mood shifting heavily towards aggravation. "Fine. Whatever, let's just leave." Everyone involved with the scientific team entered the ship and it began to depart. The ship was cramped and utilitarian, only having the bare minimum of what one needs for general living, with comfort being an afterthought. The compartments that made up the interior were cramped, so much so that a giant like Sev had to bend over and almost crouch just to walk. She wondered how he was supposed to sleep if he could barely fit in the bunks. She followed the ship's path until she found herself in the equally cramped bridge at the nose of the ship, where she found Cetro in the pilot's chair and Cetro in the co-pilot's seat prepping the ship. She sat in a passenger seat and strapped in as the ship began to hover and took off. Within minutes, the rusty ship left the ring and soared through space towards its first destination, Kazima. Due to Azula's last visit, Proxley made it a rule that she was not allowed to use her firebending within the cities, so Cetro brought the ship down to an open field far from civilization. Once settled, Azula found herself being strapped with a strange headset and adhesive pads all along her bare arms and legs by Electro, after being told to change into shorts and a sports bra so there would be no obstructions. "I'm not used to showing this much skin and it's making me uncomfortable," she said as Lectro applied a few pads to her stomach. Science can make you feel that way sometimes. What is it that you are applying to me anyway? He finished with her stomach and began applying some along her spine. These sensors will monitor the muscles and nerves in your body to pick up any activity that might be going on. The headset will monitor your brain functions. Right now we are going to observe your bending under a yellow star to simulate your home sun due to how similar they are to get a baseline for your bending. He finished with her back and handed her 2 more pads. You want to do the chest? She snatched pads and applied them herself. So what am I supposed to do? Just fire bend until you've gotten all the data you need? That is exactly what I need you to do. But try and limit it to fire for now. We'll record your lightning after we get the basics. Just do what comes naturally to you. Yeah, show us how you beat Angara. Sev hollered from his lounging spot at the base of a purple tree tipped with white cotton-like vegetation. Skeeve stood nearby, curious as he had yet to see her bending. Yeah, show us. Let's see what this fire business is all about. All right, start whenever you're ready. Lectro said, then leaned over to the robot. Make sure you're recording this. Azula mentally prepared herself before beginning the basic breathing techniques, then sending blasts of fire out, followed up with leg sweeps coating the air in waves of sapphire. Skeeve watched in awe as she moved between motions fluidly like a dance of destruction. He'd never seen anything like this, and as he watched, the gears in his mind began to go to work on how he could get her on his side. Azula continued her routine, incorporating flips and somersaults and ending it with a dropkick, sending a wave of fire around her. An excellent display of the crane phoenix form. The crowd of 3 applauded her display. That was fantastic. To think such a skilled art form could exist from wielding one of the elements. Lectro complimented. I liked it when you did the flip. Sev said as casually as ever. Of course you all would think so. After all, I am the best firebender on Earth. Is that why your fire's blue? Sev asked. That's right, when we got our initial scans back in the lab, all of your fire was orange, like a typical flame. Lectro followed up, then scratched his chin as he began to theorize again. Maybe it has something to do with age, possibly genetics? The simple answer is I don't know. As far as I am aware, I'm the only bender who has wielded blue flames. She stated proudly. Now, did you get what you were looking for, or should I dazzle you with another technique? Lectro looked at his data pad. Yes, we got some readings, and, that's interesting. What is? He flipped the screen to her. The adhesive sensors picked up something my scans didn't. The picture on screen showed a digital reconstruction of Azula on display with the pads on her body and headset forming the basic shape of her firm, with lines of green light going up and down her body between them that glowed brighter every time she fire bent. These electrical impulses fire throughout your body every time you bend, clearly acting as some type of energy source. Azula observed, they look like chi pathways. So this chi really is a tangible substance? Interesting. She crossed her arms. That's what I've been telling you this whole time. I wonder if any blockage can occur that could stop the bending process. Azula's mind immediately went to chi blocking and by extension Tai Li. She didn't want to reveal any information that could be used against her, but Lectro's science could reveal chi blocking as it revealed her chi paths. She might as well tell them as a way to earn their trust. There is. Chi blocking is a fighting style that targets the body's pressure points through quick strikes. Really? So if I were to strike one of these pressure points, what would happen? Well, for starters, I would break your nose. She threatened to discourage any curious thoughts he may have. And if you did, then not only would my bending be temporarily disabled, but whatever part of my body you strike will become as limp as a wet noodle. Speaking from experience, Princess? Skeeve asked. She shot a glare his way, causing him to lose his lax attitude. She hated being reminded of what happened at the boiling rock. Well then, that seems like a test for another day. Lectro interrupted. Now that I've got some good readings for your fire, let's see that lightning trick. Sev and Skeeve perked up at the sound of that. Very well. You're going to want to give me some space. After backing away a safe distance from them, she breathed in deeply to settle her mind as she began the swinging motions of her arms, generating a crackling spark with the tips of 2 fingers and further charging it with the tips of her other hand. Lectro looked on in pure astonishment. Sev was just as impressed. Shaded lenses appeared over his eyes from the frame surrounding them as the light she emitted was too bright for his liking, with Skeeve stepping behind the giant to shield him from any danger. With a quick strike, Azula sent the blast of lightning towards the sky. The crackling thunderous boom echoing around the savannah, with the sounds of birds and insects chirping being silenced and any animal nearby being frightened off. She eased out of her stance. How was that? That was excellent. Lectro cried out. Very few species in the galaxy are capable of producing and weaponizing natural electrical currents from within the bodies, but even those that do can't produce a blast of that caliber. To think Angara tanked that and survived. Sev said, retracting the shaded lenses. Skeeve had a look of terror written all over his narrow face from what he had witnessed. All that came from one little girl? Teenagers are irresponsible enough as is, but to see one with so much destructive capability frightened him to no end. He would definitely need to stay on her good side. Azula only smirked, reveling in their praise. Thank you, thank you. You're all too kind. Her praise was interrupted when Cetro ran out the ship with a blaster rifle in hand. What was that? Are we under attack? Easy, old timer. It was just the fire spitter showing off, Sev said. Cetro directed his 4 eyes to Azula with an incredulous expression. That was you? Sounded like a bomb went off right outside the ship. Well, lightning isn't exactly quiet, she said dismissively. So what do your scans say about that? Lectro looked over his data pad. Got a lot of good readings. There's a lot of activity with your chi paths, especially in the stomach area when you pass lightning over it. That doesn't surprise me. The stomach is called the Sea of Chi. By passing lightning through it, you can make it more powerful. Cetro put his weapon down as he folded both sets of arms. To think there's a whole population of people that can do that. Makes me want to avoid your planet like the plague. We have many firebenders, but the secret to bending lightning is reserved for the royal family, so you'd only be dealing with 3 of us, she said smugly, then remembered her father can no longer bend. 2 of us, actually, she corrected, then shook the thought out of her head. Will that be all for these tests? One last test, and we can move on to collecting DNA samples and moving on to our next destination. I want to examine your plasma manipulation. Oh, so you're going to shoot at me? Very well, I can't promise you'll fare well after though. Azula took on a fighting stance in preparation. Wow, wow, wow. No. Nobody is shooting anybody. Lectro reassured her. I'll shoot her. Cetro volunteered with a smirk. No. Then how are we going to do this? She asked, annoyed. Sev. Come here. Sev did as instructed, so Sev is going to shoot that tree over there. He pointed to another purple puffball tree. All right, let's do this. Sev smirked, unholstering his sidearm. Hold it, itchy fingers. Lectro said before he could start shooting. He is going to purposely miss every shot. Your job, Azula, is to try and redirect the bolts into the tree. Sounds simple enough, she commented. And it's a safe and efficient way to test that ability. Let's begin. Cetro began making his way back to the ship. While y'all are doing that, I'm gonna prep the ship for launch. Seb aimed his weapon at the tree, making sure to offset it, then fired. Azula flexed her hand out to grab it and felt the heat of the fast-moving bolt in her grasp. However, she couldn't stop it. It almost felt like it was going to pull her with it. With a quick swing of her hand, she tried redirecting it. However, it only moved further away from its target. Seb fired again, and she moved to take control once more, still finding it difficult to steer it. With another shot fired, she sent a jab and managed to pull it closer, managing to graze the tree this time. Seb fired again before she was ready, and again, and so on until Azula kicked his metal leg, a kick that probably didn't register to the giant. Slow down. You're not giving me enough time to react. All right, princess. No need to get violent, he said. Actually, I think I've got enough data, Lectro said. What? But I didn't even get to hit the target, she complained. The objective was to acquire data. Striking the target was only meant to center your ability, Private Azula. Pt.3 answered. We'll have plenty of time to practice your plasma bending later. So let's get some more samples. Lectro reached into his bag and pulled out a syringe. Azula rolled her eyes. She was looking forward to practicing her plasma bending and very tired of being poked with needles. They all re-entered the ship and Cetro took off into the atmosphere. Azula sat in the center compartment with Lectro and Pt.3 at her side as they instructed her to maintain a steady flame between her hands. The headset and adhesive sensors are still on her body. Lectro insisted that he be allowed to get readings on her chi as they leave a planet to test Azula's theory, while Seb took over as co-pilot. As the ship broke atmosphere and entered space, her blue flame faded to orange and became much weaker, just as the mystic had said. Well, Azula, your theory might hold some water, Lectro said as he monitored his data pad. Your chi pathways are showing less activity as we get further from the planet. I told you, she said, keeping her eyes on the flame to maintain her focus. Cetro's voice came over the intercom. Everybody brace yourselves. We're about to make a jump. Great. Azula, maintain that flame as long as possible. Once the ship was in the needed position, the space before it swirled and distorted like paint being smeared before the ship darted in. The effects were immediately felt by Azula as the fire went out. She could not feel the warmth of her inner fire any longer, just like before. Lectro watched the readings on his datapad and was astonished when the dim glow of her chi paths went out like a light. Wow. I didn't think the effects would be that instant. How do you feel? Cold. A shiver ran up her spine, and she remembered just how much her current clothes were exposing. May I change back into my previous clothes and get these devices off of me? Keep the pads on, but you can put your jumpsuit back on. Our next destination isn't that far away. She pulled off the headset and tossed it to Pt.3, who failed to catch it. Where is our next destination? The next planet is known as Gafko within the Sorellan system. Pt.3 answered as clinically as ever. It currently orbits a red dwarf star. Azula raised a brow, never hearing the phrase before. Red dwarf? It's essentially a smaller and cooler star compared to the yellow stars you're used to. Lectro explained, we'll start off with stars on the lower end of the power spectrum and work our way up. However, for now we'll only be going over the basic four-color stars: browns, reds, yellows, and whites. We'll leave neutron stars and pulsars for another day. She didn't ever think of the possibilities for so many stars to exist, and to think that each kind could have an effect on her bending could be limitless. She was excited to find out what she was capable of, however she masked it behind stoic indifference. She'd rather come across as apathetic than show any kind of weakness by being overly emotional. Their ship exited extra-dimensional space, and with it Azula felt the energy of the sun return to her, although now at a much weaker intensity. "How do you feel now?" Lectro asked her. "I can feel the sun, but..." "Buet?" Lectro awaited an answer, fully invested in her status. "It's so weak." "It's there, but if a normal star felt like a bonfire, then this one is a candle." "Interesting." Lectro recorded this information, then looked over the data the sensors were reporting. "Your chi paths are showing some activity, but at a significantly lower level. Try producing a flame." Azula tried to summon a flame, but nothing came from it. She could clearly feel the spark within her, however, it was as if someone had put a barrier between her and it. She gave up. "Nothing." Lectro murmured, slightly disappointed. "Well, we still have planetside to look forward to." The ship descended down into the planet. The terrain was black and rocky, with jagged outcrops jutting out in the distance like claws reaching out to scrape the sky, with no signs of plant life, yet the air was breathable. The sky was pink, and the sun shined just as brightly to Azula as it did on Earth. She felt a little more strength come back to her now that she was back on solid Earth, but it still felt off. Lectro got himself set up with his data pad and Pt.3 recording. "Whenever you're ready." "Yeah, dazzle us with your fireworks," Sev shouted. "Whatever the outcome, I'll be sure to impress," she declared before sending a jab, only to produce a flimsy spark that could barely constitute as a firecracker. Everyone who had seen what she produced before were stunned in silence, unimpressed, except for Sev, who hollered and clapped as if it didn't change at all. "Woo! That's what I'm talking about. You bend that fire." She couldn't tell if he was doing that just to mock her or if he was trying to make her feel better, but she ignored his praise and continued to bend, only to continue producing small sparks like a child just learning they can bend. Without the full flare of her flames, her routine lost all its edge, making her look more like some wannabe firebender than the deadly prodigy she was. She promptly stopped, realizing that this was going nowhere. "I don't think I like red dwarfs. I did say they were weaker than yellow stars, so this outcome should have been expected." Lectro logged the information away. "Try producing as big a flame as possible." She brought her hands together and used all of her focus to produce a spark small enough to be a candle. "That's it?" Lectro asked. "Yes, that's it," she snapped at him. Skeev brought out a cigarette and his lighter. "Well, that was fun while it lasted." As he lit the cigarette, Lectro had an idea and snatched the lighter out of his hand. "Hey, I need to borrow this real quick." He ran up to Azula, sparking it before her. "See if you can manipulate this." She extinguished her flame and made a grabbing motion. The flame followed into her hand, moving, expanding, and simmering to her command as if she had her bending back. "So you can't produce a sufficient amount of fire on your own, but can manipulate pre-existing flames. Fascinating stuff," Lectro said quickly as he jotted down in his notes. Azula did not find it as fascinating. "This severely limits my bending. How am I supposed to fight if I can't make my own fire?" She punctuated by sending the flame out into a fireball punch, unable to follow up with another attack. "Looks like you're gonna have to adapt to blasters then," Sev said. She sulked at that. She didn't adapt as quickly as she thought to learning to use one properly, and after the embarrassing display Myral put her through, she wasn't too keen on another lesson. "Speaking of blasters, why don't we try the blaster test once more?" Sev pulled out his blaster and took aim at a rock outcropping and fired. Azula tried to catch the beams, but this time her grasp on them faltered as it felt as though she was catching heavy stones being thrown that threatened to pull her with them. She could barely even manage to shift their direction. After a few shots, they stopped as it was clear that she was having difficulty. They moved on to the lightning test. She swung her arms in the familiar motion several times, but sparks had yet to appear at her fingertips. She could feel it there like she's at the cusp of obtaining it, but it slips out of her grasp. Skeev and Sev watched her continue her routine with a cigarette in hand as Skeev sat on a rock with a bored expression spread over his face and Sev standing next to him yawning. "Hey Doc, I don't think her little dance is doing anything. How much longer do we have to be here?" Skeev asked, puffing out a cloud of smoke. "Hold on. She's got something charging up." Lectro responded as he studied her chi paths, seeing them glowing. Azula continued swinging her arms yet again, beads of sweat forming over her face as this was the longest time she'd ever had to charge her lightning until sparks finally formed at her fingertips and she sent the blast at a rock formation out. In the distance. The blast was small and just barely made the rock crumble with a minimal explosion. It was by far the most pathetic display of lightning she has ever seen. "That was it?" she said in dissatisfaction. "I think that was a brilliant display," Lectro assured. Azula shot a glare his way. "I've had enough of this place." "Do you have enough data or not?" Azula asked, completely fed up. "Just about. I guess we can move on to sample collecting." Lectro began to pack his things and pulled out the syringe gun. Now back on the ship and in extragalactic space, they were on their way to the next destination that would take a few hours to reach. Now she just needed to find something to occupy her time. Lectro was occupied with logging in and analyzing his data to pay her any mind with Pt.3 providing any assistance when needed. Cetra decided he was going to nap in the bridge until they arrived at their destination, so that leaves Sev and Skeev. "Sev," Azula called out from the habitation deck, "where are you?" "I'm coming," he called back from the bridge. The sound of shuffling came from the bridge as Sev awkwardly waddled into the common area, standing on the metal caps of his leg stumps, his prosthetics missing. Without his legs he stood almost at eye level with her, and the jarring proportional difference it caused made Azula stare at him in a long and awkward silence, especially with the big dumb grin he wore. "You look foolish." "Thank you," he stated proudly. "That wasn't, never mind. So what you need me for?" "I'm bored and we have time before our next stop." "What are you doing?" "Me and Skeev are gonna play cards in the cargo hold." "You in?" He waddled past her. After watching him navigate without the use of legs that had knees, she decided to follow, where she found herself sitting around a crate being used as a makeshift table as all three played cards. Azula and Skeev sitting on other crates, while Sev stood on his leg stumps. She was much less interested in learning how to play the game, but more interested in learning more about the two individuals in her presence. She felt her stomach twist a bit and held her side, feeling slightly nauseous. "You all right, Fire Spitter?" Sev asked. "Is it possible to feel motion sickness in extragalactic space?" "Yeah, space sickness. Everybody that travels the stars goes through it, especially if you aren't used to space travel." Azula focused on the cards with wavy spiral symbols in her hands to keep her mind off her queasy stomach. "So Sparky," Skeev began as he looked over his cards, "how you holding up with those powers?" She narrowed her eyes at him in a sideways glance. "My name is Azula." "All right, my bad. Just thought since the big man here called you Firespitter, you wouldn't mind another nickname." "Sev earned his right to call me that after fighting together when your previous employer attacked us." She shuffled her cards, putting them down, "And yes, I am doing well. Just because I don't have my bending for now doesn't mean I'm not a threat." Sev chuckled as he tossed a card down. "Why is it that everything out of your mouth sounds like a veiled threat?" "That's just how I speak. You sound like you're plotting to slit my throat in my sleep," Skeev added. "I can't help that I project such strength in my words," she said, holding her chin up high in self-satisfaction. Skeev rolled his eyes at her. She sounded so much like the Imperial Pendarants he has met that he was groan-inducing, but he didn't dare do so after witnessing her power. Just like Angara, Sev said, tossing down a card. Azula's temperament soured at the mention of the Kukyuvan princess. Don't compare me to that woman. Speaking of Angara, what was up with her in the hangar earlier today? Skeev asked. Sev let out a sigh as he reshuffled his cards. I don't know. I don't get what her deal is with you, Firespitter. She's lost fights before even with people in the storm, but she's never been obsessed with wanting to kill that person like she does with you. I guess losing to a teenager was just too much for her fragile ego to handle. Azula said as she looked over her cards and put them down, not wishing to play but observe instead. It was easy to figure out that Sev didn't know who Angara truly was, so she made no attempt to hint at any of it. Could be. As far as I know, she's only ever dueled people either her own age or older, Sev said, throwing down a card and shifting the conversation to the other member of their trio. So Skeev, how are you getting along with the crew? Asking as a fellow absorbed crew member of another crew dumb enough to take on the Sakor. Skeev looked up and shrugged his shoulders. It's not bad. Better than my introduction to the Death's Head. I was absorbed into their crew after the smuggler crew I was with got attacked by pirates and left for dead. Duratax found us and gave us the option to work for him or stay in space and die. There wasn't much of a choice with him. Myral didn't give you much of a choice either, Azula added. True, but she allowed us to leave after we got to civilized space. Duratax didn't. He believed saving people made them in debt to him until the day they died. Sev drew a card from the stack. I heard Duratax was a rough bastard to work under. Couldn't imagine working under him. Trust me, he was. There was no pleasing that man. The only one that could was probably Cortex. Of course Daddy would probably be less demanding of his son, Sev commented as he drew another card. Skeev laughed. Just because Cortex's dad was in charge didn't mean Duratax was easy on him. If anything, he was harder on him than anyone else. That's why Cortex is so brutally efficient. Have you ever met this Cortex? Azula asked as she added her cards to the deck, forfeiting the game. I spoke with him once. He wasn't pleasant. Skeev remembered his towering frame and the quick threat he threw at him that Skeev took as a sign to never speak to him again. That only reminded him that the client wants him to coordinate with said beast of a man. I imagine someone with the moniker of the Butcher of Axelin 4 wouldn't be fun to talk with, Sev said. Quite the ominous title. What happened on Axelin 4 to give him that name? Skeev let out a sharp breath as he reshuffled his cards. Trust me, kid, the less you know about what happened on Axelin for the better. Duratax didn't sanction what he did, and it's the reason he kept his son on a tight leash. And now that I killed him, there's no one to keep him in check. Sev threw down a card. So when can we expect an attack from him? Skeev furrowed his brow at the mention of that, and his long ears drooped slightly. Hard to say. He might be on his way right now to attack, or he could be building up what's left of the Death's Head. Strategy was never his strong suit. Azula noticed the subtle movement in his ears, the quick second dart in his eyes, slight flare in his nostrils, and twitch of his whiskers. He may not be human, but Azula could recognize the tics of a liar. She made no attempt to dispute him and instead chose to watch in silence as he drew another card quickly. Sev threw down another card, which means some point in the near future. Guess we have that to look forward to, he said sarcastically. I'm sure Myrelle can take him, Skeev said as he threw down another card. Like I said, he's not big on strategy. What about the former Death's Head members within our group now? Azula asked with a raised brow and an accusatory look in her eye. Will any of them help Cortex? The veiled accusation wasn't lost on Skeev. He didn't react to it and instead acted as if it wasn't there. You won't find anyone who joined you with a positive opinion on Cortex. Duratax never had any love for deserters and members who get absorbed into other crews, and Cortex's opinions are similar, if not worse. He'd butcher anyone who joined the storm. He didn't lie with his explanation, as both heads of the Death's Head truly hated those who left the organization, but he made sure to emphasize it to hide any incrimination against him. Sev huffed out a loud sigh. This talk of Cortex is getting depressing, let's switch it up. What's your favorite grovball team, Skeev? Skeev was appreciative of the change in subject and happy to talk about sports. I'm a fan of the Govardhan Sparrows. They suck. Sev laughed. They're better than the Aces. Did you see that game last night? They almost had it in the bag, but fumbled so hard. Skeev chortled. Both of them continued their conversation on sports, but Azula remained silent. Her gaze focused on Skeev, not being able to shake the slight twitch in his body language when speaking of Cortex's attack. She could be paranoid, as Skeev is an alien and his body language could be different to humans. However, she couldn't shake the feeling of apprehension. After several hours in extragalactic space, they arrived at their next destination, Ginza. It was the main reason Cetro volunteered his ship. Ginza was a trading hub orbiting the dim light of a brown dwarf. The light from the weak sun was so little that the planet was in a state of perpetual night, and its surface a frigid wasteland covered in thick layers of snow and ice. The only places habitable on this planet were the domed cities that took the surface, covering the bustling cityscapes under a roof of thick steel and glass to shield it from the unforgiving cold while still allowing a view of the stars. Cetro brought the ship down to the spaceport sitting just outside one of the domed cities, landing in one of the hangars alongside dozens of other ships. The first thing Azula felt was her inner flame being so weak it felt like a feeble match, along with another chill running up her spine. It almost felt like her fire bending wasn't there at all. How do you feel now, Azula? Lectro asked from his seat. She was about to answer, but the next thing she felt was her stomach threatening to spew, and she held her mouth as she sprinted to the bath stall. Ha! It would seem that brown dwarfs cause nausea in the subject. Lectro said aloud as he typed. Or it could be a case of space sickness, Sev said as he reattached his legs. In the bath stall, Azula finished emptying her stomach and is trying her best to make herself look dignified. She doesn't know if it is the effects of the brown dwarf or just space sickness. It didn't help that the weak energy from the sun she felt made her inner flame feel like the spark of a match, with its absence sending shivers down her body. She looked at herself in the mirror, pushing her severed hair strands out of her face, and noticed that her skin looked as though it was glowing. Her whole body seemed to glow as if her body was made of fire itself. She looked at her hands, seeing the strange glow coating every inch of skin, then noticed a glowing handprint on the edge of the sink where it was. Lectro! She called out, re-entering the main cabin and stopping in her tracks when her eyes landed on the rest of the crew. Just like her, Lectro, Cetro, Skeev and Sev were glowing like lanterns. What's wrong? Lectro asked. She scrunched her brows in confusion. I think this sun is making me hallucinate. Welp, congrats, Lectro. We broke her, Cetro said uncaringly as he walked past her to the cargo bay. What do you mean hallucinating? Lectro asked, concern present in his voice as he ran to her and began looking her over. Everyone is glowing. You, Sev, even me. She tried not to panic as she explained. She already hallucinates enough as is, she doesn't need a sun to make it more prominent. Glowing how? Glowing as in, you all look like there's a fire beneath your skin. She looked at Sev again and noticed only portions of his body were glowing, partially for Sev at least. Lectro narrowed his eyes as his analytical thoughts took over, and he brought Azula closer to the cyborg. Point to the parts of Sev that are glowing. She poked to his face that was glowing brightly, then his chest and the bare shoulder of his left arm. All of his metal parts don't glow or not as brightly. That tickles. The cyborg taunted. Shut up, Sev. Skeev and we're glowing all over, right? That's right. Lectro called B3 over. Is B3 glowing as well? To Azula, the robot looked the same as she had always seen him, but noticed that as Lectro set his hand on its head, a glowing handprint was left behind. The only thing glowing on him is whatever was on your hand. Sev and Skeev looked at her in confusion, while an inquisitive smile formed on Lectro. Yeah, I think you need to get your eyes checked there, princess, because there's nothing on the robot's head. Skeev said after looking over B3. Dr. Lectro currently has no foreign substance capable of producing a glow effect on either of his hands. B3 stated. Sev, you can switch your vision to infrared, right? Lectro suddenly asked. Yeah. Sev's maroon eyes then began to glow a bright pink, and he looked down at the robot. Hey, would you look at that? There is a handprint on B3. Lectro clapped his hands and cheered to himself. I knew it. You have thermal vision. Azula twisted her face in confusion. Thermal what? Thermal vision. You can see heat. The handprint you're talking about is residual body heat left behind by me when I touched B3. Lectro practically cheered at this discovery. Why is that? How does this even happen? I don't know. That's why we need to conduct some tests and see to what extent the brown dwarf's effects are. He ran to grab his bag of belongings and scientific equipment. Where's the headset? We probably need to reapply the adhesive sensors. Cetro re-entered the cabin. Hope you ain't doing those tests here, Doc? Because right now I need the ship for all the supplies that's gonna be coming on, and I don't want her lighting any more fires while we're here. Lectro looked annoyed. That's right, I guess we'll have to find some place in town to do our tests. They disembarked from the vessel, and the first thing Azula noticed was the biting cold. The outside temperature in the tundra may have been below freezing, but inside the hangar, despite its warmer temperatures, was still unpleasant. The spaceport was one massive hangar where dozens of ships came and went, with massive doors on the ceilings and walls covered in a transparent shield to keep the cold out. To everyone else it looked like any other facility they had been in, but Azula had a different experience. Every creature visible was glowing, some brighter than others, or their clothes obscured their body heat. The engines of ships were glowing brightly as they were active. Heat given off by them almost looked like waves of smoke. Fresh hand and fingerprints were visible on objects, and anything else that generated heat was clearly stuck out to her. It was disorienting to her somewhat, as everything else appeared normally. Hey Firespitter, you all right? Sev asked. Azula rubbed her eyes. It's just a little overwhelming is all. I just hope we can find a place to do our tests. This city is a little dense. As they discussed where to go, Sev scanned the other ships, taking in the sights until one ship caught his eye, making him stop in his tracks and cursed loud enough for the others to hear. Guys, we got a problem. Azula sighed. What is it now? Sev pointed to the ship. It was a long, angular black starship, much larger than their vessel and more heavily armed, with its most distinctive feature being a bright yellow sun emblem painted on its side. Lectro tensed up at the sight of it. Oh no, Golden Suns. Golden Suns? Azula repeated. Who are they? Another rival mercenary group. Worse. Syndicate. Azula observed the black vessel and its sun emblem. A syndicate held the entirety of Kazima hostage, and it was considered a small one at that. She couldn't help but think of what the implications of this ship being here are. Cetro appeared behind them with a data pad in hand. That doesn't surprise me, he said with wariness in his voice. The local crime family works under them. Are they a small group like the one that had Kazima? Azula asked. She never took her eyes off this potential threat. Quite the opposite. The Gold Sun Syndicate is the apex predator out here. They own a good chunk of planets in frontier space, got deep pockets, and practically run the criminal underworld. They wouldn't take Ginza though, right? Lectro asked with nervousness creeping into his voice. They probably could, but like I said, the local crime family does business with them. Knowing Ol Ureta, she'd probably find some excuse to take the place. Skeeve said. Azula noticed the name mentioned. Ureta? Who is that? Skeeve's brow raised to his forehead. You haven't heard of Ureta Sarino yet? She's only the scariest woman in the known galaxy and head of the Gold Suns. She's got spies everywhere and owns most of the pirates out here. Nothing happens out here without her knowing about it. They even say she's got a bounty on her head so high it would make anyone richer than the Pandaren Emperor. Cetro rolled his eyes. You're exaggerating, Skiv. Her bounty ain't that high. Skeeve. He grumbled to himself under his breath. And what is the Crimson Storm's relationship with Ureta's Gold Suns? Azula directed her question to Cetro. I would also like to know that. Skeeve said, now worried as to why they reacted the way they did when seeing the ship. Lectro scratched the back of his head, sucking in some air as if he was trying to find the right words. Let's just say the Storm has a bit of a rocky relationship with the Gold Suns. And by rocky, he means downright atrocious. Sev finished before going into detail. We did some contracts against the Suns a few years back, and we gave them such a good fight that Ureta herself tried to buy out Myrel and absorbed the Crimson Storm. How did the captain take her offer? Azula asked. Cetro let out a hearty belly chuckle as he answered, I remember that. Myrel told her she could take her offer and shove it where her gold sun doesn't shine. Skeeve's expectant look turned to an expression of pure horror. Wait. You're telling me I'm part of a crew that is on Ureta? I burned down entire family trees for Fonserino's hit list? You're over-exaggerating her reach, Skeevy boy. She's powerful, but she ain't no Pandaren Emperor powerful. Sev downplayed. She's the Empress of the criminal underworld. Skeeve looked as though he was going to have a panic attack. Ease up, Skeevy boy. It's only one ship and it's a big city. Hopefully we won't run into its crew while we're here. If y'all are going into town, keep an eye out for any gold suns. You see anyone wearing black and gold or have a sun emblem on them, you walk the other way. Don't talk to any of them. If they ask you for directions, just point them away from you and get out of there, and especially make sure they don't know your Crimson Storm. Cetro warned with the most serious tone Azula has ever heard him with. That goes double for you, Sparky. He pointed to Azula. Now y'all get going while I get our cargo, and don't draw attention to yourselves. He went back to the ship as a dock worker approached. Please indicate if you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of soft drink companies. Select 1. Chapter 13. You'll also like. Well, guess all that is left is to find somewhere we can do our tests. Lectro said. Searching local OmniNet connections for suitable locations. Pt.3 said. Yeah, good luck finding a place here. These Ginza cities are dense. Finding space to do anything like firebending is gonna be a pain. Skeeve said, taking out a cigarette, but I've been here a few times, so maybe I could help find a spot for you guys. You ain't going anywhere, Skiv. Cetro shouted, I brought you here for a reason, and it's to help load in all our stuff. Now get moving. Guess the 4 of us will just have to manage, later, Skeeve. Sev said, already walking off the platform. But I. Move it, Skiv. The 4 of them took a train transport to the main city that gave them a clear view of the dark, frigid wasteland outside. The only light source being the bustling cityscape that came from the dome and various spotlights. Heat sources such as generators stuck out clearly to Azula in the darkness of the outside. She looked to the night sky and saw the source of her newfound power hanging overhead. The brown dwarfs looked like a campfire in the sky, its light so dim it could only illuminate the space around it. Such a strange phenomenon to her. It was difficult for her to comprehend the idea that such a sun could exist, but then again, if someone told her a week ago that life existed past Earth's sky, she would have dismissed them as insane. The train ride between the spaceport and the dome was short, with their transport entering the city. Once inside, Azula's newfound thermal vision was assaulted by an almost blinding array of neon lights that lined the edges of just about every building. Unlike Kazima's Horizon City, this domed city was much denser, with tall skyscrapers covered in neon and holographic signs huddled together, almost built on top of one another. Air vehicles darted past, following invisible roads in the sky. Multi-level walkways acted as roads for foot traffic that was just as densely populated as everywhere else, with hundreds of citizens marching through them like swarms of ants. They exited the train station once in the city proper and began to trek on foot. The amount of heat sources were in such abundance that it was almost blinding to Azula. The combined body heat of the dozens of citizens and heating units that kept the space habitable made everything glow, from the people to even the very air around them. Everything just looked like a messy oil painting of glowing oranges, reds, whites, and purples to Azula's eyes, so much so that she needed to squint hard in order to see anything. "B3, have you found any locations that fit our needs yet?" Lectro asked the robot. "I have identified several locations that fit the parameters of our experiment, many of which are located in the industrial district." "Great. Maybe we can find an old warehouse to practice in. The last time I was in an abandoned warehouse, I was assaulted by a group of Kukuvan youths," Azula said as she rubbed her eyes in an attempt to clear her vision. "You all right?" Sev asked. "It's difficult to see." "I imagine so. The city is kept fairly warm." Lectra looked at her eyes for any changes. There are many species in the galaxy that see in the infrared spectrum who also find it difficult to see in environments like this. They usually wear visors to help with that. "Maybe we can buy one at a local shop. Please, because this is becoming a headache." She swatted his hand away when he tried opening her eye further. "If you require assistance in navigation, you may grasp my manipulator, and I will lead you," B3 said while offering his metal claw to her. Azula crossed her arms while delivering a scolding look at the machine whose cold body stuck out in the sea of heat. "I don't need hand-holding trash can. My designation is B3. But given how densely populated this city is, it is quite easy for someone to get lost even without their vision being impaired," Lectro added. Azula rolled her eyes and grabbed the robot's hand. "Fine, just lead the way." "Where are we going then?" Sev asked as he towered over everyone in the crowd. "The industrial district," Lectro announced excitedly and began marching forward. "The industrial district is located in the opposite direction, Dr. Lectro," B3 corrected. Lectro corrected his heading. "I knew that." "Why don't you lead the way, B3? They traversed through the crowd made up of a dozen different species, being sure to stick together. Azula held onto B3's claw tightly. Warm bodies glowing brightly passed her by and making her wince at their intensity. Every face she saw was a glowing blur of orange light that muddled the features, so much so that she was actually glad that B3 offered a hand to steer her, as she didn't think she'd be able to direct herself accordingly. Not only did the glow of the warm bodies affect her vision, but her body seemed to detect the presence of heat easily, and the vast amounts of it surrounding her was overstimulating, and it didn't help that this place was as populated as the outer ring of Ba Sing Se. To try and focus herself, she looking up away from the people and tries to admire the architectural miracles of the city and gaze through the transparent ceiling. It helped that she was able to see clearly, but her heat detection didn't help. After traversing the many walkways and stairways bathed in neon light, they found themselves just above the more seedy lower levels of the city. The streets started to look dirtier. Derelict buildings sat at the sides of walkways, strange graffiti covered the walls of buildings, vehicles that were stripped of parts sat in place left to rust. The sound of sirens from the local law enforcement could be heard from a distance, and homeless aliens littered the corners of walkways with their appendages outstretched to those who walked by begging for money. Lectro looked around cautiously. B3, are you sure we are going the right way? Affirmative. This is the most optimal route to the industrial district. I'm sure it is, but don't you think you should have taken us down a route that wasn't so sketchy? I may have some difficulty seeing, but even I can tell that you led us down a decrepit dump. It almost looks like I'm walking down Ba Sing Se's outer ring all over again. Azula added. She glanced down an alley and noticed the wall of a building with a large golden sun painted across it, the same sun on the black ship along with some loitering aliens dressed in black and gold. Apologies for the less than desirable location, however, the industrial district is located on the lower levels and 95% of the lower levels of the city resemble what you are seeing now. B3 explained. So there's a chance we can get mugged while we are down here? Great. That's just great. Lectro said, then cowered at the sight of a group of troubled youths stealing a hover module to a parked hover car. Relax, once they catch a glimpse at me any mugger will think twice. Sev proudly said as he continued to tower over a vast majority of passers-by. Unless the mugger is another Dredda. Lectro commented. How many other Dredda you know are packed full of sacrilegious cybernetics? It was at this point Azula began to zone out while they continued to converse. She focused more on just maintaining a heading, but in her focus she failed to notice someone approaching her. A short alien with a round head, 3 horns jutting out of his forehead and a beard approached, giving her a crooked smile filled with missing teeth. Want some red sand? He held up a small vial of a powdery red substance. First one's free. Before she could react, Sev's giant metal hand came between them. Get your drugs out of her face, old man. The alien scurried off at the sight of the towering cyborg. They're peddling red sand here? Lectro said as he took a defensive position in front of Azula. I thought the local crime family made their money on black market tech. Guess they're expanding their business. Sev scanned for any other drug dealers. But isn't red sand a gold sun drug? You all said the local crime family works for the Gold Suns, correct? Azula asked as B3 led her down some stairs. The Codellos? Sev responded, yeah, they're partners. So what are the odds that this Codello family would allow them to sell their drugs here? Unlikely. The Codellos may work for the Suns, but they wouldn't agree to selling their drugs. The Codellos like sticking to their tech market and aren't fond of sand dealing. Sev said before spotting another person selling red sand, but it is pretty weird seeing sand dealers here. I say leave the politics of dealing drugs to the syndicates. Lectro said, directing them to a service elevator that began taking them down further. We are here for scientific purposes. Drugs and the inner workings of crime groups are not our priority here. Right now we should focus on finding a secluded location that won't draw attention. Easier said than done, Doc. You see how packed this city is? Everybody is practically in each other's personal space. Sev said, crossing his arms. I doubt it will be as populated in the industrial district. I hope so. Azula added as she watched their descent from the elevator window. Less heat given off by these peasants means I can see properly. I have located a setting that meets said parameters. B3 said. Great, just lead the way and we can finally get down to business. The group found themselves standing before an old food processing plant fallen into ruin, covered in graffiti, broken windows, rust, cracks along its walls and various hazard signs. Lectro eyed the building with concern for its structural integrity. This place doesn't look very safe. If you are not satisfied with this location, then I can find a new destination. B3 followed up. It's fine, this will probably be the best we can do, Sev said, already making his way to the fence. I don't see the problem, Azula said, crossing her arms as she observed the dilapidated structure. It's quiet, it's secluded, and nobody will bother us. I think your trash can did a good job finding this place. My designation is B3. The robot corrected her again. The sound of a chain snapping caught their attention as Sev used his superior strength to pull the fence gate open, kicking the chain used to secure it aside. All right, let's go loiter on private property, he said with a grin as he went further into the facility, Azula following close behind. Lectra turned to his robot. B3, why was this place shut down? Searching local Omninet records, facility was closed due to structural integrity concerns. And you're sure this place is safe? Affirmative. Only 2 deaths from structural integrity have been confirmed. 2. Azula's impatient voice interrupted them. Are you 2 coming or what? They entered the facility after Sev brute strengthened his way through several locked doors. The building was filled with machinery meant for food processing, however a thick layer of dust coated them like a blanket from years, or even decades, of inactivity. Broken glass, dirt and grime littered the floors, sliding doors were stuck open mid-slide, graffiti covered the walls. All of which Azula could not read but was sure it was made up of nothing but profanity, and the air was cool which made the warm bodies of scurrying vermin more apparent. The darkness was more apparent to them compared to the bright neon lights that laced every structure, and the building moaned as if it was struggling to stay up. B3 led the way with his built-in light until Sev kicked a locked sliding door off its hinges to the empty warehouse. This looks like a good spot, Lectro said, fishing for his equipment. Try not to burn the building down on our heads, Firespitter, Sev said, touching some old equipment and accidentally knocking things over, sending metallic echoes throughout the building. She scoffed, pushing hair out of her face. I barely feel the energy within me to even spark a torch. From your weakened state under the red dwarf, I theorize your powers are going to be weaker. Lectro presented the headset to her. She sighed in annoyance at the thought of that. So which test do we do first? First things first, let's start with just summoning a spark. She stood up straight and did her breathing exercises and attempted to summon a flame and failed, but noticed her hands began to glow even brighter. She let him know of this discovery. Lectro looked intrigued and ordered B3 to measure the temperature of her hands. The temperature of Private Azula's hands has risen several degrees higher than her normal body temperature. My readings show that your chi paths, though having a much weaker flow, seem to be gathering in your hands. Perhaps instead of fire bending, you are capable of bending your own body heat. Azula did find this somewhat interesting, but it didn't sound like body heat bending would help her in any way. This sounds like the most useless form of fire bending possible. But what if it's not just your own body heat? Sev asked as he sat down on one of the old machines. What if you can bend other people's body heat? You know, burn them up from the inside out. Lectro scratched his chin as his scientific mind went to work, almost like an artificially induced fever. Lectro then rolled up his sleeve. Azula, I need you to bend me. Her face scrunched up in confusion at his choice of words. Excuse me? Bend my body heat. For science. B3 moved between them, warning. This is an unsafe test in an uncontrolled environment. The possibility of injury is high. It was remarkable how fast Lectro was able to switch from a nervous and paranoid coward to a reckless thrill-seeker when it came to scientific discovery. It was a trait Azula found strangely admirable. It's fine, we've got it under control. She's gonna burn you alive, Doc. Sev warned in a not-so-serious manner, why not just use me? I could take a beating better than you can. A limb is the best way to test, and all of yours are made of cold metal. Severin's left shoulder still has enough organic tissue to be suitable for testing. Pt.3 interrupted, I still highly suggest we not perform this test. I don't mind. Not like I'm doing much anyway. Sev approached and kneeled down to her height, come on firespitter. Cook me alive. All right, but don't blame me if you are burned. She held both hands over his bare shoulder and focused on trying to warm it, and in doing so it began glowing brightly, almost like a torch. Oof, that's hot. Sev said nonchalantly, kinda soothing too, almost like I'm getting a heated massage. Very interesting stuff. Lectro commented. I think I can go higher. Azula said with a smirk as she wondered just what kind of damage she could do. I would not recommend increasing the temperature any higher than it currently is. Pt.3 warned. I agree. Try seeing if you can cool it down. She then thought about how a firebender would cool a roaring flame and applied the same principle. She saw that his once brightly glowing shoulder was dimming down until it was barely glowing at all and almost looked normal. A chill was sent down Sev's body. That's cold. Arm is feeling a little stiff actually. He began rotating his shoulder a bit. Lectro recorded this with enthusiasm while smirking at this newfound power. Perhaps this ability isn't as useless as she imagined. Let's try the pre-existing flame test. Lectro suggested. Pt.3 approached with the small panel opening up, summoning a small. Azula swayed her hand trying to feel a connection to the flame, and she did feel it. However, the small flame felt overwhelming, like trying to keep a thrashing animal down with only one hand. It was too much for her, and her arm shook trying to contain it until she let go. I can't. It was like holding onto the reins of a raging Komodo rhino. Perhaps the higher the temperature, the harder it is to control. Heat isn't as hot as fire, but it's definitely not cold, so maybe it's some sort of middle ground that you can access. She crossed her arms, but why? Why the heat vision, and why only heat? Brown dwarfs are incredibly weak suns. Your body is obviously more accustomed to a hotter star. My current theory is that because the brown dwarf is so weak, your bending has become almost non-existent, so your body may be trying to compensate by enhancing other senses, like the body losing one of its prime senses and enhancing the rest. Or it could also be that the sun has reverted your bending to a more primitive state. Is there anything weaker than a brown dwarf? A black dwarf, but I think being around that would be the same as having no sun at all. Let's try the blaster test next, and the lightning. Sev fired his blaster at a barren wall, and Azula couldn't manipulate the beams at all. Like the torch, the beams were too strong and unruly to control. They moved on to the lightning. She took her stance and swayed her arms trying to summon the sparks of the cold fire, but after swaying her arms for what felt like an hour, no sparks would appear. Lectro closely monitored her chi paths and found no change. He leaned over to his robot that watched her closely. Are you picking up anything, Pt.3? Negative. As I thought. How's your vision so far? Azula dropped the lightning technique, looking at him, seeing that he was still glowing unchanged, still glowing. I'm stuck here with no bending, and the most useless fire-related skill is all I have. I wouldn't say that. Thermal vision can be very useful. You could see things that are invisible to most. Lectro assured her. Yeah, you know how good of a tracker you could be? Sev said. Private Azula's newfound ability may not be as useful as you suggest, weapons specialist Severin. Pt.3 stated, planets that orbit a brown dwarf are not capable of sustaining life through natural means nor environments suitable for tracking. So it is useless then? Great. She rubbed her eyes, feeling drained. So far this whole experience has shown nothing of worth from this experience. All data is useful data. Without this experiment, we wouldn't know anything about your chi paths or that your powers are indeed affected by the type of sun you are under. She groaned and took the headpiece off. Are we finished? I'm getting tired. Just need to get another DNA sample from you and we can leave this creepy place. Fine, just make it quick so she stopped when she stepped over an old rusted plate only for it to break under her weight and fell through the floor and landed on a pile of rubble. She looked up to see she fell 2 stories through a hole that was poorly concealed with the only light being from above. Holy crap! Azula, are you all right? Lectro called out. She pulled herself up, grasping her rear to soothe the pain. I'm fine. Your trash can picked a terrible spot to test. Didn't you approve of it though? She growled, just get me out of here. Sev poked his head through, just stay put, fire spitter. We'll figure something out. Sev looked to his 2 companions, so what should we do? Pt.3. You picked the place, so please tell me you have some kind of layout for this place. Lectro said to his robot in clear panic of the situation. I do indeed have knowledge of this building's layout. Pt.3 projected a holographic image of the building and the structure beneath them. Private Azula has fallen into the lower levels of this building. There are many paths she can take in order to exit the lower levels, the most direct route being directly before her. Take the 3rd right, 2nd left, another left and a right. Okay, Azula, all you have to do is dash. 3rd right, 2nd left, another left and a right. I heard everything, wait for me on the other end. She began marching down the path. Azula traveled down the dark and decrepit corridor. Despite there being no light, she found her thermal vision coming in handy as she could see everything clearly outlined to her, with the only bright heat being herself and the vermin scurrying around. She scoffed as she walked and didn't realize just how far the corridor went. She was hoping this trip would reveal new abilities for her bending, like maybe make lightning generation easier and less time-consuming, or perhaps give her the ability to combustion bend, but no. Heat bending sounded somewhat useful, but it lacked the raw power she was accustomed to. All she has learned is that under certain suns she cannot produce her own flames, and that on others all she can do is see heat, and it didn't help that in Akrad her newfound sensitivity to heat overstimulated her senses. She couldn't help but think just how underwhelming this experience was. I would say this trip was quite enlightening. Azula looked behind her to see the shape of her mother standing there. She did not glow, further proving that she was just a figment of her imagination. She pinched her nose in frustration. I really hope these new types of suns make you appear more often. Perhaps or perhaps not. Only time will tell, daughter. Ursa said. Azula raised a finger to the apparition, ready to say something only to stop herself, knowing full well that she would be talking to no one, and instead turned to continue her trek out of the tunnels. This trip did tell you that your bending is limited in certain environments. That could be useful. Ursa said, walking beside her while holding a warm smile as if the apparition was trying to be supportive. Shut up, figment of my imagination taking the form of the person I hate most in this world. She responded bitterly. When you say this world, do you mean Ginza or maybe the mortal world in general? Would that entail that you have a better liking of me on other worlds then? Like Kazima, for example, although you weren't keen on seeing me there, perhaps on that rocky world we visited you would like me better. Ursa sounded amused, trying to add some light-hearted banter to brighten the mood. Azula only groaned louder and quickened her pace, hoping to get ahead of her mother. Remember the machines, said the 3rd dash. I know. Azula's shouts echoed throughout the cavern. Why? Why are you here now? Ursa's signature somber expression returned. I only want to help you, Azula. I don't need your help. What help can you offer me? You're just a hallucination. She continued walking and came across the first right, looking down the derelict tunnel only to find Ursa standing there. Perhaps you simply just don't want to be alone, and I'm here to provide companionship. She scoffed and continued down her path. I'm better off alone. She went past the second right, seeing Ursa once more standing there waiting for her. Then why do I keep appearing when you are alone? To torment me with your lies, that's why. She rounded the third right, and again Ursa stood there with her hands in her sleeves waiting for her. When have I ever lied to you? Azula gave her a cold glare. You already know. She stormed past the apparition in a hurry. If you're going to keep appearing, then stay silent. The vision of Ursa followed closely behind, if that is what you wish. Azula didn't trust this illusion to keep its word, so she pulled out her communicator and called Lectro. Azula! Hey! Is everything all right down there? Peachy. I just made the third right. How far until my next turn? You've got a ways to go. Pt.3 says you've got a couple meters until you see it. Speaking of seeing, how's your vision down there? Ursa leaned in a bit. Oh. You should tell him how well you can see in the dark now. Shut up. Azula shouted back at the vision. Okay. Okay. You fell down a hole and don't feel like talking science. I get it. You don't have to be rude about it. Lectra responded, misinterpreting her words. No, I forget it. I can see very well down here without a light, if that's what you are asking. So my new theory is correct. Fascinating. I'm glad all it took was me falling in a hole for you to find that out. She said sarcastically. Seb's jovial voice interrupted. Hey, fire spitter. You see anything weird down there? She couldn't help but steal a glance at the vision of her mother walking beside her. No. Why? Well, there's a local legend that says a bunch of creatures got loose from a zoo and live in the bowls of this city and wanted to confirm. And you're telling me this now? Cool your jets there, fire spitter. Just an urban legend. You can handle it even if it's real. Sev. I swear I am throwing a fireball at your head the moment my fire-bending returns. Lectra's voice came back on. Don't listen to him, he's just messing with you. Listen when you exit the tunnel's wheel. Static interference began to break up his voice. Lectro? Hey! Lectro! She shook her device trying to get it to work clearly. Sig zzz losing zzz go zzz dash. The signal was fully lost and she could only hear static. Damn it! She cursed, closing the device and continuing her trek. You should be nicer to your friends. They're only trying to help you. Ursa said softly. We are not friends. Just temporary allies. An ally can still be a friend. Everyone could use one. I don't need friends. All they do is betray you. Only if you give them a reason to. Take Chani for example, you're already planting seeds of betrayal with her. Oh really? Enlighten me then, mother. How have I done that? Sharing our belongings with each other as a sign of friendship. We both know how much of a lie that is. You just wanted to wear her jewelry. I was going to give her something in return. It's not my fault she rejected it. Azula said, admiring Chani's beautiful bracelet against her glowing wrist before scowling at the serpent bracelet. You're taking advantage of her kindness, like you do everyone else. The world isn't kind. Kindness means you're weak, and when you're weak, dash. When you're weak, the strong trample over you. Yes, we've heard this song and dance countless times before from your father time and time again. The vision finished with clear annoyance. Did you ever stop and think that it could be a virtue and not a weakness? She stopped to face her mother. I'm sorry, but didn't you say you were here to help me? How is talking about feelings and friendship helping me in this situation? I am not sure. After all, I am an extension of your mind. Ursa reached out to touch her affectionately, only for Azula to pull away as if a red-hot poker was coming. You are not my mother. Azula stormed past the vision. You want to stick around? Fine. Maybe I could use you as a way to bounce ideas off of. A smile adorned Ursa's face. That sounds interesting. What would you like to talk about? My plan to take over the Crimson Storm. Ursa's smile faltered. Oh, that. Yes. What are your thoughts on it? I think you should forget this plan and focus more on living your life. Double down, got it. Thank you for your input, Illusion. Azula said quickly. But that's the opposite of what I suggested, Ursa said as she ran back to her side. If it's the opposite of what you want, then it's the correct path. Azula, there is so much that can go wrong with this plan of yours. There is so much we don't know of the universe outside our home. Ursa almost sounded desperate to dissuade her. That's why it is a long-term plan, you idiot. Learn as much as we can of this greater galaxy and the powers that be, then strike when the opportunity presents itself. Neutral Jing then. I must say I didn't expect you to implement such an Earth Kingdom way of thinking. I'd much rather take the more direct firebender approach, however being direct hasn't been very fruitful as of late. And how long will this plan take? Ursa sounded weary when asking, almost as if by asking she'd be endorsing it. Months, possibly years. I need to know everything I can before striking, or it could be disastrous. The safest bet may be not striking at all. Your luck as of late hasn't proven to be very reliable. Azula scowled at the illusion. Then what do you suggest I do? Spend the rest of my life as some space peasant? Settle down with some seven-eyed, six-limbed creature that only speaks in incomprehensible gibberish? She then gave her a mocking laugh. I could even go back home to get father's blessing from his prison cell. Maybe even invite Zuko, the Avatar, and their friends to the wedding. Ursa covered her mouth as she giggled. I don't think the real me would approve of a creature like that to be your husband, but if that's what makes you happy. Azula scoffed. What would make me happy is to take back what is rightfully mine. They made the left turn, the tunnel now being filled with the sound of wet footsteps as Azula walked through the puddles of water that coated the floor. Ursa sighed a sad and tired breath. Power. Is that all you care about? Power is all that matters. Really, and what has power done for you? Ursa challenged. Power has made me strong. Made me feared. I was on top of the world, I was untouchable. It was your crutch. Power was all you had, and when you lost it, you had nothing else to fall back on. No one else. Azula had no rebuttal for this and instead quickened her pace as if she was trying to get away from the subject. What did power do for your father? Ursa challenged again, her voice becoming firmer and seemed to echo throughout the tunnels. He was the most powerful man on Earth, and look where it got him. It made him cruel, heartless, egotistical. Nothing was ever enough for him. The Avatar stripped him of his bending. His throne taken by the sun, he mutilated and tossed in a cell to rot for the rest of his life. Azula couldn't stand to listen to this any longer, so she covered her ears and her brisk walk turned into a jog. Ursa appeared before her on the far side of the tunnel. Your father has nothing, Azula. You have nothing, but unlike him, you were given the opportunity for a new life, twice. Azula squeezed her eyes shut as she ran past the illusion. Zuko gave you a second chance when he took you out of the asylum to find me, and you squandered it. Ursa's voice took on an accusatory tone with a righteous fury that thundered like an angered spirit, and by some miracle you were given a third chance when that ship crashed. Don't throw it away for something that will ultimately destroy you, Azula. Her jog turned into a full-on sprint through the tunnel, making the final turn until she saw the light of the tunnel's end. She dashed out of into the lower levels of the industrial sector. Her breath was panicked, her limbs shaking and causing her to drop to her knees in a tired state. Her face felt wet, and when wiping her face, she found tears staining her cheeks. A frustration burned within her at this weakness, so she violently wiped the tears away and attempted to steady her breathing to try and regain the dignity she still had left. Her communicator buzzed, making her jump in surprise. She collected herself before answering it. What? Lectro's voice came through. Azula. We're almost to where the exit should be. We're taking a service elevator down to that level. Where are you now? I just got out of the tunnel. Good, stay there and we'll come to you. After hanging up, she remained there for a bit. She could still feel her mother's presence in the tunnel. She dared not look into it in fear that her mother would speak again, trying to corrupt her mind with lies like she always does. She doesn't know why she even bothered to engage in conversation with that illusion. Of course it would try to sabotage her grand plan to retake her throne. If anything, she now wants to double down further on it just to spite her. She calmed herself further. She needed a clear mind. The plan needed to be perfect. There was no room for screw-ups, because almost isn't good enough. It didn't take long for the others to arrive and catch up with her. Lectro ran to her side. I'm glad we got here quickly. What's wrong? She glared at him. Nothing is wrong with me. We were able to detect a spike in your stress levels while you were in the lower levels through the adhesive sensors still on your body. Pt.3 answered. Yeah, they said it was like you were having a panic attack. Sev said as he studied the entrance to the tunnels for danger, a hand hovering over his weapon. She had forgotten that the sensors were still attached and didn't know they'd be able to pick something like that up. She couldn't appear weak to them. She needed to come up with a lie that would satisfy them. I don't like dark and cramped places. She mentally scolded herself for how pathetic that sounded and didn't think they would believe her. She'll have to sell it better. They remind me of the prison cell my brother put me in before I escaped him. Well, I guess anyone would develop claustrophobia from something like that. Lectro said. Your brother sounds like a prick. Sev commented. They believed her. Relief washed over her. Not only did she manage to hide what was truly causing her stress, but managed to make Zuko look bad in the process. We should get out of this place and meet back up with Cetro. The scientist concluded. Azula and the others took a public transport to the location Cetro had told them to meet, where they found both him and Skeeve waiting at a street corner. About time. What, y'all get lost on the way? Cetro asked impatiently. Have you seen how big this place is? It puts Horizon City to shame. Lectro responded. Why are we here again? Azula asked impatiently. I've got a business transaction to make with an old buddy of mine, Kanzo. He's the local crime lord. Cetro explained before walking down the street and beckoning them to follow. Your friend is a Codello? Lectro asked in bewilderment. Yup, he and I go way back. How far? Cetro scratched his scaled chin with one of his lower arms as he thought, since about grade school I'd say. Geez, didn't think you knew the Codellos since time began. Sev chortled. Shut it, Lumix. I'm only 233, I'm not that old. That information felt almost like a slap to the face to Azula. She could tell Cetro was old by the crotchety attitude he had that was common for elders to develop. However, to hear that he was over 200 years old was not something she expected. To think there were still airbenders flying around during Cetro's youth. Skeeve could care less about how old the head engineer was and was more interested in his friendship with the local crime lord. Wow, so you and the local crime lord grew up together? So does that mean you are a Codello as well? Same species, but I'm not part of the family. Used to work for them in their chop shops when I was young, but left that life for something more legitimate with the Penderins. Back before they became power-hungry maniacs. But I stayed in contact with Kanzo, and now he runs everything here, so good for me. Azula rolled her eyes at the notion of friendship, especially with a criminal. Their relationship was a betrayal waiting to happen. All it would take is for someone to make his supposed friend an offer good enough to make him willing to plant a knife in his back. What about the Gold Suns? She asked while allowing Pt.3 to escort her again. Surely his business with them won't affect our stay here, will it? It shouldn't. He's never had any love for Ureta or her sons, and only conducts business with them because the head of the family works for her. He won't rat us out to them. Azula decided she knew enough of Cetro's history and shifted the focus onto the present. So what business do you have with your old friend? He's in charge of the black market here and specializes in illegal tech. I've got a purchase on some hardware that'll make our 2 generators pumping energy in our very special device run a whole lot smoother. You mean the fabricator? Lectro asked. Cetro grabbed the scientist's muzzle, shushing him harshly. Shut your trap, lizard. We already got enough problems with Death's Head. You really want someone else out here hearing about that and start coming after us? He let go of him and continued walking. It should go without saying, don't mention our special device to anyone. Kanzo is a good friend, but he's also a businessman, and sometimes that business can outweigh friendship. The rest of their short trip continued in silence until they reached the club that sat at the top of a skyscraper. Azula and her group took an elevator to reach it, and once indoors, they had to traverse several lavish corridors until they reached the entrance, where 2 tall brawny guards stood. Cetro was about to enter, but one of the guards stepped before him. The club is closed for renovations today. Come back another time. Cetro glared at him. I'm here to do business with the owner. He's expecting me. We have not been informed of any business transactions scheduled for today. Listen, buddy, I don't like to play this card, but your boss and I are old friends, and he said he'd meet me today. The guard grimaced at him before reaching to a cybernetic implant on the side of his head and began speaking. Boss, I've got an old Kestrel here who says he knows you. Says he's got business scheduled for today. There was a long pause as the boss spoke back. He turned back to the much shorter alien before him. Name? Cetro's irritation became more visible. Cetro, I come here every other week. Y'all should know me by now. The guard's amphibious face tightened in annoyance as he relayed the information back. Boss says he's talking to someone now, but he'll see you. Grab yourself a drink while you wait. That's what I thought. Cetro grumbled to himself some more as the other guard opened the door for them before stopping them as Pt.3 began to enter. No robots are allowed in the club, the other guard said. That's never been an issue before. Cetro barked back. New policy. Cetro was about to respond with another rude comment, but the robot in question interjected, sensing conflict escalating. It is all right. My functions would not be conducive in a nightclub setting. I will remain here and patiently wait for your return. Please do not trouble yourself for my sake. Cetro grumbled some more before accepting this. Fine. I swear I'm giving your boss an earful while I'm here. He stormed into the corridor, telling everyone else to follow. Enjoy the club, sir. There was an edge of hostility in the guard's voice that Azula narrowed in on. Something about that whole exchange seemed wrong, she just couldn't put her finger on it. Once inside, they were met with a decadent open room with white floors and walls with an organic architecture, a second level overlooking the vacant dance floor and lavish decor. However, the club was vacant, all the lights were on as a renovation crew were busy tearing apart the place and making replacements. Cetro looked around, his scaled brow furrowing in disgust at the new improvements that were being installed. It was all so gaudy. What the hell is he doing to this place? I thought he loved this club. Perhaps he got tired of looking at the same thing every day and decided he needed a change in scenery. Azula said, not really sure what to make of the new decorations. Yeah, but he wouldn't change it to this style. Cetro looked around the room, his eyes darting back and forth. Something's not right. I can feel it in my agnots. Not really having a point of reference for that comment, she asked in a taunting manner, did them not letting in the trash can upset you that badly? Actually, yes. If Kenzo wasn't in the business, he would have gone to university for robotics. That man loves robots, trusts them more than people if you ask me. Azula felt it as well and responded in a hushed whisper, I had some kind of feeling that was the case. What is it? Cetro directed them to the bar as everyone else took seats elsewhere, the bouncers. I didn't recognize them, not just that. The staff here, he motioned to all the workers, both renovation crew and club workers, all new faces. Your friend doesn't make it a habit to fire his entire staff, I take it? Azula asked, her eyes darting around the room and her thermal vision letting her see patches of heat at the hips of many staff members, blasters no doubt. No, he doesn't like change. Cetro looked at the back of the bar, seeing another Kesterdan just like him, only his scales were brown with dark striping and his mane of hair a jet black. Cetro sighed in relief. Finally, someone familiar. Hey Jacro. Been a long time. The younger bartender turned to him, his four orange eyes widening and his body stiffening for a split second before the mask of a friendly bartender replaced it. Cetro. You old bastard. Jacro said, making his way to them, grabbing a bottle and a glass. So, what brings you to Ginza? He maintained a pleasant smile, but his eyes continued to scan the room like prey searching for a predator. I've got some tech to buy, same as usual. Cetro responded, before gesturing to the renovations. What's all this about? Jacro began pouring him a drink and laughed nervously. Oh, you know, change. We've been doing a lot of that lately. Azula studied Jacro and noticed the heat in his face build up along with all four of his hands. She had heard that when people are nervous their faces would grow hot, but now she could see it happen. She could see how it made his hands clammy and could even see his hot breath grow unsteady. He was afraid of something, and it was more than clear to her now that something was seriously wrong. Jacro. Cetro said, focusing the younger man's attention on him, be real with me right now. What's going on? Jacro looked around again before leaning in closer and speaking in a lower volume, you need to leave, right now. Take all your people and get off Ginza. He looked around again subtly, it's not safe for you here. Why? What's going on? Jacro opened his mouth to answer but stopped himself as another bouncer approached, the boss will see you now. Cetro took another look at this bouncer and noticed he wore black and gold. You know what, I think I may have come at a bad time. Maybe we can reschedule this for some other time. He said, going to walk past him only for the bouncer to block his path with a thick, muscular arm. He insists. Cetro could tell that this was not a request. Wait here, kid. I'll be right back. Cetro followed the bouncer up the stairs to the second level, and as he did so every alarm in Azula's head was ringing, telling her danger was present. It almost felt like she was in the den of a platypus bear. She turned back to Jacro, surely he could provide some more necessary information that could help, but the man only looked at her with worry before saying, I need to get back to work. He then drank the glass that was meant for Cetro in one gulp, almost as if he needed it to get through the day. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She was in a trap, one the trappers didn't know she was in so far, and every second brought them closer to noticing. You need to leave Azula. The voice came from the vision of her mother again, who sat at a bar stool. She turned away as soon as she saw her. Why can't you just leave me alone? She said to herself. Is that really what is so important right now? You heard what the bartender said. It's not safe for you or your friends here. They're not my friends. She scoffed as she began searching for an exit, but you are right. I need to get out of here. What do you think it is? Ursa asked. She observed several of the thugs that hung around, either watching the club for danger or chatting amongst themselves. All dressed professionally with a hint of jewelry here and there to show they were well paid, gold mostly. Hard to say. My guess is an internal power struggle, and that Cetro's friend has been replaced with someone a little less friendly. She walked past the Mirage towards Sev and Lectro, who admired a rather large fish tank that acted as a wall separating the dance floor and a lounge area. Sev watched as a flat tear-shaped blue fish with black stripes drifted by, wondering if it made for good cooking. Lectro admired a red and gold crustacean resting on coral. You know, a nightclub isn't the best place for a fish tank. All the noise and flashing lights will have a detrimental effect on their health, along with causing a lot of unnecessary stress. Doesn't the captain have a fish tank on the Sakor? Sev said, watching a shimmering silver school pass by. A battleship is an even worse place for one. Azula approached the two. Hey, you two, what are you doing? Lectro looked at another black fish covered in yellow spots, just criticizing the idea of having a fish tank in Dash. Yes, that's fascinating and all, but we need to get out of here. Why? Sev asked. We just got here. Azula moved closer to speak in a hushed tone. This place isn't safe. No time to explain, we just have to go. What about Cetro? Lectro asked. Forget Cetro. We have the opportunity right now, let's not waste it. She went to leave only to be stopped by a metal hand on her shoulder. Hold it, Firespitter, if trouble is brewing, we don't leave our own behind. Wait! Wait! Lectro stepped between them. What trouble are you talking about, Azula? Before Azula could argue back, Skeeve walked up from the bar with a purple bottle and glass. Hey guys, check this out. They've got Pandaren whiskey here. You have any idea how many planets embargo this stuff? And it's reasonably priced too. Either Cetro's friend is in bed with some Imperials, or he's stealing this stuff out from under their noses. He exclaimed excitedly as he poured himself a glass. Azula snatched the glass out of his hand and poured the contents in a nearby plant to his sorrow. Listen. I don't think Cetro's friend is running the show here. Somebody else is. Like who? The Codello family owns Ginza. Skeeve said, snatching his glass back. As if on cue, the renovation crew members finished installing the new holo projector, dimmed the lights and plugged it in where it displayed a titanic gold sun emblem over the exit, bathing the stark white room in yellow light. The four of them looked on at the emblem in shock, with Skeeve almost dropping his bottle. Azula was right, Cetro's friend wasn't in charge anymore. However, she was wrong about it being internal politics, and instead it was a hostile takeover. Sev looked on and crossed his arms. Well, crap. Cetro was led to the private office in the back of the second level. Armed guards stood around the entire level as the renovation crew walked past carrying equipment. He could hear voices from beyond the sliding door of the main office. For ships carrying valuable cargo went missing in the past week. The first voice said with a dry raspiness and clear irritation, "Find whatever or whoever is doing it, because if I get a call from the boss asking where they are again, it's both of our heads." A lanky banana-shaped headed alien walked out in a hurry. The bouncer gestured with his head to go in. Cetro entered the room with the guard following him in. He found it to be unrecognizable to when he last saw it. Where there was once modest utilitarian furniture, now sat lavish expensive leather chairs and couches. Expensive trinkets decorated the bookshelf and walls, and a giant gold sun flag sat on the wall where the self-portrait of the previous owner once was. The only thing that he recognized was the modest desk that was currently being occupied by someone else. Someone Cetro didn't recognize. The man sat laid back with his feet kicked up on the desk. He wore a mix of black and gold utility wear with a dash of expensive clothing such as his shiny gold-toed pointed boots, button-down dress shirt and black dress jacket with a gold trim. Several gold chains hung around his neck and expensive rings decorated his fingers. His skin was the color of sand, burgundy scales adorned his head that started from his nose and flared up into his forehead and continued down his back, giving him the prickly appearance of a pine cone with pumpkin orange eyes. He was a Chundari, a race that is considered one of the rarer species to see in the galaxy. The man looked both tired and annoyed, but once he noticed Cetro he put on a welcoming smile, flashing his crooked teeth. "You must be Cetro. What can I do you for?" His voice had the dry rasp of the person shouting, and he spoke with a thick accent. Cetro narrowed his eyes in a scornful look. "Who the hell are you?" The pointy-headed man shook his head in exaggerated disappointment in himself as he spoke in a jovial manner. Where are my manners?" He stood and approached Cetro with a welcoming hand and a devilish grin. "Call me Slater. I'm the new owner of this fine establishment." Cetro reluctantly shook his hand. "Now, I understand the confusion, Mr. Cetro. You come in here expecting to do business with good ol' Kanzo, only to be met with my ugly mug sitting at his desk and redecorating his club." "Well, my club now." He spoke smoothly and confidently despite his rustic voice. He gestured to one of the lavish chairs. "Sit, please. Any business you had with the previous owner can be done through me." Cetro was weary of him, but took the seat, not wanting to cause any trouble. He didn't know what this man's temperament was. "Your gold son. I thought Ginso was under Codello control. What happened to Kanzo?" Slater sucked in some air as he raised his brows. "Oh boy. Well, sorry to say this, but Kanzo ain't here no more." He paced to the window overlooking the cityscape. "As you probably already know, the Codello family works for us and has to pay a tribute tax to dear ol' Mama Ureta every now and again, just like all the other smaller groups under the sun. Kanzo, though, got a little too greedy. He's been taking a few units off the top of his payments and got caught with his hands in the cookie jar. The boss lady didn't take too kindly to that, so she had him removed. In other words, Ginzo's under new management." "I see." Cetro was all too aware as to what he meant by remove and didn't want to ask but had to confirm. "And Kanzo?" Slater looked back at him and huffed out a weary breath. "Best not to think too hard about that. Wouldn't want to spoil the mood with the grisly details." He gave him another smile as he went back to his desk and brought over a case. "Now that we got that cleared up, why don't we get down to business? Can I offer you a drink first?" "No, I'm fine." "Ah, don't be modest, my friend. We all deserve a little pick-me-up every now and then. You know, my mama always said business is best done with a little bit of alcohol in the gut," Slater said, pouring 2 glasses and offering one. Cetro only kept a hard expression. "I prefer to keep a sober mind when doing so." "Suit yourself." Slater downed the offered drink. Cetro wanted to get himself and his crew out of this place as soon as possible, but there was a courtesy to these things. They were stuck in a horrible snake den, and what's worse, Cetro walked them right into it. His one saving grace was that Slater didn't seem to know that they were Crimson Storm. Now he had to sit and stay focused on whatever deal Slater wanted to make. Whether he got the part or not was irrelevant as long as it got them out of there. He cursed himself mentally for not calling Kenzo ahead of time. Slater put the case down, opening it, revealing a black and purple device, 1G133 Pandaren computer processor. Streamlines processing power to any device you hook it up to, as long as it's compatible, of course. Now I ain't no computer wizard, more of a red sand dealer myself, but I know that this bad boy here is a godsend for whatever piece of tech you want it for. But very hard to find outside of Imperial space, and even harder to get your hands on in the Empire without the proper know-how. How much you willing to pay for her? Kenzo and I agreed to 3,000 units. Slater pressed his lips together. 3,000, huh? That may have been fine and dandy with Kenzo, however we do things a little differently here. 5 grand sounds more like the proper price that we would normally sell this for. Cetro saw this as his chance to get out of there and took it. It would cost him this piece of valuable tech, but it was not worth his life or the people under him. I was promised I'd pay 3 grand. Nothing more, nothing less. That's my final offer, take it or leave it. Slater frowned, like I said before. The Gold Suns are in charge now, so we charge Gold Sun prices. I'm sure we can negotiate a fair price. How about 490? Sorry, but we ain't willing to pay more than that. That coming from you or your boss? Slater leaned back, pulling a cigarette from his coat. Tech like this is used for industrial and military-grade equipment. Stuff that requires access to those things. He tried sparking up the cigarette with a golden lighter. I don't like to pry in people's personal life, but from the look of ya, I don't think you'd be making enough to be able to afford this thing on your own, meaning you're using company money. His lighter failed to produce a spark, and you never said who it was you're working for. We typically like to know who it is we're doing business with. When the lighter refused to spark, he cursed, then flexed his index finger, and a spark of electricity traveled up his finger and lit his cigarette. He puffed out some smoke through his nose. Sorry about that, need me some new lighting fluid? I prefer not to show off my little trick like that. Tends to catch people off guard. The sight of that electrical current was enough for Cetro to conclude this meeting by standing up. We're done here. Keep the chip, I'll find it cheaper someplace else. Slater eyed him suspiciously as huffed some smoke and closed the case. I'm sorry we couldn't come to an agreement, Mr. Cetro. I'll escort you out. No need. Cetro said quickly, making his way to the door that was blocked off by a bouncer whose tall muscular frame almost blocked all view of the exit. Slater nodded for the man to move, and Cetro pushed past him, speed walking down the steps to the rest of his crew. We're leaving, let's go, he ordered quickly as he marched to the door. Hope we can do business again in the future. Slater's delighted voice echoed from the balcony as he watched them leave. Once they were gone, his friendly persona faded as he flatly ordered one of his men, find out who they're working for. Once they left the building, the 5 of them piled into a hover taxi and flew directly back to the spaceport. Cetro marched down the corridors. He was almost running with the rest, doing their best to keep pace. You didn't think to contact your friend ahead of time just to make sure he wasn't murdered by a cartel? Azula scolded Cetro as they walked. You think I don't know how bad this is? He barked back. Kenzo had always been able to stay on their good side, but I'm not really surprised he tried to steal from Ureta, but his timing couldn't have been any worse. Wait! He tried to steal from Ureta herself? Skeeve practically had a panic attack. Guess that explains all the red sand dealers we've been seeing, Sev said. How did this happen, though? Don't we normally keep track of these sorts of things? Lectro asked. This had to be recent. Skeev looked over his shoulder and scanned the crowd of people at the spaceport in clear paranoia. You think they know? About us being Crimson Storm? Azula grabbed his sleeve and pulled him out of his frenzied paranoia. They will if you don't keep your mouth shut and make it obvious. They don't know. That leader of theirs, Slater, had no clue when we spoke, but it's only a matter of time until they find out. We just need to make sure we're gone by then. Would they be able to prevent us from leaving the planet? Azula asked as they entered an escalator. Probably. Suns like to plant their own in all sorts of places. Just as they were about to enter the shipyard, several security officers stepped in their way. A short green lizard man, just like Lectro, stepped forward. Excuse me, I'm going to have to ask you all to come with us. What for? We haven't done anything? Lectro responded. Yeah, we're just headed back to our ship. Sev followed up. I understand, just a random inspection we do on various people throughout the spaceport. Azula's thermal vision let her see his face heating up slightly. He was lying. The alarms rang in Azula's head once more as the men surrounded them. She could see a warm spot at all of their sides. They were armed. There was no doubt in her mind that these random security officers were probably working for the Suns. One of the guards grabbed her wrist and on instinct she pulled away and sent a roundhouse kick to his face, sending him sprawling to the floor. The other officers reached for their weapons. Sev used his large size and strength to his advantage by grabbing a guard in each hand and tossing them effortlessly at the others. Cetro sent his two right fists into the lead officer's stomach and tossed him aside. The last officer pulled out his weapon and took aim at Azula. She quickly closed the distance and grabbed hold of his wrist, directing the weapon away as a stun shot was fired. As she held his wrist and prevented him from breaking free, the temperature in her hand and the flesh she held onto rose until smoke trickled out. The officer screamed in pain as he kicked her off him, his limp wrist now having a hand-shaped burn. She looked on in astonishment. She didn't think she would be capable of causing damage like this at her current power level. The officer tried to fire at her again, only to be hit by a stun blast from the weapon Cetro pulled from his opponent's hand. To the ship now! They raced to the shipyard, pushing past various aliens that happened to get in their way. An alarm soon went off and more security officers began to pour into the hangar. Oh no, we're not gonna make it, we're going to be stuck here. Lectro panicked. Calculating all possible exit routes for our Pt.3 was cut off when a small white metal device the size of a teacup latched onto his body, and a surge of electricity stopped his movements and caused him to fall over after his forced shutdown. Sev quickly grabbed the down machine, with another device being shot at him by a security guard. It latched onto his left arm and forced it to shut down and drop Pt.3. Several more of the devices were shot onto his limbs until he was unable to move and he fell over after a stun blast collided with body. Sev. Lectro called out only for a stun blast to hit his upper back that came from a catwalk. Cetro was ready to counter, but several stun blasts knocked him into unconsciousness. Now it was just Azula and Skeev. The security guards surrounded both of them with their weapons trained. Skeev immediately threw his hands in the air and shouted, "I surrender." Azula could only scoff at him as she raised her own arms up to comply. "Officers, this is all some kind of big misunderstanding," Skeev said as smoothly as he could. "Now why don't we put the blasters down and talk this out like civilized." A stun blast to the chest silenced him. Azula barely had time to react as a stun bolt was fired into her stomach, sending an electric wave throughout her body, making her go limp. After being stunned into unconsciousness, Azula was awoken with a slap to the face. She took in her surroundings, seeing that she was seated in a chair with her hands bound behind her back in the middle of the empty club that used to belong to Cetro's friend, now empty of the renovation crew and only populated with Gold Sun thugs. The room is still being illuminated by the yellow light of the holo projector. The others were by her side, secured in the same fashion, with them being awoken in the same rude manner. What happened? Where are we? Are we dead? Skiv gasped out from her right as he darted his head around. No, Skiv, we're not dead. At least not yet. Setro answered. Everyone all right? No. Azula answered while stretching her body in an attempt to stretch the pain of being stunned away, along with subtly testing the limits of her restraints. They were too tight to break free from. I feel like I've been hit with lightning. Sev rotated his head as he slowly regained feeling in the fleshy parts of his body. Those EMP shots really did a number on me. Pt.3 remained turned off and face down on the floor as if he had been tossed there. One of the thugs backhanded Sev and ordered him to be quiet. Why don't you take these restraints off and try that again, buddy? He grinned back in a cocky manner, then spat some purple blood on the thug's expensive shoes. The thug jammed the electric end of a stun baton into his stomach. Sev, can you please not anger the guys who have us cuffed? Nervousness was present in Lectro's voice. Azula looked around for an exit. So far the only one was the main entrance behind her, and it was guarded by several thugs. She heard a commotion in the kitchen area to her right as folk music played loudly with someone singing along, the sounds of cooking present. After one of the thugs notified whoever was in the kitchen of their presence, a raspy voice called out in joy, "Right on time." Slater exited the kitchen, the sleeves to his buttoned-up shirt rolled up and a steaming entree in hand. Azula noticed on his bare arms there were 3 metallic blue stripe-like protrusions on each side of his forearms. She wondered if they were some sort of cybernetic. Good to see y'all again. He presented the platter before them. Hungry? I tell ya, y'all have not lived till you've tried Mama's recipe for fried tiliga trout. The secret is to fry it just right so it's crispy but not dry. Everyone remained silent from either fear or not wanting to indulge in idle chit-chat. I could get a chef to cook this for me, Maker knows I've got the money for it, but there's just a certain satisfaction of doing it yourself, you know. Sometimes getting your hands dirty can be fun. Everyone continued their silence. Aw, come on y'all, don't be shy. Made plenty for everyone. He held the dish out to Skiv. Give it a whiff. Don't that there fish just smell tantalizing? Why yeah, it does. I guess. Skiv said nervously. This short interaction let Azula know all she needed about this man's personality. He was a talker that loved the sound of his own voice and liked to drag conversations out either for his own pleasure or just because he can't help but go on tangents. His confident and casual demeanor, along with his clothes being a mix of rugged and luxury wear, suggested that he came from nothing and clawed his way out of the dirt into power and was eager to flaunt it. What do you want, Slater? Setro interrupted, already tired of this exchange. Are you that mad that I didn't buy that part? Slater pulled the dish away and sat down at a nearby table where he began to dig in. That? Oh nah. I'll find another buyer for that in no time. I brought y'all back here because I had no idea we had members of the infamous Crimson Storm in Moss City, and I'm sure you know the boss lady gave out orders to kill y'all on sight. He took a bite from his fried dish. Man, this is some good food. Y'all sure you don't want any? Might be your last. If you got orders to shoot on sight, then why are we still alive? Azula asked. One of the thugs raised his hand to strike her for speaking without being addressed, but froze when Slater raised a hand to allow it. That's a mighty fine question there. He squinted his eyes as he took a closer look at her. What are you supposed to be, some kind of Pandaren mutant? She rolled her eyes at that. Anyway, the reason y'all are still breathing is because I've got a bit of an issue. You see, some ships carrying valuable and very illegal cargo, handheld lazy guns mostly, have been going missing as of late, and the boss lady has been twisting my arm about it. Next thing I know, another one goes missing in our star system, and several members of the Crimson Storm walk right in my club. Y'all can't tell me that ain't no coincidence. That's exactly what that is. We only came to Ginza to pick up supplies and for me to see Kenzo. That's it. Cetro explained. Slayer took another bite as he took his time to think up a response. No one dared to interrupt him, and what am I supposed to do with that? Call up Ureta, tell her another ship's gone and that a few members of that merc group she really hates strolled up and I let them go because they said they had nothing to do with it? The boss lady ain't gonna like that one bit, no she won't. He got up with a piece of fried fish in hand and spoke with his mouth full. So my friends, where are my ships? No one answered. Aw, come on now, fellas. I'm being nice right now, giving y'all the chance to come clean. I like being nice, nice makes everybody happy. Don't make me be nasty, I don't like being nasty. Things get messy when I'm nasty, you know. Teeth start breaking, faces get bloody, and my clothes get messy. Sorry buddy, but we had nothing to do with your missing ships. Sev answered. He stepped over to Sev. Let's start with the child of material sin himself, Severin. I've heard a big deal about you, big boy. Gotta say though, thought you'd be taller. He said, craning his head up to the giant, who was still taller than him even while sitting. So you gonna tell me what I want to know, or am I gonna have Ada strip you down for parts and feed what's left of you to the local animal shelter? Sev kept a hard expression. If it wasn't for the EMP bolts placed on his limbs, he'd have broken out of his restraints and tossed Slater through the nearest window, wasn't us. Pirates could have easily done it. Slater chuckled. Son, we own the pirates out here, and any that ain't under our payroll ain't dumb enough to try it. Funny enough, it's actually our pirate ships that are going missing. He turned his attention to Lectro next to him and sat down on the still deactivated Pt.3. What about you, Skinny? You look like a squealer. You tell me where my ships are and I'll just let you go. Lectro looked nervous. He has clearly never been in a situation like this, and it showed as his body shook and he fumbled over his words. I would tell you if I knew, good sir. But we're telling the truth. We had nothing to do with that. Slater took another bite. Nah, I ain't buying it. I feel like you ain't being honest with me, Skinny. He grabbed Lectro's face, forcing him to look into his eyes. I'm telling the truth. I promise. The captain wouldn't even tell us any details about stuff like that if she was doing it. Slater let go of Lectro, pondering his words as he finished his food. That's right. Y'all are at the bottom of the totem pole. Myrel wouldn't tell y'all anything unless... He turned to Cetro and took a few steps towards him. I talked to someone who's in charge, like you, Mr. Cetro. After all, we know you are the head engineer of that old battleship of hers, and that you've got ties to the Codello family, i.e. Kenzo. Cetro kept a stony expression. How do you know that? Your buddy Kenzo liked to keep a lot of records on people he does business with, and what we couldn't find out from that our bartender filled us in. Cetro growled. Jacro wouldn't sell me out like that. You're right. He wasn't really willing to talk, but after a few black eyes and a broken wrist, he was singing like there was no tomorrow. Slater said and grinned as casually as if he was talking about his dinner. You son of a, when I get my hands on you, I'll dash. Aha! I'd be nice to me if I was you. After all, I've got all y'all's lives in my somewhat greasy hands. Somebody get me a napkin. He ordered one of his men. You killed him. Didn't you? Cetro accused, not even attempting to hide his anger as he tried to stand only for the thugs behind him to pull him back into his chair. Sorry to tell you this, old-timer, but no. It wasn't me, and honestly, it would have been a mercy if I had done it. He knelt down as if he was speaking to a child. You see, Ureta came here herself to deal with this whole situation, and ooey. I tell you what, she held no punches. Cetro was so agitated the thugs had to hold him in place. Let me tell you what she did to Kenzo. If I were the one to do it, I would have just shot him and been done with it, but Ureta. He shook his head as he remembered, that woman is something else, I tell ya. She had him, all his most loyal people, and his family dragged out to one of the dry docks at the edge of the dome. Stripped him down to his drawers, then doused him in the coldest water she could find under the dome. Then she told him to take a walk outside during a blizzard. Cetro's eyes widened in horror, knowing the temperatures of Ginza's natural environment was in the negatives year-round, and even worse during a blizzard. Yeah, and she told him if he made it at least 10 yards before his whole body froze over, she'd spare his family. How far? How far did he make it? Cetro shouted, unable to restrain his fury. Slater only stood back up with a sly smile. I'll leave that up to your imagination. He then grabbed Cetro's face quickly, holding it in a firm grasp as he spoke through gritted teeth in a gravelly aggressive tone, completely losing the air of calm friendliness he presented. Now you see what I've got breathing down my neck. If these ships keep going missing on my watch, who do you think Ureta is gonna make walk out into the blizzard next? So tell me, Mr. Cetro, where are my damn ships? Cetro spat on his face. Like I said, we don't know nothing? Slater wiped it away. All right, you want to be difficult? Fine by me. In fact, since I admire your dedication, I'll let you wear one of my chains. Azula was confused by this odd gesture as she watched him remove one of his many garish gold chains and place it around Cetro's neck. It's a great honor to wear one of my chains. You know how expensive these things are? Shame I'm gonna have to ruin this one. Slater grabbed the golden pendant, and the metallic blue stripes around his forearms contracted, generating sparks of yellow electricity from his forearms that traveled up the conductive metal around Cetro's neck, delivering a painful shock throughout his body. Cetro cried out in pain as Sev tried to force his non-functioning limbs into motion as both Lectro and Skeeve watched in horror. You're wasting your time, you fool, Azula said. Slater's electric assault on Cetro ceased as he turned his piercing orange eyes to her. He let go of the chain and sauntered over. Oh really, little lady? Care to enlighten me on why that is? He held a hand close to her cheek as if he was going to caress it before tensing up as electric energy ran between his fingers. Space is a big place after all. Ships must go missing all of the time. It could have been any number of things. She pulled her face away as his crackling fingertips inched closer. Blaming us won't get you your cargo back. Maybe, but I'm sure y'all would make for an excellent fall guy. He inched his hand closer, the peach fuzz of her face beginning to stand on end. Lectro then remembered something the captain had said. Wait. Myrelle said something about ships going missing in these parts before we left. Surely your ships aren't the only ones going missing too? Slater paused his hand just before his electric fingertips could make contact with her face. Slater did remember hearing reports of civilian freighters going missing as well. P+. Skeeve added, hoping he could help get them out of this situation. The Sakor is an old ship, probably centuries old. It wouldn't be able to keep up with any modern-day ships you throw at it. So there'd be evidence from debris that it would be us. Slater scoffed and pulled his electric hand away. I ain't stupid. The Sakor is old, but I know y'all have outfitted it with all the modern-day gadgets, and she wouldn't be up against any of our high-end cruisers. What's missing are freighters, tugboats, small fighters. The Sakor could easily handle those. Maybe you guys just suck at keeping track of your stuff. Sev mocked, only to be met with a stun baton shoved into his stomach again. If he opens his mouth again, shoot him in whatever part of him that ain't metal. Slater ordered as his impatience grew. Things were escalating quickly. Azula needed more information in order to talk her way out. When did your last ship go missing? 2 days ago. Why? 2 days ago, the Sakor was sitting in a hangar undergoing repairs from a battle with Death's Head a couple days prior. What about the rest of your ships? That rust bucket ain't the only ship Myrelle has. Cetro, now somewhat recovered from his electric shock, breathed out a response. All ships got recalled back to base. Really? And why is that now? You expecting us? Cortex. We're expecting an attack from Cortex. Slater thought about this discovery for a moment. Hold on now. I heard that OL Manduratax got blown to smithereens the other day, and it put Cortex in a mood so fiery it would make a volcano jealous. That was y'all that did that? Slater scratched his chin as he returned to the table, seeming to be somewhat swayed by this news. Say I believe y'all. That still puts me back at square one, for missing ships and no solution to find them. Which means what am I gonna do with y'all? How about you just let us leave and we forget this exchange ever happened? We could always throw in some cash for your trouble. Azula suggested. She hated how weak it made her look, but Slater held all of the power here, and pleasing him may be their only way out. Nah. This ain't the type of problem you can throw cash at. Then how about a trade? Skeeve suggested. Azula and the others looked at him, knowing what he was suggesting. Skeeve hated that he had to throw this in and that the client would be angry with this, but no job was worth his life. And what exactly do y'all have that's worth all 4 of your lives? Skiv. If you say a word to this bastard, I swear I will. Cetro was silenced when one of the thugs punched his stomach. Azula inched closer to him and whispered, Hush up. This could be our only chance to get out of this. Slater gave Skeeve a lip to continue. We recently got a piece of valuable tech that I'm sure the captain would be willing to trade for all of us to be returned, unharmed that is. What type of tech we talking about? Stolen Imperial tech? Slater asked, returning to his meal. Better. A fabricator. Slater paused while eating, his interest fully captured, and he quickly disregarded his dinner. And where did you get this fabricator from, exactly? Azula answered when Skeeve couldn't provide the necessary information. The Crimson Storm got it after clearing a pirate den. They were probably going to sell it for a lot of units. But if you speak with Myrelle, the only thing you'd have to pay for is our lives. You might not find your ships, but those can be replaced, here new people, and as for your lost cargo, the fabricator could just create what you need to replace it. No expense needed. Slater leaned back in his chair, scratching his chin deep in thought. One of Kanzo's reports talked about a piece of lost tech like that he was gonna buy off some pirates. That must have been it. He got up and began pacing as he thought aloud. Ureta doesn't give a damn about the ships or the crew, all she's worried about is the cargo. I could replace everything that was lost and then some. Hell. She'll probably even forget about this whole fiasco to begin with. Slater's charming confidence returned as a wide grin formed on his face. Ooey. Things are looking up for me. Myrelle won't trade that thing for us. Cetro barked. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure, my friend. Myrelle's the sentimental type that actually gives a damn about her crew. I'm sure she'll oblige. He handed his dish to one of the thugs. Wrap this in some foil and stick it in the fridge for me. Somebody get me ma jacket, take all them to ma ship. We're going to make a trade. What the hell are you thinking, kid? Cetro said to Azula. Shush. I have a plan, she whispered back. Really? He asked skeptically. Partially, I'm making it up as I go. The thugs pulled them to their feet and began directing them to follow Slater while several had to lift Seb's body. Azula, Setro, Skeeve and Lectro sat in the rear compartment of a windowless hover van while Pt.3 were ungracefully tossed onto the floor with 4 of Slater's men sitting amongst them. Slater's personal extravagant air limo led the way through the air while the larger, more robust van followed behind. They all sat in silence as the vehicle soared through the sky. Seb stared at the ceiling from his not-so-comfortable spot on the floor. You guys should clean the ceiling of this place. It's super dirty. One of the thugs kicked his side. Quiet. Azula looked over the 4 guards sitting at each corner of the compartment. Each one a different species and a wall of muscle who could easily overpower her and the others in their current state, all armed with a plasma blaster at their hip hidden by their suit jackets, only visible to her by the faint glow of its battery. So Firespitter. How's that plan coming along? Setro asked under his breath. Still working on it. She looked at the thug next to her, noticing he was the bouncer at the club entrance with the cybernetic implant on his head. With her thermal vision, she could see a faint glow emanating within it. Well, whatever it is, you better do it quick before the thug next to Setro elbowed him hard in his ribs, telling him to keep quiet. Hey guys, how about we just comply for now, so we don't end up dying? Skeeve said to them. They won't kill us, Skeevy boy. Seb said from the floor, they need us alive to make this stupid trade. One of the thugs revealed his weapon to them all as a final warning, alive, but no one said uninjured. Everyone stayed silent. Azula stretched her back as a way to hide her, positioning a hand to make a reaching motion for the heat source on the side of the cyborg thug's head. She focused her energy on the heat source like she did on Seb's shoulder, but the heat source remained the same. She focused harder and the source began to glow brighter. The thug shook his head as if a bug was in his face and tapped the metal implant in some vain attempt at cooling it down. What's wrong? The thug across from him asked, prompting Azula to stop. It's nothing. He responded, not wanting to let any weakness be known. Azula leaned over to Setro, get ready to attack. Setro saw the discomfort on the cyborg and had a vague understanding as to what she meant. He looked to the rest of the group and through subtle facial gestures he made them aware of what to expect. Once settled back and she raised her hand discreetly, feeling the heat source, once more clenching it, and watched as it began glowing brighter and brighter. The thug visibly began to grow more uncomfortable, his face twisted in discomfort, his brow began to sweat and he began to sway as if he was growing dizzy. Once he grasped his head as if he was soothing a migraine. The other thugs began to take notice. What's going on with you? The thug across from them asked. Something's up with my cyberware. The second thug got up and came closer to take a look. Once he was close enough, Azula tensed her hand and poured all her energy into the heat source. The thug tensed up and cried out as the cyberware on his head exploded into a flurry of sparks and caught fire, taking the second thug by surprise. Before he could recover, she planted both feet into the distracted thug's hip, sending him back into his seat. The other 2 began to react. Setro threw his weight into the one closest to him, trying to pin him to the wall, while Lectro spun in his seat and began kicking the thug next to him when he reached for his weapon. You'll also like. As the large muscular man began to recover from the kick, he lunged at Azula as she pulled her bound hands forward from beneath her legs and caught his fist, attempting to twist it only to find that the man's limb was too strong for her to move. He grabbed her by the neck and pinned her to the wall instead. Sev was tired of sitting helplessly, so he looked for any way he could help, but the bolts fixed on him prevented any movement, but noticed Skeeve, who tried to cower away from the action by diving to the floor hoping no one would notice. Skeeve. Get these bolts off me. Skeeve quickly ducked away and began kicking the devices off the cyborg's limbs, which was easier said than done as the magnets holding them in place were strong. The 3-digit hand around Azula's throat tightened, cutting off access to air quickly. Her kicks to his solid chest did nothing to alleviate it. She focused all her energy in her bound hands, remembering how she burned the security officer earlier. When she saw her hands glowing bright enough, she grabbed his face, and with the combination of her hands and his own body heat, she burned his face as if a red-hot piece of iron was making contact with him. The thug screamed out in pain, letting her go and grabbing his face in a vain attempt to soothe the pain. Skeev managed to kick the bolt off Sub's left leg, and once the cyborg could feel his leg moving, he raised it and delivered a powerful kick to the burned thug, sending him through compartment doors with enough force to break them open, with the man plummeting down to the city from hundreds of feet. In the air, the unconscious cyborg thug falling out with him. The drivers took notice of the commotion, with the passenger opening a small compartment door to see what was going on, and was met with the thug closest to Electro falling into him as the reptilian scientist continued to assault him with his feet. The thug shook Electro off and reached into his coat for his blaster again, only for Cetro to throw a foot into his hand, pinning it against his chest. The thug next to Cetro now had room to move and grabbed the engineer and threw him into the scientist as he went to face Azula. He swung at her, which she was easily able to sidestep and get behind him, where she brought her cuffs over his V-shaped head and pulled them over his neck, strangling him as they fell onto the floor over Sev's legs. Cetro did everything he could to pin the last thug, but his restrained arms meant he couldn't do much. Electro, now recovered, saw the deactivated Pt.3 still resting on the floor and kicked the restraining bolt off the robot, and in a matter of seconds he was back online. Forced shutdown deactivated. Recalibrating. Electro jumped to the opposite seat, allowing Cetro more room to restrain his opponent, Pt.3. Activate Defense Protocol. Defense Protocol activated. The robot reoriented itself, its head swiveling to take in the situation around it, and saw the passenger extend the barrel of a blaster pistol through the forward compartment towards Azula. Reacting quickly, Pt.3's tentacle arm shot out, reaching for the passenger's arm and pulling him partially through and twisting his arm painfully away from his target. With his other arm, Pt.3 launched a balled-up metal fist into the man's face, sending him reeling back into the dash. The last thug shook Cetro off and finally pulled out his weapon on Pt.3. The robot's reaction time was quicker, and in an instant Pt.3 grabbed his gun arm and twisted it away from him, painfully making the thug discharge his shot into the wall behind it. Unfortunately, the wall the plasma bolt went through was directly behind the driver and went straight through his chest, killing him instantly. The driver now gone, he fell onto the controls, with the vehicle swerving downward, throwing everyone in the back into the ceiling. The sudden rocking throwing Azula and the thug she was attempting to strangle out the open door. The thug grabbed hold of one of the doors that was barely hanging on by its hinges, while she grabbed onto his clothes as they dangled out of the now plummeting vehicle. The passenger thug grabbed the controls, pulling them up, trying to regain control of the vehicle and rocking everyone in the back. Skeev managed to kick off enough restraining bolts to allow Sev to be able to move freely and pull the rest off himself after snapping the restraints on his wrists. Instead of helping the others deal with the last thug, he pulled himself up to help Azula. Azula held onto the thug's coat with as much strength she had as the winds hit her, causing them both to flail like a flag. The flailing made her inadvertently look down to see that they were hundreds of stories in the air, vehicles rushing past at great speeds. Streets were just blurred lines of neon, and the realization that a fall from this height was more than a guaranteed fatality weighed heavily on her mind. Slater sat in the back of his sky limo with a self-satisfied smile while smoking a cigar. Normally he would save them for special occasions, but he felt like celebrating today. Ooh-ee-oh-ee. I tell you what. This fabricator is gonna be my ticket to getting in better graces with the boss lady. He laughed in a hearty manner to his two chauffeurs. Yes, sir. They both said in agreement. He took a long drag of his cigar, enjoying its flavor, holding in the smoke before expelling it, however. That's only gonna be a temporary band-aid if our ships keep going missing. He then remembered the skinny reptilian scientist's excuse on other missing ships and thought how there may be truth to it. and may prove prudent to investigate other sources. After all, there could be clues. Call somebody to look into other ships going missing in the system and neighboring ones. See if they can find any similarities. The thug in the passenger seat acknowledged and began making a call. Now Slater had to think about what he was going to say to the infamous leader of the Crimson Storm. He's never met nor seen Myrelle in person, but from what he had gathered, she was pragmatic, and pragmatists were easy to smooth talk for him. Even the most stubborn Imperial Pendurans would give in to his negotiations if he worded it logically enough, along with giving them a dash of flattery. Sir? The driver said as he looked at the screen for the rear-view camera, I think we have a situation with the van. Slater's happy expression dropped. He pulled the expensive cigar out his mouth and turned to look out the rear window at the van carrying his prisoners, and saw that it was swerving side to side before nose-diving. What in the name of turn this thing around? His limo swerved in the air, almost hitting another vehicle, before diving towards the van. Sev climbed to the back, reaching over the dangling thug, and pulled Azula back into the vehicle before sending a swift jab into the thug's face, sending him falling, the door snapping off its last hinge. Pt.3 had his tentacle arm wrapped around the last thug's neck, cutting the oxygen off to his brain and knocking him into unconsciousness. All present hostiles have been neutralized. The vehicle swerved hard, sending everyone into the wall as it began dragging its bottom against the concrete and metal floor of one of the many walkways. Get these restraints off, Cetro ordered the robot. Pt.3 complied, using his blowtorch to free both sets of his arms, and immediately wrestled control of the vehicle away from the last thug in the passenger seat, then kicked him out of the vehicle onto a walkway along with the dead driver. Sev tossed the unconscious thug in their compartment out with them as Cetro redirected the vehicle back into the air. What was this plan of yours supposed to be anyway, kid? I told you I was making it up as we went, she said as she held her restraints to Pt.3, who torched them off. So letting our enemy know about the fabricator was part of it? That was just me reacting to Skeev's blunder. I wouldn't have let them know we had it, but it was keeping Slater from killing us. Skeev turned to her after Sev pulled his restraints apart. My blunder? I saw a way to get us out of being electrocuted to death and took it. And now a murderer knows we have a rare piece of equipment. Shut up, both of you, Cetro shouted. We need to get back to the ship and... He readjusted the side view mirror and saw Slater's limo speeding up behind them. They all noticed the vehicle once it had rammed its nose into their back, smashing the other door. Oh crap, we're dead. Skeev panicked. Quick, Azula, shoot them with fire or something. I can't firebend under this sun, you idiot. The thug in the passenger seat stuck his head out of the window with a blaster in hand and began firing into the compartment. Sev quickly stepped before the others, holding out his left arm where a panel on the back of his hand opened, projecting a tall glowing red shield that blocked every blast that came their way. The metal plates of his right arm began shifting as his hand unhinged and folded as his forearm opened up to reveal 3 barrels that began spinning. He pointed his arm out an opening in the side of his shield and began firing plasma at a rapid rate, striking the hood and part of the windshield. Slater's vehicle almost instantly pulled away and ascended above them, where it rammed them from above. Everybody, hang tight, Cetro shouted as he accelerated the van, getting ahead of the limo. Sev managed to keep himself firmly planted between the rear opening and the others to prevent them from falling out. The van was fast, however, not as fast as Slater's limo, who quickly caught back up next to them. The limo collided with the van, pushing it closer to an upcoming skyscraper, its side scraping against its concrete and glass surface, sending debris down below until it collided with the green neon lights. Sev, now having a vague understanding as to where their enemy is, began shooting again through the vehicle's wall, managing to pierce the door of the luxurious vehicle. Slater jumped to the floor as crimson bolts tore through his door. The hell y'all doing? Get under them. The driver did as instructed and got beneath the van. Slater peered out the window with his own blaster in hand and began firing at the rear hover module, keeping the vehicle afloat. A small explosion from the module rocked the van, causing it to lose altitude. Setro struggled to maintain control of the vehicle as it descended. "Somebody take care of him before we crash." "I can't get a clear shot," Sev responded. Azula remembered how she overheated the thug's head and had an idea. "Let me try something." She instructed Sev to hold on to her as she leaned out the open back. With her thermal vision, she could see the glow of the vehicle's engine. She also saw the glow from Slater's blaster as he continued to fire on them. She decided to test her ability further by reaching her hands out and focusing on his blaster. Within moments, the weapon began glowing brighter until the cooling flaps opened to his surprise. She focused harder until the battery exploded in his hands, forcing him back inside his vehicle. Now confident in her skill with this ability, she focused on the engine. It was tougher to raise its temperature as it was a much larger piece of equipment and the distance may be playing a part in it. "Get me closer," she shouted back to Setro, who reluctantly complied by hitting the limo. Now closer, she could feel the heat emanating from the vehicle more clearly and began raising its temperature quickly until it exploded. The limo swerved and crashed into a parked vehicle on a walkway. With the danger gone, Sev pulled her back into the van as it continued its descent. Slater kicked open the door as he stumbled out of the vehicle, falling to his hands and knees as he tried to regain his sense of balance. His hand slightly burned by his blaster exploding so suddenly and violet blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. One of his men also stumbled out, bracing himself against the destroyed vehicle as the passenger lay unconscious on the driver's seat airbag. Slater looked over the damage to his limo. The front was completely totaled, with it firmly lodged into the side of a taxi, its hood standing on end as fire and smoke engulfed the engine. He stumbled to his henchman, grabbing him by the collar and forcing him to look his way with righteous fury. "What the hell was that? Why'd our engine give up on us like that?" I don't know, sir. I don't know what happened to it," he pleaded, seeing his boss raise his other hand that generated electric sparks. Slater was furious, but let him go as he turned back and watched as the damaged van descended down into the lower levels. His face tightened in a snarl as he grabbed his underling again, pulling him closer as he gave his next orders. "I want people at all the spaceports, eyes and ears at every dry dock and airlock. Get everyone we can spare patrolling the lower levels, and everyone we've got in the police department patrolling the skies. Nobody leaves this city without me hearing of it. Do you understand me?" The man shook his head and Slater let him go, allowing him to follow his orders as he continued to stare off into the distance at the smoking van. The van continued its slow fall into the lower levels of the city. Setro pulled up on its controls as hard as he could, but their crash was unavoidable. "Everyone hold on to something," he shouted as he guided the van into a less than graceful crash landing into an open lot. The van skidded across the pavement, gradually slowing down until colliding to a halt into a wall, smashing its nose. Setro punched the airbag that cushioned his impact until it deflated, giving him room to move around. "All right, who's not dead?" he coughed out. Everyone in the cabin groaned as they recovered from being thrown around like rag dolls, except for Pt.3, who answered with, "All passengers are alive with minor injuries. I myself am fully functional." Skeeb jumped out of the back first, falling to his knees, grasping his stomach. "Oh geez. I don't ever want to fly in a hover vehicle ever again." He put his hands over his mouth, catching his lunch before it could leave him. Azula jumped out of the back, clutching a bleeding cut on her forehead, trying to reorient herself. "All right, we're free. What should our next move be?" "I thought this was part of your big plan," Setro said, opening the door that fell off as he exited. She sighed in exhaustion. "I said I was making it up as I went, and it was to escape our captors, and what do you know? We escaped them and need a new plan." Sev climbed out and began scanning the skies for danger. We should probably make one after we get off the streets. Lectro appeared by their side. He's right. They've probably got people around this area looking for us. So what should we do then? Skeev asked. Well, for starters, we're gonna need some firepower, Sev said as he kicked his foot up against the wall before grabbing his prosthetic and spinning it around with the metal rib-like plating making. Up his calf opened, presenting the group with several blasters within a small hidden compartment. Lucky for you, all I know someone we can go to, Setro said as he took one of them. Azula raised a brow as she hid a blaster in her jumpsuit. Please tell me they are alive this time. He's alive, but has seen better days. Jacro stumbled out of his taxi and made his way to his apartment building in the middle levels of the city. His lower left arm was in a sling and his scaly face covered in bandages. He tried to keep the fact that he knew Setro hidden, but of course Slater would find out. He's much sharper than Jacro had anticipated. He gave him all the information he wanted and was thankful that Slater didn't escalate this interaction any further, although he wished Slater would show him mercy and not do the gold chain punishment to keep him in line. Jacro entered his apartment, a cramped little space fit for one. He didn't even want to think about what was going to happen to his old friend Setro. He just wanted to take some pain medication and be done with the day. He just prayed he'd be shown mercy. Just as he hit the switch to the light, he felt cold metal being forced against the side of his head. Don't move, a female voice commanded. Scream and you're also dead. He glanced at his right to find Azula standing there with a blaster to his head. You're the girl that was with Setro. That's right, Jacro. Setro's voice came from a seat in the living room. I do what she says. She's got a nasty attitude. Setro? Why, you're alive. Jacro sounded relieved, but the feeling left when he noticed Sev's towering form peeking through the kitchen area with Skeev at his side along with Lectro and Pt.3 occupying the corner of his living room. How did you all get in my apartment? You should lock the windows to your fire escape better, Setro answered, gesturing to a smashed window and semi-broken wall. Sev chuckled as he brushed off some broken glass and plaster from his shoulder. Sorry about that. You guys are here, so does that mean Slater? No. I reckon he's still alive and pissed off right now about us wrecking his car and taking out some of his men. Probably has the whole city on lockdown. There was a long silence that followed. Listen, Setro, I know that, he moved forward as he spoke, but was promptly cut off when Azula shoved the barrel of her weapon hard against his skull. Didn't I say don't move? Maybe a blast in your kneecap will teach you? His body stiffened at her threat. Hold it, kid. Back off from him a little, Setro ordered. This man sold you out and almost got us made into hostages. She shoved him with her gun again. He's lucky I didn't kill him as soon as he came through the door. Look at him, kid. Setro marched over, indicating to Jacro's two black right eyes and the lesions on his snout and cheek. He didn't have much of a choice. He pushed her gun away. She narrowed her eyes at him and scoffed before claiming her own corner of the room. He let out a tired and pained sigh. What did they do to you, Jacro? Jacro shook his head. I tried not to tell them anything. I really did. Azula scoffed again. Setro gestured for him to take a seat before speaking in a gentler tone. I know, but you can make up for it. We need to get off Ginza, but it looks like our ship is stuck in the spaceport and is going to get scrapped for parts, and I don't know who else is left that can help us. Jacro sighed. I get that, but I don't know if I can. Everyone who is left is keeping their heads down. I'll point you in the right direction, but that's all I can do. Come on, Jacro, you owe me after I got you out of that mess in Kalikiri. I know. But this is different. This is the Gold Suns. If they find out I helped you, they'll toss me outside of the dome. Setro was then reminded of what happened to Kanzo. You saw it, didn't you? What happened to Kanzo? Jacro squeezed his eyes shut and looked away. Yeah. Ureta made all of us watch. Setro needed to ask, but was afraid of the answer he would receive. How far did he get before? Did his family? He barely made it. His wife and kids are fine. They went back to the homeworld. The boss is arranging new identities and relocating them just in case Ureta ever changes her mind. Jacro explained, seeming a bit more relieved. Setro let out a breath of relief. Good. That's good to hear. I'm sorry you had to witness that. It must have been awful. It was. Silence took over the room again as the overwhelming somber mood took over. Setro shook himself out of it and got to the point. Slater. What can you tell me about him? Jacro scoffed. You saw him yourself. Didn't you? He's a con man. Not super high-ranking in the Suns, but he's high enough to speak with Ureta directly. He was in charge of red sand distribution in the outer sectors of Pandaren space before Ureta put him in charge of Ginza's tech market and brought some of his red sand business with him. Man has a way with words, and managed to talk a lot of our guys into working for him. Even got some of the police force that Kanzo's been trying to bribe for years on his payroll. In just a few weeks, he's managed to turn Ginza into his own little kingdom, and if anyone steps out of line, he's quick to bring down the hammer. Jacro pulled the collar of his shirt down, revealing the chain-shaped burn marks around his neck. The burns were even worse than Setro's. They'll definitely leave a scar and warp the shape of his scales. Setro grimaced, unconsciously reaching for his own burns. What he did to us, what he did to you was terrible. Jacro's voice took on an edge. Terrible? This is a mercy compared to what Ureta did, what she forced Kanzo's kids to watch. She almost made his wife run out of the dome with him. Jacro's breath became more rapid as if he was reliving the whole experience. For as bad as Slater is, he actually talked her down to sparing his wife and focusing her fury on him, in a bid to make her seem merciful. Jacro got up and went to the window to calm his nerves. What she did after was just as cruel. That phrasing caught Azula's full attention. She had been listening intently the entire time, but now she was fully invested in what he meant by that. What did she do after? Skeeve asked nervously, not really sure if he wanted to know. Jacro turned to them. I'll show you. He shuffled into the kitchen past Sev, whose large size forced him to sit on the floor, and went into his freezer, fishing out a box and returning to the living area. Everyone eyed him with concern, with Setro being the first to voice his. Jacro, what is that? Kanzo. He opened the box, revealing a frozen severed 3-digit hand locked in a strained grasp. It was so stiff with such a rugged surface Azula almost thought it was a piece of a stone sculpture. Good Lord, man! Lectro cried out, hand over his muzzle. What the hell? Skeeve said, reeling away at the sight of it. Why do you have his hand? Once he was as stiff as a statue. Ureta had him smashed to pieces, then gave everyone present a piece of him as a reminder of what happens when you cross her. She put the pieces in the hands of his kids herself, told them to always remember what their father did and the consequences of his actions. He shuddered at the memory of it. Setro took the box, looking down at the petrified hand, his face tightening as anger and sadness washed over him. Its outstretched position looked as though its owner was in pain. His glare tightened. You damned fool, what were you thinking? He said to the hand before closing the lid, unable to look at it any longer. His kids. Sev said, peering over them. How young are they? Jacro looked up at the giant with a look of despair. Too young. That's horrible. Lectro said as if he could feel the pain of their loss. Yeah, this lines up with everything I've heard about Ureta. Skeev said while pacing in order to try and clear his mind of the hand. Me and some of the others are trying to make a trip back to the homeworld to bury what's left of him. Jacro took the box back and went to go put it back in the freezer. You know, being in the business I've seen and met a lot of bad people, but Uretta. He paused as if he was afraid that what he would say next would summon her, that woman. She's a monster. That word, it grabbed Azula's attention fully. Urette's actions were definitely something many would consider monstrous, but to Azula they were a clear sign of strength. The woman he described had petrified him with fear, her shadow making him cower at the thought of her, and possibly many others feeling similarly. This was true power, something she had, something she knew well, something she craved again. Whoever Uretta Sarino was, she was someone worthy of her respect. We all know that. Which is why we need help to get out of here. Cetro reaffirmed. If they find out I helped you. Azula stepped in, tired of this pointless back and forth, then we make it look like we forced you to help us. Forced him how? Cetro asked, coming to the defense of his friend. However, Wei is convincing enough to Slater. Would that even work? How would we do that? Lectro asked. Azula gave a cruel smile as she pats the blaster tucked in her jumpsuit. I can think of one way. I would much rather you not shoot me, Jacro said, backing away from her. Oh, don't worry, it won't be lethal. Just a little shot in the leg and it will look like we tortured the information out of you, she suggested. Nobody is shooting anybody. Cetro interrupted fully against the idea. Azula rolled her eyes. Slater already knows that you two are acquaintances, he might even be on his way here now. Then I'll just have to leave town. Jacro declared, this is the excuse I've been looking for to go back to the homeworld. Do you even have a way of getting off planet? I've got some people in the industrial district that owe me some favors. Can one of those help us? Azula folded her arms as she used her thermal vision to see if his body heat would reveal any lies. I can think of one. Kanzo had a smuggler that brought all his supplies to the city. They take passengers off planet for a pretty high price. They're a third-party group, so they have no allegiance to the Suns. You can find their meeting place in the sewers in District 12, and if they agree to take you, you'll go through an abandoned subway out of the city to their ship in an old geothermal plant. Great, we've got a plan then, Skeev said happily, clasping his hands together. But you'll have to wait until at least tomorrow to see them. They got back from a job recently and usually take a few days to resupply and refuel. They should be ready by tomorrow. Lectra sheepishly entered the conversation, but we need to leave now, the Suns are looking for us. Where are we supposed to hold out until then? Cetro scratched his chin as he paced. I think I know a place we can stay. Whatever you all think of, I don't want to know. Just make sure you all don't get caught, Jacro warned. Cetro nodded in agreement. He wouldn't want the Suns to know where they would be staying if Slater decides to interrogate Jacro again, and wouldn't want to give away his escape route if he or any of his crew were caught. We all have our objectives now. He turned to his old friend. I guess this is goodbye for now, Jacro. Stay safe out there. He held out his two right hands. Jacro grabbed both hands with his own. You as well. They left the mid-levels of the city and traversed back to the lower levels on foot, doing everything they can to avoid being noticed. Gold Sun gangsters patrolled the streets with lower-level thugs prowling in small groups, while others hovered overhead in hovercraft. Police were notably more active in the lower levels as they started arresting people who even remotely looked like Azula and her group. They arrived at a multi-story storage depot built next to an overpass, with the sound of ground vehicles speeding overhead drowning out all other noise. The building looked worn and dilapidated, with the orange neon lights that followed its edges flickering and a neon blue sign displaying its name at the very top, with several of the letters either off or flickering. Setro approached the front desk, where a portly purple creature with a head like that of a shrimp and a pair of tentacle arms protruding from his round body. Setro. The creature croaked out unenthusiastically from his vertical mouth. Gorlio. Setro said back just as equally unenthused before producing the unit card he planned on using to purchase tech with: safe house, no disturbances, all of us for everything on this card. The creature didn't say anything and instead took the card and plugged it into his computer to observe the amount. How long? Just the night. Gorlio put the card under the desk and produced a keycard: storage room 387. Top floor. Setro nodded, taking the keycard, leading the way to the room. The safe house door was like that of a storage room, and inside looked like one as well until Setro looked around the back wall until he pulled a panel revealing a screen. Setro pressed the keycard against it with the walls sliding open, revealing another door. When they entered, they found that the safe house was a glorified spacious attic with old furniture covered in a thin layer of dust. The lights flickered and buzzed. Cobwebs covered the corners of the room and clearly had not been maintained for quite some time. "This place is cozy?" Lectro said before coughing after fluffing a pillow that threw a cloud of dust into his face. Sev turned on the holovid display, watching the screen flicker on before becoming clear as he brought a fist down on the device. Better than nothing. Skeev opened the fridge. Nothing to eat. Setro went to inspect the entire room for anything suspicious. While he was doing that, Azula approached Lectro as she had a question about their shared adversary that was nagging at her mind. "Lectro, I have something on my mind that I'm hoping you could answer. If it's something I am capable of answering, I'll gladly help," he said as he wiped dust off a couch and subsequently began coughing. Later, he generated lighting from his hands. How did he do that? From what I understand, bending doesn't exist anywhere else, yet he was capable of it. Lectro explained as he waved the dust out of the air. "Oh, well, you see, that's not bending. Or at least it's not anything like you are capable of. His ability to generate electricity comes from a completely explainable scientific source." "That source being?" "Well, he's a Chundari." She gave him a blank expression. "That doesn't answer my question." "Right, sorry. You remember how I mentioned that there are species capable of naturally generating electric energy?" "Vaguely." "Well, the Chundari are one of them. You saw those blue stripe things on his arms, right?" "I did." "They're the source of his power?" "Yes, those are external organs that store energy from the body that the Chundari can use as a weapon by squeezing all that energy out like a wet sponge by contracting them. It's nothing as powerful as your lightning technique, but I would advise not being stunned by it." "And are all Chundari capable of doing this?" "From what I know, yes. It's a little hard to get into specifics about it, as you don't really see a whole lot of Chundari outside their planet." She raised a brow in slight confusion. "Why's that?" "An ability like that would make them excellent fighters and conquerors." "That's because they've already been conquered. They weren't that advanced when the Pandaren Empire found them and claimed the planet. They made it a bureaucratic nightmare for them to leave. I guess they saw the potential in them being a conqueror race and decided to heavily restrict their movements." Another piece of useful information regarding the Empire that she'll have to store for later. "I see. So we don't know the full extent of how Slater could use it in combat." She sighed in disappointment but was relieved that she knew something about it. "I'm off to make a food run to the vending machines," Setro announced. "Who's coming with me?" Lectro volunteered, with Pt.3 following him as the other three stayed and made themselves comfortable. Azula scowled at their dingy abode, but it will have to do. She couldn't afford to be picky. Now that she was in a safe place, she could feel the weight of the day wash over her, and fatigue flooded her system, made her feel somewhat dizzy, and the stress of all she had gone through was causing a migraine to come on. She needed to rest, not sleep, but maybe meditate to keep her mind sharp while resting her body, the only problem being the space they were in provided very little privacy, save for the bath stall. She saw a ladder leading to an old vent that didn't seem functional but seemed to be an opening to the roof. I'm going to find a place to meditate. Don't disturb me unless it's an emergency. She made her way to the ladder. One thing before you go, Sev said, making his way to her. I think we need to talk about something. She rolled her eyes in annoyance, but made sure he didn't see that. What do you want, Sev? You were pretty quick to suggest hurting the guy, Sev said. You mean Cetro's traitorous friend? Sev raised a brow at her choice of words. Right. He gave away information that got us captured. Being a little vindictive, don't you think? Sev shifted his weight and crossed his arms. The info was beaten out of him. He could have chosen to stay silent. If he was truly a loyal friend, he would have died before giving anything away. Sev didn't say anything to that. But this isn't what you want to talk about, is it? She asked, sensing this. You wanted to leave Cetro behind back at the club. I've got a problem with that. Azula really didn't have the mental energy for this conversation, but she'll tough it out and get it over with. Really? He was in the dragon's den. There was nothing we could have done for him if he didn't walk out of there when he did, and in case you forgot, I informed you and the others of danger. And I appreciate that, fire spitter, but we have a rule in the Crimson Storm. We don't leave our own behind, no matter what. And what would we have done? Fight an entire syndicate in their own territory? If it came down to it, yeah. She pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to find any kind of logic to his argument, but failed to do so. That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard you say, Sev. Doing so would have killed us all. We didn't have to go full guns blazing, but you could have at least entertained the idea of saving him. Sometimes one must be sacrificed for the benefit of the rest, she argued back. Are you willing to be that sacrifice? She didn't have a response for this and instead remained silent. Listen, Azula, trust is something I take very seriously. Without it, a group like ours will fall apart. You can always trust me to rush into an inferno to get you or anyone else in our group out of trouble, but I need to know if I can trust you to do the same for me and anyone else in the storm. He extended a hand to her. Can I trust you, Azula? She looked at his metal hand, an extension of trust, and her face twisted in contempt at the very word. Rage filled her when she recalled all those she trusted and how it led to her current situation. Trust? Sev, let me tell you something. Everyone I have ever put my trust in has betrayed me. She looked him in the eye as she tried to mask her rising fury. My brother betrayed me and our nation when he aided our enemies and overthrew my father. My two best friends in the world stabbed me in the back to save him. Her voice began to rise. My mother betrayed me when she abandoned me. And my nation betrayed me when they welcomed my brother as the Fire Lord. She turned away from him and took several breaths to quiet her rage. Trust has only ever led to betrayal. So if you want my trust, you'll have to go above and beyond to earn it. She walked away and climbed the ladder outside, and just so we're clear, I don't trust that any of you wouldn't leave me behind to save your own hides. She pulled the old vent free and slid it out of the way as she exited. Sev only stood there watching her exit, his hands still outstretched as he contemplated her words. He didn't like her unwillingness to trust him despite him making it clear she could do so, but he could understand her viewpoint. It made sense why she was so cold and distant to him and just about everyone else. After all, how does someone trust others when the people they trusted most betrayed them? It didn't help that they are still somewhat strangers, only knowing each other for a few days. For now, the best he could do was give her time and some space, and hopefully she'll come around to trusting him and everyone else in the storm. Sev ran his outstretched hand over his face, realizing just how tired he was as well, and decided a nap would do him good. He went to one of the 4 beds laid out along the far wall and claimed one for himself and shut his eyes. Skeeve on the other side of the room, who had been pretending to watch the Hollywood display, was actually listening to every word uttered with his 4 long rodent ears. Once Sev began resting, he looked to the opening Azula climbed out of and saw an opportunity. He'll give her some time to cool herself off before making any attempt to speak with her. He didn't know the full extent of what Azula's firebending was capable of, but he could tell she had something to do with the cyberware on that thug's head exploding along with the engine to Slater's limo doing the same. She was a powerful weapon, one that could benefit him greatly but could also be his own downfall if he's not careful. While she is meditating, he began to think to himself on what he could say to get her on his side. Azula found herself standing beneath the flickering blue neon sign that overlooked the building that bathed her in sky blue light. She was high up, high enough that it reminded her of the balcony in the royal palace, but overhead the many walkways and other buildings sat much higher, acting as a sort of ceiling blocking almost all view of the sky. And bathing the lower levels in sickly neon green light and the holographic screens of billboards. The whole area was a seedy ghetto, but the neon lights gave the environment a rustic, unconventional beauty. The air was much cooler here, without residual heat obstructing her view. Now that she was finally alone, she let out a long drawn-out breath as she sat down. Mental fatigue was consuming her, and the previous conversation with Sev only heightened it further. All day she had to be strong against adversity, to not come across as weak in the face of danger and in front of her associates, but it was draining. She scolded herself once more for allowing this to happen to herself. There were countless days at the royal palace where she had to project strength constantly so that she would remain ahead and so that her father would be proud of her, and in those moments she would never feel so drained as she did now. It's just as she feared, she's losing her edge. Weakness is starting to set in, and she knows just who the cause of it was. Her mother. The vision in the old tunnel has to be when her mental struggle began. Her mother poisoned her mind and made her second-guess herself, second-guess her father. She is to blame for everything, just like everything else wrong in her life. She knelt down beneath the sign and closed her eyes, focusing on her breathing. She needed to cleanse herself of these thoughts and this weakness. Tomorrow they needed to escape, and failure was not an option. She needed to be at her sharpest, she needed mental clarity, and needed to make sure that her mother didn't manifest again. Blaming mother, as usual. Zuko's commanding voice came from her right. She turned to meet it, where she saw her brother within a giant neon red sign, dressed in the Royal Fire Nation robes and crown hairpiece in his topknot. The size of the sign made him look like a towering giant as he looked down on her with contempt. You can't accept the truth, so you have to blame her for it. Face it, Azula, you're just as weak as me. I'm not weak. She shouted back at the sign, I'm not you. I was father's favorite. I am the prodigy that you wished you could be. The neon red Zuko continued to look down on her as she looked up at him in defiance. I am stronger than you'll ever be. Oh yeah? Another voice came from above, where she saw a neon blue sign where Katara stood cross-armed looking down on her as if she were vermin. If you're so strong, then how come I, a lowly water peasant savage, beat you so easily? Her already high indignation went higher at the sight of the water peasant. This being the first time she's manifested as a vision to her. You had Sozin's comet at your back, but you couldn't even so much as leave a little burn on me. You even had to resort to a cheap shot to get your brother out of the way because you knew you couldn't beat him. Katara mocked with an expression that felt more at home with Azula than her. Guess you aren't the fancy prodigy after all, huh? The voice came from the blind earthbender within a lime green sign along the side of a slow-passing airship, who sat in a lax position with her feet kicked up. Can't see that you really aren't all that special. Funny how I can see it when I'm the blind one here. She laughed as she waved a hand over her milky eyes with a wide grin. "Shut up!" Azula shouted, grasping her head. "You're not real. None of you are real." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Sokka said from another light blue sign from the distance. "We might not be real, but everything we say is. Ain't that right, Suki?" The Kyoshi warrior in question agreed from a bright white sign on the opposite building. "That's right, Sokka. It doesn't matter if we're real or not, all that matters is that you are the weak one and always have been. Always wearing that strength of yours like a theater mask, trying to hide what's really there." Suki mocked while fanning herself. "And you know what happens to the weak," Zuko said. The next voice came from behind and sent shivers down her spine. It was thunderous and shook her to the very core as 1,000 voices spoke as one. "The strong trample over you." She slowly turned around and saw that silhouette of the Avatar towering over her like a mountain. The neon blue light that washed her no longer came from the sign but from the glow of his eyes and arrow tattoos. Never had he looked so terrifying to her, as if he could crush her like she was an ant. He had taken her father from her, his power, his strength, and now his sights were set on her with him extending a giant shadowy hand towards her. She turned away holding her head. "This isn't real. None of it is real." She reaffirmed herself. "They aren't here. They can't imprison you. It's impossible for them to even be here." Her breath began to calm down. These hallucinations were beginning to consume her life, appearing so frequently that they are bound to get in the way of her quest, and worse, let the others in the storm know of her faulty mental state. She needed to regain control. She raced through her mind to find anything to center herself, like her father. Ozai was a pillar of unparalleled strength. He was the most powerful firebender in the world and her master. He would know what to do, as he was one of the most successful Fire Lords to ever live. "Is this what you have become?" Her father's voice snapped her back to reality, and she found him standing at her side, his domineering presence making everything else seem minuscule. A sniveling child? What happened to the conquered Ba Sing Se? The slayer of the Avatar? She didn't look at him. She knew he wasn't really there, but still she could not face him. "Look at me, Azula!" His biting words made her jump and obeyed his command. "Are you a weakling?" His expression tightened into a scowl, expecting an answer. "No," she said meekly. "Are you a peasant?" "Say it louder," he commanded. "No." "Are you going to cower and let these lies your mother has spread keep you from doing what must be done?" "No, I will not." "Will you allow yourself to become as pathetic as Zuko?" "I will not be Zuko." "Then prove it to me. Pick yourself up and be done with this pathetic display. Get off this pathetic excuse of a city and take what is rightfully yours. You are my daughter, the rightful heir to the Fire Nation." His words gave her strength, made her remember who she is, and this strength vanquished the mocking voices of Zuko and his pathetic friends, leaving only her and Ozai alone on the roof. Ozai was pleased with her display. "Good. I always knew you had the strength within you, Azula. Remember who raised you, who taught you how to be strong. Always remember that, and not only will you have the world." He placed a hand on her shoulder, one of the very few forms of physical affirmations he ever showed her, and gestured to the neon cityscape, but the universe itself. He was right. All of this could be hers, the universe could be hers. "Thank you, Father, I'm grateful that you've dashed." She turned to him only to be met with nothing. She forgot he wasn't really there. At least the illusion of him gave her some peace of mind. She just had to remember who she is, and she will get through any challenge life throws at her. She went back to meditating, closed her eyes and breathed deeply, focusing her mind on the sounds of vehicles flying by on the overpass below, hover vehicles flying through the air. Sirens in the distance, strange music being played loudly, voices from intercoms, and the sound of people below. Meditation was having the intended effect, as she could feel her body and mind coming to peace, until she felt a presence next to her. Without opening her eyes, she rudely said, "What do you want?" "Sorry, didn't mean to bug you with your meditation thing," the voice of Skiv said. "Then why are you here, Skiv?" He rolled his eyes before correcting her, "Skiv." "I know." He ignored that comment. "Listen, I just want to let you know that, despite what the others may say, I believe you made the right call back at the club." She opened one eye to him. "Really? So you had no qualms with leaving Cetro behind?" "It's like you said, there would have been nothing we could have done to save him." He produced a cigarette and lighter. "Now I would have been just as sad as the next person if we did have to do that." He lied, having no positive feelings for Cetro, but best to keep our own skins intact if that's all we can do. Am I right? Her mouth curved slightly at that. "Don't let the big man rope you in on that hole, we're a team stuff. He's a tower of cyber muscle and gadgets, so he'd actually be able to survive fighting the Syndicate, unlike us. From what I've experienced, all that team stuff is just a bunch of crap the strong say to keep us weak grunts in line." He puffed out a cloud of smoke. She snapped at him, "Don't put me in the same boat as you." "Why not? You don't have your powers right now, like it or not, you and I are in the same boat." She rolled her eyes. "I ask again. What do you want?" He took a long drag from his cigarette. "The Gold Suns are looking for us." "It's not looking good. The others, they're naive. They've been living under the protection of a former Imperial with a powerful old ship, loading their heads with Imperial propaganda. The Suns are brutal, things are gonna get messy, and if things hit the fan, let me guess, jump ship and join the Suns, or jump ship and go through the rest of the universe as a traveling pair," she finished before he could continue. "I'm just throwing out some options, you've got to admit your powers are useful." He took another puff before flicking the cigarette off the edge. "Do you really want to be a pawn for Myrelle?" "I'm no one's pawn. It doesn't matter who comes for us, I will crush them. I've done it before, and I'll do it again," she stated. "Now leave me alone. I'm trying to meditate." Skiv gave her a ponderous look as he took in that information. "The Crimson Storm's a good gig for now, but Myrelle's got enemies, powerful enemies. Sooner or later she's gonna get hers, best not to go down with her." He left her and went back inside. She focused back on her meditation, but she recalled everything she knew of Ureta Sarino. She sounds like the worst enemy anyone could make, and now she is on her hit list by association, and this whole fiasco she was in may even add to Ureta's contempt of the storm. She just hopes she doesn't meet Ureta, at least not before she takes over the storm. Azula sat on the floor of the safe house, performing a full split as she stretched her legs while grabbing her foot. She needed to make sure she was nice and limber just in case they ran into the Suns again. Sev and Skiv watched as she performed this feat that seemed to defy anatomy, at least for them. "Wow, she's bendy," Skiv commented as the stretch made him feel like his legs would cramp up by looking at it. "Yeah, that's super weird," Sev said, feeling a similar pain in the organic parts of his legs. "Is that normal for humans, or is it just a her thing?" "Who knows, humans are weird. They're like discount Pendarins. She can shoot fire and lightning out of her hands. I think Pendarins are discount humans." Azula could hear this conversation loud and clear but didn't pay it any mind and chose to focus on her stretches. Although it was a novel thing to hear them wonder about the abilities of her people. "That's got to be painful though, right?" Sev asked. "Clearly not if she's still doing it." She grinned as they admired her superior flexibility. "It feels like nothing can bother her now." "That or she's just a masochist." She immediately lost her smile at the implication. Gross. Sev followed up. Do you two not have anything better to do other than gawk and make rude comments? She rudely responded, and no, I am neither in pain nor am I a masochist. She got out of the stretch with ease and shifted into another equally difficult-looking stretch. Nope. Sev yawned, the Hollywood display barely works, so we're watching your freak show stretches. Azula snorted at that, please. What you are seeing is nothing. If you want a real freak show, you should see my old underling Ty Lee. She could bend at angles that made me wonder if she had bones. That's weird. Your people are weird, Skeeve said. Says the rat man, she responded. That's racist. Cetro appeared in their corner. All right, you band of idiots. Grab your crap and let's get ready to go. Good morning to you as well, Cetro. Azula responded flatly while getting out of her stretch. Do we have a route to our destination? Yeah, the dock spot has the route Jackro gave us. It's a little along the way from here, so we need to be covert. Pt.3 rove up to them. I have tapped into local police frequencies as requested and have found that patrols are being spread out into surrounding sectors. The probability of detection by law enforcement is 45%. What about the suns? Sev asked. No data available on gold sun movements. Detection from them estimated to be dash. Bad, got it. Lectro returned to them from the roof opening. Guys, we need to hurry. I just saw some gold sun air vehicles land. That's our cue to leave. They all left the safe house and made their way through the crowded streets, weaving through hordes of countless aliens, and with it came the heat blindness that overwhelmed Azula's senses. This is hell, she stated flatly as she squinted her eyes. Sorry, Azula. Can't really be helped at a time like this. Lectro apologized. To think we came out here just to see how the star affects you, and look how much of a mess that became. You'll also like. Perhaps we should thoroughly investigate the locations we plan on visiting in the future to avoid this. Azula directed to Cetro, who only grumbled in response. Well, while we are here, why don't we try to thoroughly learn how the brown dwarf affects you? Like, would you consider this an adequate amount of heat to handle or too much? Azula groaned. I really don't want to focus on this right now. Yeah, I figured. As she was being led by Pt.3 once again, Skeeve handed her a pair of blue-lensed glasses. What is this? Thermal glasses. And where did you get these? Don't worry about it, he grinned as a sleeping homeless alien awoke and groaned when his vision was assaulted by the amount of heat around him. She didn't question his method of gathering these spectacles, especially after putting them on and finding herself being able to see just as she was able to normally, but with a blue tint. Clearly another attempt to sway her opinions of him in her favor. Thank you. No problem, princess. You're being too obvious. About what? You know what? He snorted at that before leaning in so no one else could hear. You give any more thought to what I had to say? She did. It was fumbling around in her head the whole time she was meditating. It would be prudent to have a backup in case Myrelle caught on to her plan. The only problem is she didn't want that backup to be with Skeeve. Sure, he could be useful as he is a well of knowledge for how things work out here, but his kowtowing to her was more heavy-handed than she could tolerate. He stank of cigarettes. And he was too much of a conversationalist in times where she would enjoy silence that she might end up strangling him. But what bothers her the most is that she can tell he knows more about things than he is letting on, thus showing he'd lie to her to keep her in line. Maybe. We'll see how things play out. She walked ahead, letting him know this conversation was over. Skeeve lost his smile of false sweetness. He should have known it would take more than one conversation to convince her. They reached an artificial lake where simple boats owned by the poorer denizens of the lower levels were used to get goods through the waterways for cheap. Cetro leads the way to a dock worker and his small boat. "Hey, you by any chance know of a smuggler by the name Sundel?" The tall bird-like creature turned to them and narrowed his beady eyes to the group. "Depends on who's asking. People looking to get smuggled." "Then yeah, I know him and I can take you to him. For a price." "Of course." Cetro turned to the group. "Okay, so I'm a little strapped for cash right now, and what money I do have on me is to pay the smuggler. So if you've got any units, now's the time to whip it out." Seb scratched the back of his head. "Yeah. I'm kinda broke right now on account of some tech I bought the other day." Cetro looked at Skeev. "Don't look at me. The whole reason I'm a merc to begin with is because I don't have a whole lot." Cetro eyed Lectro. "I don't have cash on me right now, but I can get some from a bank." "Too risky. How much do you think the bot is worth?" Lectro wrapped his arms around B3 in defense. "We're not selling B3. He holds too much valuable scientific data." Cetro didn't even bother with Azula, knowing she had nothing. She, on the other hand, wasn't willing to pass up the chance to get out of here so easily and remembered Chani's bracelets still wrapped around her wrist. "It must be worth something. What about this?" She handed the silver bracelet to the old engineer. "Ain't that Chani's?" Sev said, recognizing it. "How would you know?" "Because I got that for her at a pawn shop as a last-minute birthday present. I can get her another one." She waved off. "One cheap bracelet for all of us ain't gonna be enough," Cetro stated. Skeev cleared his throat. "I think I can sweeten the deal enough for that." He held out a hand for the bracelet. "May I?" Cetro was hesitant to just go with whatever idea Skeev had, but was out of options, so he allowed it. "Excuse me, good sir, I have our payment for this ride." Skeev presented the piece of jewelry. "A bracelet? That'll be good for one of you, maybe even two, depending on what it's worth." The bird creature deadpanned. "Sir, do you not see the wealth that is sitting right before your eyes? This right here is a one-of-a-kind silver chain lined with some of the finest gems from the planet Ziltra worn by the princess to its empire." Skeev presented in an overly dramatic fashion, leading to Cetro face-palming. The dock worker didn't look convinced. "You're full of crap. Why would you have some princess's bracelet?" Skeev looked around in an exaggerated manner as if he was looking for danger before inching closer and lowering his voice. "I see you're not convinced, so I might as well tell you the truth. We are traveling with said princess." He gestured to Azula. "Her?" He narrowed his eyes as he studied Azula. "She doesn't look like royalty." Azula's brow twitched at that comment. "Not royalty? Take another look at her eminence." Standing erect with chest puffed out to exude confidence fit for a future monarch, chin held up high and proud, and that look in her eye. She decided to play along with Skeev's game by discarding the thermal glasses and giving the dock worker a peek into her golden eyes, and it didn't hurt to show off her superiority to this low-born creature. "Those are the eyes of someone capable of ruling a powerful nation." The dock worker seemed to be somewhat more convinced. Skeev continued to ham up his performance. "You see, we are her retainers, and we were sent here on a mission of diplomacy. Unfortunately, that didn't go as planned, and now Her Eminence is forced to degrade herself by posing as one of the members of the peasantry in order to find a discreet means of escaping the planet. And in doing so is forcing herself to part with one of her people's most sacred treasures, passed down from generation to generation and worth thousands of units, and all yours if you provide us passage to this Sundel." The dock worker still seemed skeptical. "How do I know you all aren't just making it up?" Skeev was about to answer, only for Azula to do so herself. She thought it time to show a true master of lying at work. I grow tired of this exchange. So allow me to speak instead of my incompetent advisor here. She snatched the bracelet from Skeev's hands and grabbed the boatman's, placing it in his grasp herself. Good sir. Please accept this gift from my gracious empire, and if you provide safe passage, I'll be sure to inform my father of the brave and noble boatman who helped us, she said in a noble and sophisticated manner as she too hammed up her performance. My father would be so grateful to you, so much so that he'd reward you handsomely. Any doubts the dock worker had were dashed away by her regal demeanor and was now more than willing to help. How handsomely? Azula glanced upward, seeing a large airship passing by. How much do you think that ship weighs? The boatman's eyes widened before a wide smile grew. Get in. They all gathered into the small boat. Cetro patted Skeev on the shoulder and said, Good job, Skeev. He couldn't help but wear a self-satisfied smile now that he did something that made the stubborn old engineer remember his name. The boatman motored them across the canal. Unbeknownst to the group, a red sand dealer making a deal noticed the group gathering into the boat, watching it ferry them. The dealer pulled out his personal device, where its screen displayed the photos of the individuals he saw that his boss Slater wanted, and began to make a call. Slater sat at his desk holding an ice bag over a bruise on his head from the crash as he looked over the images of the members of the Crimson Storm that escaped him, captured by security cameras in and around his club. He wanted to burn their likeness into his mind. He focused on Azula's picture, studying her as he remembered during his entire interrogation of their group. She was the only one that remained calm and collected, no emotional outbursts, and didn't cower in fear. He remembered the look in her eyes. There was a commanding presence behind them, one drenched in superiority. He recognized that look in those that looked down on him in his youth. It was a look one could never forget. His second in command, a short, squat creature with a compact body, glossy black eyes, and quills sticking out of his head, stood before him, updating him on the search. We've had our people comb through the entirety of sectors 11 through 15 of the industrial sector and haven't found any traces of them. There's been no sign of them at any of the ports or dry docks. They're most likely trying to lay low until they can figure out a way to escape. I would recommend expanding our search to other districts of the lower and middle levels. Do it, and make sure you forward these pics to all our informants on the upper levels as well. He tossed the data pad onto the desk as he swiveled his chair to meet his gaze. Right away. Also, get in touch with our friend Jackro. I'm sure he can point us in the right direction his old buddy will take. Actually, sir, we've been trying to contact him for the past few hours. He hasn't been answering our calls. Slater grumbled to himself. He should have figured the man he practically tortured wouldn't want to answer any calls. Send somebody by his place and do what you think is necessary to get him to comply. Of course, his second waited to receive the data pad, but Slater continued to study it, focusing on Azula. Sir? Slater rubbed his chin as he studied her picture. I've got a feeling about this one. He pointed to Azula. The girl? Yeah, like something in my gut is telling me to watch out for her. His second narrowed his eyes. Hope I'm not being too bold, boss, but she's just some kid. Probably a street rat they plucked out of some ghetto to haul boxes. Nah, she ain't from the streets. I can tell you that. She don't got the look or the attitude. She's educated, smart, and has some negotiation skills. His second raised a quilled brow. How can you tell? Slater chuckled, tossing the table to him. Simple, I'm a people person. His second nodded in agreement. Is there anything else you need, sir? Yeah, how goes our cross-referencing on our missing ships? We're still sifting through reports. I'll update you if we find any connections. While that's pending, focus all your efforts into finding these crimson bastards. I want them found by tomorrow. If worst comes to worst, I want to have some bodies to pin our missing ships on and get the boss lady off my back. Of course. His second nodded, then left after being dismissed. His second's comms device sounded off, prompting him to answer it, and after a brief exchange he hung up, turning back to Slater. Boss. Just got a call from one of our sand dealers in Sector 12 with the positive ID on the targets. Well, hot damn. Slater cried out in excitement and throwing the ice bag over his shoulder, looks like the universe is smiling on me today. Where they at? They were spotted being ferried across the lake. We know of a smuggler with a storehouse in the sewers in that area. That's where they're heading. Slater thought for a moment on how to deal with this situation. Mobilize a strike team? No. 2 teams. I don't want to take chances with a behemoth like Sev's stomping about. Should I organize a third one just in case? You know, that's what I like about you, Slick. Always got your head in the game, thinking 3 steps ahead and making sure to have a plan for the long term. Slater said quickly while patting his second's shoulder enthusiastically. Just doing my job, sir. He responded in a deadpan manner. Slater took his jacket and left with his second following. He wanted to see to this personally, that way when he finally does catch them, he can punish them in person for what they did to his limo. They arrived at a sewer opening with the Birdman sailing them in and dropping them off at an old walkway before sailing off, not without letting Azula know his name and where to find him for the award she promised. So, the Empire of Ziltra. That a real place or? Skeeve laughed. No. I made that up on the spot. Honestly, I didn't think he was gonna fall for it. He laughed some more, wiping a tear from his eye. What an idiot. Am I right? I think it was Azula's bit that really sold it. Lectro laughed with him. It does help that she actually is a princess. Let's just hope we're long gone before that idiot remembers he's got more than one brain cell. Cetro said before lightly kicking Pt.3's leg. Lead the way, bot. Pt.3 illuminated the way with his built-in flashlight. This sewage tunnel will lead to the necessary route to our rendezvous with the smuggler. If he's even there. Skeeve commented. Shut it, Skiv. Cetro said, making sure to get his name wrong this time and not wanting to hear anything negative regarding their escape. Pt.3 led the way through the dank and dark tunnel, with conversation being minimal. Azula didn't bother wearing her thermal glasses as the tunnel air was cool enough to not affect her vision, along with its blue tint making things even darker than her surroundings. She would just use her thermal vision to follow her warm-bodied companions even though the darkness didn't hinder her sight. Skeeve groaned as he held his snout. This place is wreaking havoc on my nose. What do you expect? We're traveling through a sewer. Azula said as the smell of raw sewage made her face scrunch up. Yeah, well, my nose is a lot stronger than yours. So why is a smuggler hiding out in a sewer rather than in a dock or a spaceport? That is a good question. This doesn't seem like a place people who regularly travel space would be found in. Lectro said. A lot of criminals like to hang out in the sewers. Cetro answered while fishing out his own flashlight. It's pretty easy to hide from the law down here. A lot of abandoned passageways makes this place into one huge maze. It's typical for criminals to gather in chambers down here. Speaking from experience? Sev jabbed as he switched his eyes to night vision. Cetro grumbled, I've made a few questionable purchases from questionable people down here. Azula chuckled a bit at that. It's funny. You said you left this life behind for something better, but it seems this life isn't done with you yet. He grumbled further in annoyance. Working for the Copelos sounded like a good gig. Skeeve commented, almost gagging at the smell, why leave it all behind to work for the Pandarans? He sighed heavily. I won't lie, the life was cushy and full of riches, but I had too many close calls. Kanzo and I used to have a pretty big group of friends, all part of the gang life, but as the years went on our luck began running out. Old painful memories began playing in his head. I've attended too many of their funerals until it was just me, Kanzo and Jacro, well, me and Jacro now. I saw the writing on the wall and knew I had to get out while I still could, got a job fixing machinery at a Pandaren shipyard, got scouted out by some officers who offered me a place on a ship, ended up on the Sakor, and the rest is history. Simple self-preservation then. Azula deduced. Not just that. I had a son to look after, and it would have been nice to keep him from looking up to a criminal. And yet here you are coming to meet a criminal. Azula said. Mercenary work is more legit than what I used to do. He barked back. How's that kid of yours anyway? Sev asked. Hardly a kid anymore. He's old enough to have his own family. If he'd stop wasting his time trying to be like me, I'd probably be more honored to have my kid wanting to be like me. Skeev said to himself. What was that? Setro barked. Nothing. Just complaining about the smell is all. Azula rolled her eyes at his attempt to save himself with a lie. It wasn't that hard to make a convincing lie. As Skeev inhaled again, absorbing the stench of the sewers, he caught the scent of something else. It almost smelt like smoke, but with a sweetness to it like the various spices used for recreational smoking. His nose twitched some more as the scent got stronger. Guys, I think I can smell something. Yes, we all smell the raw sewage. Azula said blankly. Not that. I smell spice. He sniffed the air again, picking up other scents, along with other stuff like food and fuel. His dual sets of ears swiveled forward. I can also hear people talking. We're close then, Setro said as he walked ahead of the group. They rounded a corner and found a steel door. Setro was the first to approach and hammered his two left fists against it. After a few moments, an eye slit slid open with a pair of orange eyes looking down on them. What do you want? A thick voice said quickly. Ute Sundal? Setro asked. You looking to get something smuggled or buy something? I need to get myself and my crew here off Ginza, and I was told you could do such a thing. Under the radar. Setro made sure to flash a card meant for currency in his field of view. The eye slit closed quickly and was followed by the sounds of various locks being undone before swinging open. The creature behind the door was large and dark green with a gourd-shaped body, long arms that almost touched the floor, a pair of stubby legs and a small head with a short trunk in place of a mouth, Captain Sundals in the back. They were allowed entry, with the thug eyeing them suspiciously with his amber-colored gaze being especially hard on Azula. She didn't like the extra focus on her when Sev seemed like the most dangerous of their group, but was really only given a passing glance. She couldn't help but feel like things were going to go wrong. They entered a large room that seemed to have been a repurposed boiler room with dozens of shelves holding a vast array of materials ranging from vehicle components, fuel tanks, storage bins containing perishable items and other goods. Smuggled hover cars sat in place next to storage tanks under catwalks connecting both ends of the upper level. The walk to find the captain did not take long as the creature led them to the back area where they saw the presumed captain speaking to another gourd-shaped alien on a lower platform next to a large hover skiff. Captain! Customers! The creature hollered. The captain peered up to them. He was a short alien with a tall pointed head, wrinkly flat face attached to a hunched-over body. I'm coming. Sundal shouted back in an irritated fashion that reminded Azula of Setro. What she wasn't expecting was to watch this smaller creature steadily float up gracefully like a leaf in the wind. Once he was on ground level with them, Azula saw that the captain had no legs, but in their place was a mechanical chair with several small hover modules at its base being controlled by a joystick. Welcome! Welcome. You come to me to have something smuggled, yes? Or are you here to buy some things from our storeroom? Jackro pointed us to you. Said you can get things on and off-world without a problem. Ah, yes. The Codello bookkeeper. Always came to me for tech smuggling. Good man, shame what happened to his employer. There was a noticeable twitch to Cetro's brow at the mention of that, but he brushed it aside to focus on what truly mattered, right? Anyway, he tells me that you take a few days to get your ship in order for the next job. Is it ready now? Just need to get a few more things loaded on our skiff and we be ready for transport. The small alien waved half-heartedly. So what is it that you want smuggled? Us, and we need to be gone yesterday. The captain looked over their group, being sure to skin each and every one of them as best he could with his one good eye until they landed on Azula, and his expression twisted in disgust. Azula could feel the malice in his stare and felt the familiar feeling that something was going to go wrong again. I charge extra for living cargo. Cetro sighed, knowing whatever he was going to pay was going to put a dent in his bank account. How much per person? 10,000 each, not including the robot. Everyone's eyes went wide. No one's were wider than Cetro. That's 50,000 units total. 40. The captain corrected. 40,000 I take you, and all of them wherever you want. Not her. He pointed a bony finger to Azula. What? Why? I haven't done anything to you, she said, as the urge to light this entire storeroom on fire swelled within her. The captain scowled, not what you did individually, but for what your people have done, Pt.3. He thrust the joystick forward, floating to her and maintaining an elevated position over her. I don't do business with Pt.3s, whether you are with the Empire or not. Except there's one problem with that. I'm not a Pt.3. Do you see horns poking out of my head? She shouted back at the creature, pointing at the absent defining features. Cetro stepped in. Listen, she's with us. It's a package deal, either you take all of us or you get nothing. Then I choose nothing. Goodbye now. He began to float away. Wait! 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 Lectra jumped in. She isn't a Pt.3, and I have scientific sources to prove it. Her species just happens to closely resemble them, that's all. Tell him Pt.3. The robot swiveled to meet the Tsundle's gaze. Based on DNA analysis of Private Azula, there are notable biological differences, such as the subject's blood being iron-based rather than copper. Bah! If it walks like Pt.3, talks like Pt.3, looks like Pt.3, then it is Pt.3 in my eyes. Seb stepped up, managing to stand over the floating creature. Buddy, she's just a kid. Can't you just make an exception? The old smuggler let out a bitter, humorless laugh that devolved into a coughing fit. An exception? The Pt.3s made no exceptions when they came to my home, claiming it was theirs by right and deporting my people. He hovered closer until he was eye level to the cyborg, and they made no exception when they took my legs from me. I don't care if she's but a child. If it were up to me, I would throw her and the rest of her kind outside the dome and watch them freeze. Look! I'll pay for all of us and extra for her. Cetro hollered, letting out all frustration from this trip loose. The smuggler scoffed, lowering himself to Cetro's level. This isn't about the money, Kesterden. It is the principle. Their kind has been living at the top for too long. It's about time they experience the hardship and suffering they've wrought. Things were beginning to escalate quickly as Cetro stopped holding back his frustration and began arguing aggressively with the hoverchair-bound alien, with everyone else jumping in to support. It was only a matter of time before blasters would be pulled out and this exchange would end with a shootout. Skeeve could see this about to happen and quickly stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly, forcing the argument to stop. Now all eyes were on him and he chose to revel in it. Now I know things aren't playing out like everyone would like, but we're all adults here. Meaning we have the ability to reason and maybe strike a deal. Sundel groaned, I am not letting that Pandaren on my ship. And I ain't leaving one of us behind. Setro barked back. Both very compelling arguments, but let's try and reach a compromise. Skeeve turned to the smuggler, now I get why you don't want our young friend here on your ship, I really do. In fact, I think the Empire is in need of a good kick in the ass myself. And you'd be right not to want her. He walked to Azula's side, I mean look at her, that stiff authoritarian posture, that condescending glare. That prim and proper face that makes it clear she's never had to even think about the little guys like us. Every word he said was like a dagger stabbing at her patience that was making it difficult to not want to strangle him. She grabbed his shoulder, pulling him closer so he could hear her hushed whisper, What in Agni's name do you think you are doing? Getting you on that ship. He whispered back before shaking himself free of her grasp, but my friend, I present to you a unique opportunity. As you can see, she is clearly high-born with no regard for common folk like us. Despite her physical deformity, you have the chance to show her what it's like being at the bottom. No, not the bottom, but below it. You need physical labor done on your ship, get her to do it, scrub the toilets, chew your food for you. Push her around like the Empire pushed you around, within reason of course, and just until we reach our destination. After that, you'll be about 50,000 units richer, and you'll never have to see us again. Sounds fair, right? He couldn't have been serious, he wouldn't. Azula thought to herself. Skeeve had essentially tried to sell her off as this filthy creature's personal servant, not even a servant but a slave, for the trip. There's no way he would go for it though, his hatred for Pandarans would outweigh any idea of taking up this offer, right? Sundel rubbed his chin as he seriously contemplated this offer. What planet you wish to travel to? Kazima. He thought about this a little longer, and I can order her to do anything? Within reason. Setro reiterated, fully on board with the plan. You can't be serious. Azula said back in disbelief. We don't leave our own behind, kid, and this seems to be the only way. Take one for the team. I will not degrade myself by being this creature's whipping girl. Sometimes sacrifices need to be made, kid. Be happy that it's just your dignity and not a limb. Before Azula could retaliate, Sundel swiveled around and announced his decision. Very well, 40,000 for all of you, 500 for the robot, and your pet Pandaren can join so long as she does the hard work on board. Deal. Setro said before any objection could be made. We pay half now and half when we get there. Very well. Before we go, I need to pack in some extra cargo. He turned to Azula, Pandaren girl, I have job for you while transaction is being made. She growled, I am not your dash. Setro grabbed her and pulled her aside, listen Azul. This is our only way out, so you will shut your trap, do everything that cripple tells you to do, and you will do it with a damn smile. You will not do or say anything that will jeopardize that. I swear to whatever pathetic primitive excuse for a god you believe in, I will peel the skin off your scalp, rip your fingers off one by one, light you on fire and dance until daylight finally comes to this forsaken popsicle of a planet. Do you understand me? He said in an unhinged rant that would probably make Ozai wince as he fully let out all his frustrations that radiated so much rage. Azula swore she could feel his blood pressure rising and felt that objecting to it may actually make him act on his overly exaggerated threat. Finding another smuggler would take too long, and they may run into a similar problem if they aren't caught by Slater's men first. Very well, what's my first task? Sometime later, Azula would find herself struggling to push a hover cart loaded with heavy metal barrels up the ramp of the skiff. They were forcing her to load up the last of their cargo onto their transport and are most likely going to make her load it into their ship as well. She felt humiliated, not because she was doing tasks fit for a measly peasant, although that was something that will never not get under her skin, but because she was now a glorified workhorse. "Come on, Pandaren girl. We don't have all day," Sundel shouted. "For the last time, I'm not a Pandaren," she shouted back before finally getting the cart onto the skiff. "Whatever you say, Pandaren." The smuggler turned away and went back to speaking with one of his crew as Azula growled while making a strangling motion behind his back. Pt.3 sat in the skiff with the others, tapping his foot anxiously. He was fine making Azula into a temporary servant, but at the rate they're going, it's becoming a hindrance. It's only a matter of time until the Suns track them down, and he's worried that the smuggler is enjoying this game a little too much. "I'm gonna go help her. The captain's gonna be mad if you help out his new toy," Skeeve warned. Pt.3 scoffed. "He can work her to the bone while on the ship. Right now we just need to leave." Electro paced about nervously. "How long do you think it'll take for the Suns to track us down? The probability of us being spotted while navigating the city is high," Pt.3 added. "Which is why I want us on that ship already," Pt.3 said before getting up to speak with the captain. "How long is this going to take? We need to be out of here as soon as possible." "You think you my only customer? I have other things that need delivering. I can't help that you showed up while we were loading cargo. Is there any way you could speed things up?" "Well, that depends on how fast your little Pandaren works." He face-palmed. "Then all of us will help out. You said I can work the Pandaren girl as hard as I want, and that is what I am doing. Don't need you spoiling that." "Well, now it's starting to impede what we paid you to do." As they continued to argue outside the storehouse, a team of tactically dressed men armed with military-grade plasma rifles crept down the sewers. They were the Gold Sun's extraction team used for lethal operations involving extractions, assault, or extermination. Slater had ordered them in the field as they specialize in combat within tight enclosed spaces, and their advanced training would give them a better edge against the Titan that was Sev, who could easily overpower the run-of-the-mill thug. The display within their domed helmets gave them a direct route to their objective thanks to old maps of the sewer system Kanzo kept logged away that informed them of component rooms and alternate routes. Alpha team in position outside of entrance, getting ready to plant charges. The team leader reported. A second team took an alternate route that led to a component room where one ripped open a breaker door and grabbed hold of the wires supplying power to the large room. One of the members within the component room tossed a spider-shaped device into an air vent and began remote controlling it to crawl through the vents until it exited through an opening and crawled along the ceiling, peering down at the escaped Crimson Storm members and smugglers as its operator monitored everything it saw through an holographic screen from his wrist. "This is Beta Team Leader. We have located the target area and have a positive ID on the targets." Slater's voice came over the leader's communicator. "Beautiful. That's why I love having you boys around. You're quick and thorough. Need more of y'all." The leader ignored the added comments from his employer. "Rules of engagement before we operate, sir?" Slater, now within an armored vehicle above ground, looking over the shoulder of the extraction team operator at the many screens displaying the feeds of each trooper's helmet cameras. "I want at least 2 of them alive. If you're gonna kill any of them, kill Severin. He's the reason I'm sending y'all." "And the smugglers?" "Kill 'em. We got plenty of other people willing to move stuff for us." "Understood." The leader gave the signal to cut the power and informed the Alpha team to begin the operation. A quick snip of a wire was enough to completely shut off all power to the room, plunging everything within it into darkness. Azula dropped a heavy box to the floor, shattering its fragile contents, as all the lights to the room went off. Everyone else looked around in confusion. "What happened to the lights?" Skeeve asked. The captain growled in frustration. "Dam breaker went out again." He began barking orders to his two crewmates while the rest tried to find their bearings. The hairs on Azula's neck stood on end. Her intuition was telling her something was amiss. Too many bad luck experiences made her on edge to these sorts of things, and given her current circumstance she can't rule this out as being a sign that danger was close. Skeeve sniffed the air and picked up a scent. One that he recognized from his time within Death's Head. A faint spicy smell coming from the main door. His ears swiveled in that direction, trying to hone in on something. Azula took notice of the rodent alien's odd behavior. What's wrong? He didn't answer. Instead, he focused all four ears on the direction of the door until he heard a faint click. He then realized what it was and turned on his heel. They found us. Before anyone could react, an explosion blew the steel door off its hinges, sending it flying into a stack of storage crates with the Alpha team rushing in. The visors switched to night vision, giving them an edge against their blinded targets. "Everybody on the skiff, now," the captain ordered. They all piled into the now hovering vehicle, the only light source now being its headlights, but found the large double door leading to the abandoned subway was stuck closed without power. "We're stuck," one of the smugglers said as he looked over the panel for the door. Pt.3 turned the flashlight to his communicator to the captain. "Is there any way we can get that door open without power?" "Of course not. That thing can only open with electricity." Pt.3 rolled up between them. "If I may. My battery capacity is at 83%. I am willing to give up a portion of my energy to assist in this matter." "Wait, would a robot's battery even be enough to open that thing?" Skeeve asked in a panic as he heard footsteps getting closer. Pt.3 cracked all four sets of knuckles. "I can do it. It'll take a lot of the bot's power, but it's doable. I just need time." "Unfortunately, that's not what we have a lot of," Azula warned as a second explosion from another entrance went off and more boots could be heard entering the facility. "Sev, I'm gonna need you to start busting some heads," Pt.3 ordered before leaping out of the skiff. Sev only grinned as his scarlet eyes flashed pink to infrared and he cracked his metal knuckles. "Can do." He turned to Azula. "Hey Firespitter, you want in on this action?" She pulled out her blaster, making sure to set it to lethal as they both made their way to the main warehouse. Gladly. She couldn't help but smirk at the suggestion. She's been pent up with more than enough resentment and is more than glad to let it out. "So what's the plan? Or are we just making it up as we go, like last time?" Sev grinned, "But that's where all the fun comes from." Azula only gave him an annoyed look. With his augmented hearing, Sev was able to detect the footsteps approaching. "Sounds like a squad of armed assault units, a lot of them too. I suggest we try a hit and run." "Hit and run?" "It's a tactic, Gax, and I like to use. Run and gun, taking out as many as we can and staying mobile. Keep the pressure high and don't let them catch their breath or corner you," he explained as his arm shifted into its blaster configuration. It sounded like his plan was to cause as much chaos and mayhem as possible. It was a reckless plan, but one that fit Sev's motif easily. "Better idea. How about you draw their fire while I take them out from a safe distance?" "Boo, you're no fun." The door team steadily marched through the pitch blackness with their weapons trained for anything that could jump out. They continued through the rows of shells, making sure to cover every corner of the room. No sign of targets. The team leader reported. "Spider droid, report target location." The spider droid crawled along the ceiling in search of their targets. Sev noticed the bright red eye on the ceiling as it crawled towards the skiff. He grabbed one of the smuggler's goods on the nearest racks and threw it at the small bot, smashing it upon impact. The leader halted in place, raising a fist, signaling the others to stop. "Just lost contact with spider droid. Hostiles might be in the area. Secure the perimeter." They all separated and looked over every detail of the large room. Sev peeked over the edge of a shelf, making note of how many individuals were present. He quietly got behind one of the racks, waiting for several of them to get close before using his augmented strength to push it over. The troopers couldn't react in time as the rack came down, crushing 3 of them and colliding with the others, making them fall like dominoes and filling the air with the sounds of crashing metal, disorientating the rest. Sev jumped out from behind cover and uppercut one of the smaller troopers, sending him flying into the air before firing and hitting 2 more. Contact! Contact! The troopers began firing a barrage at Sev as he sprinted through the storehouse, using the still intact racks as cover before sliding out of it, grabbing an empty pallet and launching it at another trooper, then firing at another. He grabbed a smaller trooper, raising him in the air and using them as a shield as he took cover again before throwing him aside. Azula hung back, hiding in the shadows as she watched Sev wreak havoc on their opponents. It was her turn to cause some chaos of her own. She hid behind a stack of crates, finding several troopers close by. She reached out a hand, feeling for the body heat of the trooper, and began to lower it, drastically causing his body heat to plummet, his glowing body slowly growing fainter. The man began to stumble to his knees as weakness took over his body as it shivered uncontrollably and he began to become sleepy. Slater noticed one of the trooper's movements becoming sluggish as he stumbled. "What's going on over here?" The operator radioed the trooper. "Alpha 6, what is your status?" "Sea cold." "I'm so." The trooper fell forward into unconsciousness. The operator looked into his suit's built-in sensors. "That's weird," he commented, prompting Slater to ask what was wrong. "His vitals are saying he's suffering from hypothermia." "Hypothermia? Ain't those uniforms layered for insulation and whatnot?" Slater questioned. "It must be a malfunction, sir." Slater couldn't help but feel as though that wasn't the case. Azula focused her attention to one of the other troopers taking cover behind a parked vehicle and focused on raising their body temperature. She found that it was much easier to raise it than lower them, and after a few moments, the trooper fell over from heat exhaustion. The other troopers saw this and went to aid him. This time she focused on the faint glow of his sidearm, slowly raising its temperature until the trooper began to feel a burning sensation on his hip. As he went to remove the pistol, Azula increased its temperature significantly until its battery caught fire and began spewing sparks. The trooper panicked as he threw the weapon aside and it exploded. Before he could recover, Azula had appeared behind him and fired a blast, killing him instantly before moving on. As the fight in the storeroom raged on, Slater watched as many troopers were dropping like flies under some mysterious circumstances. Many passed out from heatstroke, while others were succumbing to a strange case of hypothermia, despite the room temperature being quite temperate. "What's going on here?" Slater questioned impatiently. I don't know, sir. I can't make sense of any of this." "Could it be some kind of weapon they have?" Slater's second asked. "At this point it might be." Slater would normally chalk this down to incompetence, but there were too many occurrences of this to be that, and he highly doubts that this is a coincidence. He watched one of the helmet cams fire at Sev, only to inexplicably explode in their hands, knocking him unconscious. But as he fell, he landed in a position where his camera was looking at Azula hiding behind a rack with a hand outstretched, and just as she made a motion with her hand, another trooper close by passed out from heat exhaustion. "It's her!" Slater snatched the headset off the operator and began barking orders. "All units, there's a second target hiding out in behind the shelves. Take her out now." The ones that noticed her began firing, forcing her to sprint to keep out of their line of fire, all the while she returned with her own, finding that it was indeed much harder to hit them while moving. She hid behind a shipping container as shots rattled behind her. Now she had to remember what Myral taught her when using a blaster. She peeked out when hearing the hiss of a rifle overheating, and with her arms locked and feet kept firmly planted she returned fire, managing to hit one. Azula now lost the element of surprise, but that was fine with her. She was formidable enough without her bending, and now that she has a better understanding of what she was dealing with, she would adapt. She ran out of cover towards the racks with 5 troopers giving chase. She managed to escape their sight and climbed the shelves. From her vantage point, she began to calculate which one to pick off first and her escape route as they passed below. She took aim and fired, hitting the one farthest away from the group in the back before leaping overhead to the other rack. The troopers heard her and turned their weapons, firing blindly. The base of the racks were not meant to withstand blaster fire, as they passed through them like a stone being thrown through paper, forcing her to stay mobile and firing whenever she could. She used her athleticism to maneuver through the levels of racks with ease, being sure to knock over anything that could be a distraction for them. She went to fire again, only to be met by the hiss of her weapon overheating. The heat escaping looked like dragon fire through her thermal vision. She had no time to wait for it to cool, so she tossed it aside as she hopped down gracefully and turned her eyes to a barrel full of rebar wires. Slater was more than impressed with Seb's pure brute strength. He was a powerhouse, and that demanded respect. Part of him hoped he survived this ordeal so that maybe he could try and recruit him to the Suns. He shifted his focus to the Alpha team leader as they pursued their target. He radioed the team leader, "Alpha team leader, what's going on over there?" The team leader replied in a gruff, disoriented voice as he recovered from being hit in the head with a fallen wine bottle. "The second target is in the racks. We can't keep track of them. Keep them distracted while Beta team goes for the rest." "Yes, SI." The team leader was cut off as his feet showed him falling flat on his face. "Alpha team leader. Do you copy?" "Hey! What's happening? Someone talk to me." Azula stood over the body of the team leader with a rebar wire in hand and swung at the knee of one of her opponents, making him scream out in pain as he fell to the ground, firing his weapon in the air. She quickly turned to the closest one, sidestepping his blasts, and jammed the end of the wire into his chest before uppercutting him with the opposite end. The last one, still standing, spun around to face her, only to be met with a hard swing to the head that shattered his visor and knocked him unconscious. The one who was struck in the leg pulled himself up and took aim. Azula noticed and ducked out of the way by splitting her legs, narrowly avoiding the blasts that instead collided with the trooper behind her. She swept his legs out from under him, and before he could react, she swung the rebar across his helmeted face, sending shards of his visor across the floor. The leader had finally recovered from the blow to his head and saw his men incapacitated, and like the others, he went on the offensive. Azula spun out of the way of his fire, and with a downward swing, she knocked the rifle out of his hands. She tried to swing the opposite end of the rebar at his face, but the team leader grabbed hold of the pole and used his size and strength to force her against the shelf, pushing the wire against her neck. It took all of her strength to keep it from digging into her throat. She sent her knee at his side to try and free herself, but his densely padded armor protected him from her blows. As he pressed the rebar further against her with his upper arms, one of his lower ones reached for his sidearm. She couldn't do anything but press it away from her, but if she didn't do something, it would mean certain death. She let one hand free from her grip, allowing the rebar wire to be pressed against her throat, and cut off her oxygen so she could grab hold of his wrist, keeping him from pointing it at her. He pressed the bar further into her throat, hoping to knock her unconscious, but her grip never loosened, and in the process she raised the temperature in her hand and in her opponent. In a split second, the fabric around his wrist caught fire, causing him to drop his sidearm and backed away, crying out as he attempted to put it out. Now gasping in a sharp breath, Azula recovered and swung the rebar as hard as she could, smashing his visor and exposing his 4 eyes to the pure blackness of the storeroom. He couldn't see anything at all, with the only visibility being provided by the flashes of plasma fire from his comrades that was accompanied by the sounds of conflict. He could see nothing in this pitch-black room, and worse yet, couldn't see the girl he was fighting, but he knew she could see him. He began panting as fear overtook him. It wasn't until he felt himself back into something that he turned and found Azula standing before him. He could only make out her shape from the red light of the blaster fire that made her look like a devil. It paralyzed him in fear that Azula reveled in and made her feel on top of the world again. All it took was one hard downward swing to take him out indefinitely. "We lost all connection to Alpha Team Leader," the operator informed Slater as they watched his helmet cam turn to static. Slater looked at the screen in contemplation after witnessing the entire battle from the cameras of the other troopers. He went to the camera computer replaying the team leader's footage and paused at the last image. It was of Azula bringing the rebar wire down on his head, all with what looked like a deranged smile on her face. "What info do we have on this girl?" "Not much." His second answered while going over the info on his personal device. Azula, age 16, unregistered species from Kazima, was arrested for assault on a train and evading arrest. That's all we could find from our contacts in the system. His gaze still fixed on the girl's gleeful smile as she inflicted pain. "That all, huh?" He turned his focus back on the mission. "Beta team, locate the rest of them quickly." "Roger that." Traversing the catwalk now. Sev grabbed hold of another trooper and threw him at another similar in size to him before punching his helmet, then grabbing the man and tossing him at the last of the team. He heard more footsteps from above and saw a group of more troopers traversing second level towards the others. "Fire spitter! More above us!" Sev called out. She could see the warm bodies making their way through the catwalk at the far end of the storehouse. "I see them." She grabbed hold of one of the fallen plasma rifles and made her way up a stairwell, distract them. Seb summoned his blaster again and drew their attention away with a barrage of plasma with them returning fire. Azula assumed the lessons Myrel taught her on blasters transferred to the rifle, only she didn't expect the recoil to be so much greater but managed to hit one of them from behind. As they turned their attention to her, Sev decided he needed more firepower. The panels of his left arm split open with a miniature cannon to his grenade launcher peeking out, and he fired at the base of the second level, crumbling the catwalk support, separating the team leader and the rest of the group. Some were still in a position to continue their objective and pushed forward, while the team leader and his group offered suppressing fire against Sev and her. Azula could see them and saw that she could intercept. She just needs to get past the group on the catwalk. Before they could react, Azula charged, firing and taking out several of them until the weapon overheated, in which she threw it at the remaining trooper, a smaller creature as tall as a child. She grabbed the smaller alien and threw him over the edge, then roundhouse kicked the leader out of the way. Sev went to fire another grenade until one of the recovering Alpha team members tried to tackle him and lost his mark, with the grenade zooming over their heads and towards a group of Starship fuel drums. The explosion generated was massive and lit the entire space in a fiery blaze. The shockwave shook the room, throwing several of the troopers off the railing, generating cracks along the walls and ceiling, with a portion of it crumbling down, destabilizing the catwalk. The shockwave rumbled and threw Cetro and the others off balance. "What are they doing in there? You better reimburse me for everything that is damaged," the smuggler captain demanded. "You'll be lucky if you can get anything back from the Suns once this is all over." Cetro barked back as he cut the plug of the door power cord off, then taped it to the severed end of B3's power transfer cable. Unfortunately, B3's power transfer cable wasn't compatible with the door's power outlet, but Cetro's engineering prowess came up with the idea of switching the plugs to compensate. He plugged the newly made cord in and told the robot to begin power transfer, with the door slowly sliding open. "Door's good. Electro, call Sev and get them back here." Sev pushed himself out from under a rack that fell on him after the explosion. "Gah. That sucked, gonna be feeling that in the morning." His eyes flashed, indicating he was receiving a message on his internal comlink. "What's up?" Electro's voice came through. "Sev. Cetro got the door open. Get yourself and Azula back here so we can leave." Gotcha, heading back. The surviving members pulled themselves up, knocking themselves out of their daze and assessing the situation. The storeroom was a mess to say the least, with the far corner of the room collapsed, burying a good portion of the space in rubble, and the resulting fire illuminating the space, making the extraction team's night vision useless. There were only a handful of them left, with the rest of Beta Team unconscious, dead, or buried under rubble. The grinding sound of a metal door sliding open caught their attention. They're attempting to escape. You three push forward, the rest secure the area. One of them commanded, with them splitting up. The four that remained observed the area around them, checking the status of the wounded and searching for any signs of their adversaries. One of them noticed some movement beneath some rubble and went to investigate, kicking away some of the debris until he found Azula lying face down with her legs pinned by the fallen catwalk. Beta Team to Operator, we have one of the targets in custody. Skeeve kept a lookout while the door continued to open with a blaster in hand. He shook nervously from the sounds of destruction he heard. It sounded like a war zone. He knew it would be loud and destructive, but not to this level, and wondered if he made the right decision to side with the client against the storm. He prayed that didn't come back to bite him. His ears perked up when he heard the sounds of 3 sets of feet coming their way. Hey guys, someone is coming. He was met with blaster fire from 3 troopers, and he took cover behind a crate. Everyone took cover as soon as the red bolts flew through the air as they advanced, until the solid frame of Sev's shoulder bashed one out of the way, kicked another into a rack, and shot the last with a scattershot rifle that he picked up on the way. Finally! I thought the whole city was coming down back there, Skeeve said. That explosion wasn't my fault, mostly, Sev said as he pulled the pump back and allowed the heat to escape the battery. Let's just get out of here while we still can. Cetro hopped onto the skiff. Hold on, Lectro said. Where's Azula? Sev looked around them. Wait, she's not here yet? You idiot! You didn't make sure she was with you when you came back? Cetro growled. Hey! I assumed she could get here on her own after seeing what she was capable of without her bending. He argued back before turning back to the fires of the storeroom and began marching back. If I ain't back in 2 minutes, take off without me. Wait, you're going back? Skeeve asked incredulously. Crimson Storm doesn't leave our own behind. Sev picked up speed as she jogged to her last known position. When Azula awoke from her daze, her head was spinning, she tasted blood, her eyes were very sensitive to light, her ears were ringing, and felt a great weight on her legs. That explosion was something she didn't plan on happening in such an enclosed space, and now it had her pinned. Her injuries were minor and was slowly regaining her senses, enough so that she could see the 4 remaining troopers standing over her. She immediately tried pulling herself free, but the combined weight of the rubble and catwalk kept her in place. She saw a blaster within reach, however. As soon as she extended a hand, one of the troopers kicked it away, and the butt of a rifle was slammed in between her shoulder blades. Don't move! The one that struck her ordered as he kneeled on her back as he attempted to bind her hands, while another stood over her weapon trained on her. She struggled against his grasp, desperately trying to escape, and grabbed the ankle of the other one. Her heat bending caused his pant leg to catch fire, throwing him off balance as he tried to extinguish the fire. The 2 others in the distance came to aid him after witnessing this. How'd she do that? One of them asked. The other pointed his gun to her. This one is clearly too dangerous. We should just kill her now. Slater's voice came through his headset. Kill her and I'll throw your ass outside the dome naked during a blizzard. I want this one alive. But Sir Dash. But nothing. Secure her and get the others. Right, sir. The trooper reluctantly complied. Azula screamed and cursed at them as her arms were forcibly held against her back while the trooper retrieved a pair of cuffs. What went wrong? She finally had control of the situation. She was powerful and feared again, so why? Why was she still the one being bound and caged again? It was like the universe itself was against her, and with no sign of Sev or the others, she assumed they had left her behind. She couldn't blame them either, it was the most logical thing to do. She was now dead weight after all, and would only put them in more danger if they did come. But a part of her still resented them, as Sev said, that they didn't leave their own behind, yet here she was, left behind like always. Just like how her mother left her behind for her new better family, how Zuko left her behind for his friends, how her own friends left her behind for Zuko, and just like how her father left her behind to burn the Earth Kingdom without her. It almost made her want to cry. As the trooper was beginning to cuff her, a green blast of energy collided with his chest, knocking him back and pulling Azula out of her despair. Sev charged through the flames with a battle cry as he shot the other two and struck the last one once his weapon overheated. "Sev?" she said, baffled that he was still here. What are you?" "Like I said, fire spitter. We don't leave our own behind." He tossed his weapon aside as he grabbed the catwalk and effortlessly lifted it up with one hand, freeing her. "Can you walk?" She pulled herself up and tested her weight on each foot. "I'm fine," she said before almost falling off balance. "Need me to carry you?" "I said I'm fine," she snapped. She tried to get her mind back on track while still in a daze. Unbeknownst to both of them, one of the unconscious Beta team members regained consciousness and got up from being buried under rubble. Half of his visor was broken, exposing one red eye that saw his two targets. Sev's back turned to him, a perfect opportunity to strike. He lost his blasters in the explosion, however he unsheathed a combat knife from his chest plate and began hobbling his way to them. Azula's eyes were readjusting to the light, and the added heat of the fire was now throwing her thermal vision off, so much so that the fire camouflaged the warm body of the approaching trooper. Before Sev could notice, the trooper was right behind him and plunged his knife into his side in the part still made of flesh. The pain alerted him right away, and he swung at the man only to miss as he fell. As much of an armored tank Sev was, his greatest weakness was the parts of him that were still made of flesh. Even with armored clothing over them, there were still bits that could be exploited. He lay on the ground clutching his side as purple blood began to leak and the trooper loomed overhead ready to strike again. Azula could barely see them but could see enough to guess where they were and grabbed one of the fallen rifles and fired a reckless barrage, managing to hit them. She tossed the weapon aside and rushed to his side. "Sev, are you all right?" He winced as he stood back up. "Yeah, it's gonna take more than a little poke in the side to take me down. Ow, that does hurt a little. We should get going." Doors open and Cetro's getting impatient. He shot her a grin despite the pain he was in. She agreed, and they both traveled back to the skiff together as the room's oxygen levels were being consumed by the fire. Slater stared at the blank screens of all the members of both Alpha and Beta with mixed emotions. 2 extraction teams had been completely wiped out by only 2 people. He was impressed, but also unbelievably angry. The operator sat there nervously as he was afraid that anything he said would set Slater off, but knew he couldn't stay quiet forever. Sir, Omega Team is still on standby. Should we deploy them?" Slater took a deep breath as he clenched his spark-ridden hands before answering in a calm tone, "No. Let them go for now. We know where the smuggler's ship is parked, right?" He directed his question to his second. "We do, sir." "Good. Then let's go pay it a visit." Once they had gotten back to the skiff, they departed with Sev using his grenade launcher to collapse the tunnel behind them. They were home free now, with the skiff gliding through the sewers. Everyone was exhausted by the ordeal, none more so than Sev and Azula. She only had minor injuries, but Sev sat there clenching his side from the stab wound as Lectro and Pt.3 took a look at it. All this armor and yet you still found some way to get injured. Lectro said as he used his jacket to apply pressure. Sev hissed in pain, "Don't start sounding like Bevel, always scolding me after missions. She does it because you're always in her medical bay. Starting to think most of this cyberware isn't there because of self-improvement and more so as a consequence of your recklessness. Little bit of both, actually." Lectro rolled his eyes at that and continued to apply pressure. "I can't stop the bleeding. The wound is pretty deep." Cetro addressed the captain. "Don't you have a first aid kit?" The captain sneered. "We did, back in our destroyed storehouse." Cetro only grunted in response before going to his crew. Azula looked at Sev's wound, seeing that it wasn't getting better and Lectro's jacket wasn't enough to soak up the blood. What's worse is he got it by saving her. Many have gotten hurt defending her over the years, and she never felt anything for them as they were doing their duty of protecting their princess, yet being a princess meant nothing to Sev, and she was still just a stranger to him, but still put himself in harm's way for her. She guesses there was some truth in what he said then. "Step aside, Lectro," she said as she approached. "Let me try something." "You have medical experience?" he asked as he got out of her way. "No, but I know how to cauterize a wound." In truth, she's never done this, but figured it wouldn't be hard. It was just burning flesh. You might want to bite down on something. "This is going to hurt." "I can take it. I've got a pretty high tolerance to pain." He grinned. She focused her energy into her hands until they were glowing brightly through her thermal vision and also began heating the area around the wound on Sev's side. She pressed both hands against it with the hiss of searing flesh being audible. Sev took it pretty well, only groaning slightly at the pain. Sev did have a high tolerance for pain after all. "That was stupid, you know," she said, keeping her focus on the wound. "You should have just left me behind." She pulled her hands away and inspected the cauterization. "Like I said before, we don't leave our own behind." He held a hand out to her in another attempt at establishing trust. She looked at the hand, contemplating if she should take it, but instead turned away. "Jay, just shut up and focus on getting better, you idiot." She marched to the far end of the skiff. Sev chuckled. She may not have taken his hand, but he could tell that he was starting to chip away at the hard shell she was hiding behind, and knew she had too much pride to accept him just yet, at least out loud.